Hi everyone, today we'll be going over the specific changes of the new motor glider. Let's check it out. First, the new motor glider comes with pitch assistance. What this means is that during takeoff, once you reach a certain speed, it will automatically climb and achieve liftoff. Once airborne, tap to accelerate and slide the wheel back at the same time to travel along the ground. Next, let go of the throttle during flight and the glider will maintain its altitude while gradually reducing its speed to 60 km per hour and engage autopilot. Sliding the wheel forward during flight will cause the glider to pitch up and ascend, and sliding the wheel back during flight gradually pitches the glider downward to approach the ground. Furthermore, when turning left and right during flight, the glider will level itself off. The body of the glider and camera angle will tilt for greater immersion. The view of the ground has also been upgraded to better help players observe their surroundings while turning. Let go to stop turning, and the glider will stabilize on its own. As for landing, after descending to a certain altitude, the glider will disengage autopilot to help you slow down and land. Lastly, if we keep pitching the nose up, the glider will end up upside down. Flying upside down will cause the glider to enter an automatic descent, making it much harder to control. It's a real test of skill. So, the new motor glider is now easier to control for better playability, with greatly improved user experience. We're sure you'll have a great time with the new motor glider. That's all for now. See you next time.
Wow, what a lively sky treasure ship! So many lights and people.
Yeah, every shop is full of color. Let's look around.
Welcome to the Golden Moon Cloud Market. Haha!
You can light the ship's magic lamp each day to get Paradise tokens. During certain periods, there will also be a lucky box drop. The Sky Treasure Ship contains loads of great gifts. Come peruse the various stores and go home with your bags full.
When completing various adventures in Sky High Spectacle, don't forget to head to the Treasure Emporium for the Golden Moon Paradise Crate, as well as tons of Paradise tokens that await you.
Join a new round of popularity battle. Work together with your friends to unlock the 1001 Nights lobby theme, moonlight background, and other great Golden Moon gifts.
Happy 6th anniversary! Here! Not only can you revisit your past year's game data, you can also play a 6th anniversary exclusive target shooting minigame. Head to World of Wonder to check it out. While playing, you can redeem the 6th anniversary theme song as well, the Palace Musician set for free. Awesome!
Choose your exploration path onto the Sky High Spectacle Nimbus Islands. Collect your discoveries as you go. Spend more Paradise tokens to aid you in your treasure hunt.
What's this?
Wow! A secret shop!
During the event, purchase items recommended by the genie at discounted prices. You'll also receive additional surprise gifts.
Huge discounts up to 80% off. Come have a look.
What are you waiting for?
everyone! After the last video, I'm sure you already have a basic understanding of the game. Survival, competition, social interaction, and easy-to-pick-up controls, these are what sets PUBG Mobile apart. First, as a battle royale game, survival is of utmost importance. There are multiple maps to play on, and each map is unique. Players can come up with different survival strategies for each map. Besides the blue zone mechanics, this is a completely open battleground. It's free of restrictions. Use your imagination to eliminate enemies and become the last one standing. Combat is also one of the core traits of PUBG Mobile. We have all kinds of weapons available. These weapons let players battle in any environment. You can be a sniper or storm the front lines with an assault rifle or shotgun. Furthermore, there are also protective gear, consumables, items, vehicles, and more. The comprehensive supplies available ensure a fulfilling combat experience. Our game has multiplayer modes with teams where you can invite friends to play together. Enjoy the thrill of PvP battles. Come up with strategies with teammates, find items for each other, and take up complementary positions. Try to make it to the end together. You can also go at it alone and carry yourself to victory. Lastly, we also have some simple tutorials for beginners in the game. There are no prerequisites, and they're super short. Learn how to play in a flash. We're still planning to release more guides detailing all kinds of neat tips and tricks to help players quickly familiarize with the game. Becoming a skilled PUBG Mobile player is super simple. Boot up the game and play now.
IQOO.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2024 PMSL SEA Summer League. And now, before the game starts, we have the interview. We have interview with CRVP Putra. Say hi to your fans.
Hello. Hello everyone.
Hello everyone. Okay, you guys nearly managed to go to Super Sunday last week. Did you guys manage to identify what issue was?
Okay, minggu lepas Super Sunday Create VIP hampir-hampir dah lepas ke Super Sunday namun tak berjaya. Adakah korang daripada pasukan Create VIP ni dah jumpa apa masalah yang membuatkan korang tak lepas ke Super Sunday?
Untuk minggu lepas, yang waktu last chance tu kami kalah terlalu banyak fight. Mungkin sebab tu lah. Dan kami dah bincang dah semua benda, harap minggu ni menjadi lebih baik lah.
Okay, for the last week performance, which is on the last chance, on the very last chance match, which is we always lose our fight. We always lose that fight early phase, and we already know how to overcome it. We already fixed our mistake, and hopefully for this week we can perform and qualify to the grand final.
Okay, I hope you can fix or and can qualify it. And because it is the week 3 of PMSL SEA Summer League. Before the game starts, any words to your fans?
Sebelum game kita nak mula ni, ada apa-apa tak nak cakap dekat fans-fans yang support Create VIP ataupun fans daripada Malaysia sendiri?
Untuk fan-fans dari Malaysia ataupun yang support Create VIP, saya harap korang terus sokong kami. Apa pun result dia, terima je lah.
Okay, to our fans in Malaysia or to whoever that support Create VIP from the very start, I hope that you guys still pray for us, keep supporting us, and whatever the result is, just keep supporting us. We need to embrace ourselves for this week 3.
Okay, and this is week 3 of the final week. Do you think you can have still chance to go to the grand final?
Okay, so ni minggu terakhir untuk Liga PMSL. Daripada Putra sendiri, apakah Putra yakin yang Create VIP ni boleh layak ke grand final?
So, sekarang saya masih yakin sebab gap point tu masih tak banyak, possible lagi. Target utamanya kami nak lepas ke Super Sunday dulu lah untuk minggu ni.
To qualify to the grand final, yes, I'm still confident that we can qualify to the grand final. But then, as for now, we are focused. Our main focus is qualify to Super Sunday first. It's because of the gap point is not that far. So we're just gonna take a step by step by qualify to Super Sunday and then Grand Final.
Okay, good luck in week 3 and hope you guys can qualify to the grand finals. And thank you for start us the interview. And now it's time for recap.
And welcome back to the final week of the PUBG Mobile
Back here
Super
in week
League.
number 3, ladies and gents. Speaking of the interview just now, thank you so much, Miss Bo, for the amazing interview as always. But speaking of which, I agree, VIP seems to be having some issues here when it comes to not getting any Super Sundays at all. And speaking of which, this week is crucial for them.
Yeah, this week is absolutely big for Crit VIP, who barely missed the chance to be in the Super Sunday for the first time. But a lot of amazing action in last week Super Sunday as well. We saw that Infinity Esports did a good comeback in their own Super Sunday campaign as well.
That's kind of true. I mean, like, we're definitely not worried about the teams that pretty much have their legacy to live by. And speaking of which, we do have a lot of record breaking as well last week, as of now.
Yeah, record breaking by Boom Esports, man. And just when you thought that RRQ would hold that on through the entire season, Boom came out with 24 eliminations in a single round. That is an insane number now to beat.
Yep, speaking of which, today when it comes to week 3, day number 1, it's going to be Group A versus Group C. From Group A, we do have BTR, Infinity, MORPH, Team Flash, Sem9, PIGMY, Alter Ego, Vampires, TALON, and KT, Crit VIP, Team Secret, YOODO, O2, and RRQ. I have to say, Group B is quite fortunate because they'll be played throughout till the last day of the week number 3.
Yeah, they'll be playing tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, so they have a little bit more control on their destiny as compared to some of the other teams. So it will be crunch time this week, since it's going to be the last week to score a ticket into the Super Sunday for any chance to be in the grand finals. Even if a team did not qualify twice in a row for the Super Sunday, there's still a slight hope for them to be in the grand finals later.
Yeah, but speaking of which, if you guys just joined in week number 3, which is going to be the final week of the group stage, and speaking of which, we're down to the final week. We just talked about it, 22nd of May, which is today, where after we're done with the group stage, we'll be tally up when it comes to the total point. But we still have one more last chance, one more Super Sunday.
Yes, and this is the format here. Today we're going to watch A and C. Tomorrow will be B, C, and Friday will be A and B. And as usual, the top 8 will move straight on to Super Sunday. The bottom 16 will need to play the last chance qualifiers on Saturday for us to determine the other top 8 to join the first top 8 in Sunday.
Now, speaking of the points, in case you guys have no clue, these days when it comes to the finals, head start points for the grand finals, first place get a huge head start at 30 points with 8 points in second place there. Definitely everybody, if you want to finish off strong, it has to be the first place. That's going to be the placement that worth fighting for. But we do have the Moolah Cloud.
And the Moolah! $20,000 and also the beautiful trophy of PMSL that will be displayed at the main stage of Grand Finals later on. So if you have not seen how it looks like, stay tuned to the Grand Finals.
And speaking of our team performance, yeah, week number 1, week number 2, Group VIP, they're doing okay, especially when it comes to week number 2. That's where they start to gain their winner chicken dinner. But unfortunately, they still have not made it enough to squeeze into the Super Sunday. Now, can they do it when it comes to this final week?
And they were pushed down just by a pinch by Sem9 into heading into the Super Sunday. But this is a brand new week, and today's matches going to be same GMT +7, so you gotta adjust the time according to whichever time zone that you're watching this in. We'll start off with Sandhawk, followed by 3 Erangels, and we're going to end the day with 2 Miramas. And in between 3 maps, we will be having a extended break as well, just as usual as before.
Hello guys, welcome back ladies and gents. You guys are tuning into the PMSL Southeast Asia Summer Split 2024 with me, your casters for today, as well as Cloud Choo Choo and Cloud Tour.
Yep, that is us here at the desk for the next few days. And what is going to be different this week is, of course, the groupings, as you saw earlier on. So in case you do not see your favorite team, they're probably not playing today. They will definitely be playing tomorrow. So keep an eye on the groups based on this week's reshuffle groups.
Yeah, don't ask the boring questions. Not the final week, guys. This is no place for you to ask the boring questions for us. But speaking of which, Clan, we talked about the teams that have scored themselves a Super Sunday. There's going to be quite a number down there as well when it comes to the overall league, including there's going to be like, what, 16 if I'm not mistaken. YOODO, O2, TODAK, VIP, GEEK Fam. 4 Malaysian teams out of the 7 that actually participate in this season. 4, more than half of them actually did make it through. Now, Roy Esports and Team Secret, another 2 coming out from the Vietnam. It's going to be these 2 regions are the only the teams hailing from these 2 regions only didn't make it through for any Super Sunday.
Yeah, and if you compare last season's performance for Team Secret, at least they got themselves into a couple of Super Sundays. But this season so far, unfortunately, they have not got into the Super Sunday at all. So I don't know, maybe it's affected by their lineup change as well, because they last season they had Rabbids together with them. But unfortunately for this season, they do not have it. So probably because of those changes in the lineup, they kind of affected their momentum, and they are still finding their way through to Super Sunday.
Now that's going to be something that we should highlight on, which you talked about, they have the change of roster when it comes to the week number 2. Surprisingly, most of the teams are actually, usually the teams that actually not well perform in last season do have tremendous growth over this season, but it seems like a reverse for the side of Team Secret. Now, this is going to be not my prediction. It's under the banner of Team to Focus, because this is going to be the teams that I'll be focusing on whether they can finally at least finish off their run in the PMSL Summer Split with at least 1 chicken, by the way.
Yeah, so my picks are MORPH, NKT, as well as PA. These 3 teams have entered Super Sunday at least once, but they are not secured yet, especially for NKT and MORPH. Though they entered Super Sunday once, but their points did not bring them into the top 16 yet. PA, yes, in the top 16, but they are by the borderline of it. So they still must make their way into the Super Sunday. If not, it's going to be a hard campaign for them. How about yours?
Well, definitely not. No chicken yet. That's it. That's the only line that I've drawn here. But if we can actually squeeze in, like you mentioned, the only team, like there's only 4 teams that managed to get once in their Super Sunday. Some of them in the second week, some of them in the first week. If we can actually squeeze one more, I think that's going to be VOIN Donkey, if I'm not mistaken, for the 4th one. So if we actually just assume there's an imaginary VOIN Donkey in the center of the line, then that's going to be another team that should be focused on. Because why do we focus on these teams right now? Because they are desperate. These are the teams that are so desperate, they have to push whatever it takes, whatever they need to just squeeze in the last minute towards the league points for the last Super Sunday.
Yeah, VOIN Donkey also by the borderline of the top 16 within the Super Sunday bracket. So yeah, they also must score their ticket into Super Sunday, and if not, it will be a very difficult campaign for them. But anyway, it's not only them, it's of course those teams who have not entered Super Sunday as well. So this is definitely crunch time for those teams. And speaking about those teams, one of them, as we can see on screen, YOODO O2 had sometimes a good performance, but sometimes not. So they need to find a level of consistency.
Now, speaking of consistency, I think it's definitely going to be the biggest issue for most teams out there. Like everything else is never consistent in the game. How do you find consistency out of everything that's been changing so much in every single map, every single game? And speaking of things that changing, there are teams that are quite persistent as well. We talked about multiple times. I think this is pretty much known to everyone by now. Vampire pretty much okay now, building up momentum, but we do know Alter Ego and Boom. These can be crazy teams that are still maintaining the momentum since last year, especially Boom this year until last season to this season. No, also coming out from RRQ, they are the team that trying to reserve and conserve their energy, but the moment they release all their auras, all their energies out there, things get really crazy sometimes.
Yeah, RRQ definitely do not want the past to haunt them. So they are performing fairly well as well, but of course the competition is tight at what you mentioned, those names including Boom. I would also include Alter Ego and also the Xavier as well, the only 2 teams in the league standings that have collected more than 100 points. So they are definitely really strong right now. And with their current performance, no doubt they are counted to be the top contenders for the championship as well. But of course, anything can happen in the grand finals.
kind of true. Because everybody trying to just save the last best cut for the grand finals. Nobody want to just overexpose themselves towards the open, just to let everybody to counter attack them later on when it comes to grand finals. So you're definitely saving up some strategy, some for when it comes to the grand finals. That's why we should watch out for the teams like Vampires, like RRQ. Even in the teams in the middle pack, example here, the Xavier's did really great for week 1 for Sunday, by the way. Saying this for FaZe Clan and the side of example here, even GEEK Fam, I probably just put into the fray, because these are the teams that they know what's important, what's their priority. Yes, it's great you have this extra plus for the chicken dinner, but at the same time, when it comes to things that really matter, we do know it will sit up during the grand finals later on. They'll all be seated up to the World Esports Championship. That's where everything for the entire life, the entire career really kicks into it.
And speaking about kicking in, right? So today is also the kickoff for the PMCL as well. So in case you guys are curious of what's happening on the other side, feel free to also follow PUBG Mobile Esports for updates on the PMCL, because this time around for the PMCL, we'll also have a ticket to the Esports World Cup as well. So it's going to be a big gathering of all these teams. It feels like a PMGC itself at the Esports World Cup.
True. I mean, like, it's gonna be fun. I cannot wait to see when it comes to the global later on. But speaking of PMCL, yes, I agree. There's a lot of we miss. I wish one day we can have the Southeast Asia to have kind of the clash, like an elite clash later on against the top 8 or top 8 of Southeast Asia versus top 8 of World Cup, just to see where everybody actually stands when it comes to, because both of them are actually coming from Southeast Asia. Is just a different, I don't know how to differentiate it, but it's like a different sort of region out of it, probably.
Yeah, you can call it that way. And I guess if you want to do that, right, it would be an addition of a PMRC, like a PUBG Mobile Regional Clash. But like before this, like we had C and
SA.
C and SA, we had that before, and also C and the Chinese region as well. So if we could get that, this C and also the PMSL SEA, I think it'll be pretty nice. It feels like a whole.
What would you call it?
Well, I would still call it a PMRC. Oh, it's going to be long. PMRC PMSL versus PMCL. Wow, that's a mouthful.
Now that's funny though, because both coming up from Southeast Asia. Now, how do you want to name that sort of C versus CL? I guess.
Yeah, I guess that would be the SL versus CL. Okay, I think that would be pretty nice. SL versus CL. But actually, SL is also used in other regions like MENA and all that. So I don't know if it's. We need to find the right branding there to differentiate it.
Like, let me. Wildcard, I guess. PUBG PMSL versus Wildcard, I guess.
Yeah, back to the old name, right?
The old name is always the best.
That'll work as well. Because I would really like to see the current Genesis Esports going up against all these amazing teams in their current form as well. Because Genesis Esports, of course, they are crowned like what, 3 times in a row, including Wildcard and also the PMCL Era Championship. That is an insane record. Even Alter Ego couldn't even do it twice in a row, but Genesis Esports did it 3 times. That is crazy.
True, and especially it feels like they are the Altigo / Boom from the World Cup region, right? Like we do have World Esports as well, but I don't know how they actually fare when it comes to this season. It will be interesting to have the top 8 of versus against the top 8, because I want to see when it comes to the World Cup, the best standard to measure when it comes to the entirety of Southeast Asia is combining it into one, where the best versus the best. Because might be, who knows, like one day we have all these Southeast Asia under one banner of PMSL, including all the ones that actually in the World Cup region.
Yeah, I would like to see that again, you know, back to the old days whereby you clump everyone from Southeast Asia together. I think that'll be pretty interesting. But yeah, for now, the format is as it is, but hopefully in the future we get a big party gathering here. And I think the PMRC is a really good idea for that to happen. But for these teams, now of course, if they want that to somewhat happen, they have to qualify onto the PMWC. So the slot to PMWC will be big for this edition of the PMSL.
true, and that's where it just too much. Just now, just to recap the interview against Putra, right? Since we do have a bit of a pause here, the players seems to be trying to get themselves into the lobby right now. Now, I never seen Putra that devastated ever before in my entire life. Yes, he's a bit shy when it comes to having an interview, but I've never seen him that devastated. You can see the disappointment with his own performance and his own team. It feels like they're still trying to find something that works for the entirety of PUBG.
Yeah, you're right. I kind of get the sense like during the interview is like when he says keep supporting us, and you know whatever happens just keep supporting us. You know that the way he says it feels like they're not really confident of their own chances of moving on to the next stage. So that's a little bit worrying for, you know, a team that may be able to surprise us if they get to Super Sunday, and if they do well in the Super Sunday, they could still probably make it.
There's going to be a lot of work to do. One thing for sure that we're doing now, only top 16 will get through the grand finals. Now, we talked about the entirety of week 1, week 2. We tally up the numbers, right? Since they haven't, the teams that actually did not get into a Super Sunday yet, they have to double the effort even during Super Sunday. We're talking about around 40 points, possibly, that's needed by the end of the day.
Yeah, so that will of course be a lot of work if they get into the Super Sunday. And like what Putra says, focus on to getting into the Super Sunday, then to think about like collecting the league standing points. And that same goes for a lot of the other teams who have not touched the Super Sunday at all. But let's begin our week number 3. Here we go. It's going to be Sanhok, round number 1.
Marching into our first map. This will be our last map of Sanhok when it comes to... Not last map. Third last map before we're heading to last jumps. Because we have very few Sanhok map, which means the entire week we only have 5 more Sanhok map. That's it. That's done. For the entire, including the Super Sunday, by the way. So keep your eyes out. This means a lot of teams will try to get more eliminations, because this is sort of a very small map, heavily dependent on the circle. As long as the team moves with the circle, they will gain at least a couple of points here. So it's so important and crucial for the teams that never get into Super Sunday, or even the teams that never get a chicken here.
Yes, and since we reshuffled the groups, so hopefully the teams will be able to find a sanctuary inside of Sanhok without clashing to other teams early. And so far so good. Even inside of Sami, 7-9 has the Sami area for themselves, so I don't see any other team close enough to challenge them, so they should be okay. And Hatin, Hatin sometimes is a battleground, but this time only RRQ is there. So it's going to be open space for them to play with as well. So I guess we're probably not going to see an early drop spot clash. Maybe the clash will happen after the first rotation from the loot.
When it comes to that first clash, high chance it's going to be around the bridge camping area again if the teams want to cross over Cloud. Because we do know there's going to be a lot of teams, because we had so many Chem Alpha sort of circle, and a lot of teams happen to be heavily also loving the left side of this map as well. But since we talked about the main peninsula is back to where it's supposed to be, the circle will be quite generous this time. Yes, it's great for the teams that actually got themselves the big island, but the one that actually on the left side now, there'll be a lot of choke points down there.
Yeah, I would normally say that if the circle is on the main peninsula, it's easier for Chem Alpha people to move on to main peninsula rather than the main peninsula moving on to Chem Alpha, because you're like big to small rather than small to big, so your area of play is a little bit more. Hence, it should be okay for teams like RRQ and also Alter Ego to be able to move through. Of course, it's all about the timing and maybe what will happen with 15 other teams, but for the most part, they will have a bit more space to play with as compared to other teams coming to them.
Speaking of coming and going, well, you did mention the fact that it's going to be a peaceful start here, but when it comes to stage number 2, that's where things get a bit feisty. But we do witness a circle. There's a high chance. I don't know if we never seen Paradise Resort Circle yet by far, right? For the entirety of the tournament in Sanhok.
Well, now since we got this kind of circle, then the possibility is there. And if it's there, well, this area would have been wishing that they were playing since it's a regular drop slot. But yeah, it is what it is. It's taken by other teams instead. So this area not like they're too worried about their campaign so far. They've been doing very, very well.
Yeah, well, speaking of which, they are at number 1. When we talked about number 1, but the point is not too big of a gap. We're talking about the overall league standings, by the way. The accumulation of week 1 and week 2 Super Sundays. And it's still a huge advantage when it comes to getting those 30 points in hand. Now, also speaking of which, you mentioned about the teams that's not worried. I'd probably say up to maybe even 8th place. Definitely not worried when it comes to getting to the grand finals. But speaking of great VIP, they had the interview today. Things just really rough for them. PIGMY also one knockdown. I think that's going to be exchange of the trade. But for Team Secret, next one is going to be 2. This is crucial for great VIP.
Yeah, crucial for Team Secret as well because they need the points to be in Super Sunday. Good start for Team Secret, but not so good for Crit VIP. Caught up by Team Secret on this high ground while they made their rotation. And with 2 players left in start-off, it's going to be hard for Crit VIP to score big in round number 1. So I guess it's a matter of getting as many placement points as possible for themselves and look forward to the next round.
Oh, we have another one. We can see a lot of teams that can see they're putting so much hard work and effort trying to force a fight here, including PEA even. But the problem is Achul hiding himself very well behind the rock. But TALON fighting against Sem9 on the different side of the map. Unfortunately, Sem9 quite early being eliminated. I don't know what's the trend here, but both Malaysian teams not doing so well here right now.
Yeah, we didn't even get to see what happened on screen. So hopefully we get a replay later on just to find out like what exactly happened to Sem9 because it is very, very early for them to be eliminated in this way. But speaking about the Malaysian teams, looks like YOODO 0-2, Jumper knockdown as well. All the early casualties are on the Malaysian side.
Questionable, honestly. Maybe I think the entire region, I'm sorry I'm being very critical here, but at the same time it feels like very lackluster for the Malaysian region when it comes to this season. I don't know what happened. Even PEA had a really good run week 1, but hopefully they actually made a bit of a change. But speaking of Crit VIP, from the pen to the fire, next they're trying to find himself a bit of a heavenly roast there, even though they're being burned before. But GEEK fam lost 2 men now. There's going to be 2 bleeding out, but didn't actually execute him just yet. The last member of GEEK fam nowhere to be found. They finally arrived, but I think that was Sonic down to 1 HP. Never mind, they eliminated Crit VIP. I have to say, Bill is a really good player.
Well, Bill definitely is a standout player for Crit VIP, no doubt about that. And they happen to clash with a GEEK fam who is kind of having a struggling campaign. Now, one active player left for GEEK fam. Damru take it out. So I wonder what else can GEEK fam come up with this round. And Team Secret happened to come by. Bill knocked down, eliminated by the nade. GEEK fam eliminated without any points at all. And now it's only Putra left against Team Secret.
It's gonna be Team Secret winning this big. This might be the jump that they need, and they won, and they got it. It's gonna be Team Secret secures 2 teams. Not really 2 teams. It was actually the same team they were fighting against just now. YOODO 0-2 might actually share the same fate here. Speaking of, it's a whole stack of you get what I mean.
Yeah, I mean the Malaysian fans will be pretty sad with this kind of start. Now it's only down to PEA representing the Malaysian region in this round. But let's check out what's up with Vampire Esports and BTR. BTR below Vampire Esports. Okay, nice clear spray onto Zaxi. One last hit is needed, but Zaxi, thanks to the tree, he is A-OK.
For how long that tree will cover him as the nade being dropped. It was a straight perfect one, Tony K. Didn't feel like he's putting any effort at all with that kind of toss just now. Helped by Fluke coming out from the side, but Luxy will be rushed in by the rest of Vampires. Here comes a warning. Nade coming out from the side of Tony K and the rest of Vampires just now trying to isolate their knockdown members for BTR. Well, we do have Alter Ego now approaching to a side of camp fighting and nobody actually bridge camping. The circle might end up right on top of Bun where PA and PIGMY already at.
Yeah, so the 2 residents of Camp Alpha Island, RRQ and Alter Ego, managed to make their way across to the main peninsula, so they're okay. But we're back onto BTR versus Vampire Esports. At BTR, they lost Zaxi, we saw that earlier on. And Vampire Esports, they're not done yet. Their next target is probably going to be Satar.
Well, they isolate one and try to knock on one and then isolate another and just break the entire formation of BTR. Across the other side, we do have TALON. I think you definitely heard this audio cue coming up from the hand grenade explosion here just now. Forward to the side of Team Secret. EA next against PIGMY. I mean, this is stage number 2. This is where all the fights happening at the same time.
Oh, here we go with PIGMY now 2 down. PA seems to be winning the fight. But IQOO together with 10, let's see what they can come up with on the other side. Mizi tosses a nade across and it knocks down 10. IQOO is going to be the last man standing. PEA looks like they might win this, but no! IQOO came with a clutch! How did that happen? There were 2 of them for PEA! Oh! 5 teams eliminated. The first 5 teams eliminated are from the Malaysian region.
There's no more Malaysian teams there for the fans. Hopefully they won't be that disappointed. Maybe they're just warming up, but hopefully it won't be that detrimental for the side of the Malaysian teams. But next we do have TALON versus the side of Empires. It's going to be a 3-way war. It's BTR on the other side as well. Fluke on the other hand. Nobody can revive him, but at the same time they do have the space. It's just a bit too far from them to reach out. Stone spotted out Satar. Satar been eyed by Stone for quite some time now, but I'm not sure how he managed to flee by. But hey, low alter ego. Here comes the third party.
Thanks for you on top of this high ground. But won't get a good clear shot on the Stone, so Stone should be A-okay. As for now, BTR, heavy casualty on their side, only Satar left. And you can see that Satar is in trouble now. Vampire Esports will not let it go easy.
Well, nothing is easy. Here comes Satar, still going a shotgun fight between these two. Stone being stoned down by that shotgun just now. Vampires will be the next one to be eliminated, but at least they score himself 2 eliminations. Yeah, we're down to only 10 teams, but it's still stage number 2.
Oh man, only stage 2, 10 teams left. This round is insane here. And even BTR, what a powerhouse, is only left with Satar left. Still holding on to his ground strongly, but look at the amount of teams around him. Alter Ego and TALON. Where is Satar going to go now? At least the good news for him is that he has the circle to buy time with.
You do know, in case you guys don't know, I think this Satar means the Satar food, right? I think. Have you eaten Satar before?
Yes.
It's quite tasty, so he can eat his Satar in there without being harmful now. That's cringe, but sorry guys, a bit lame. But on the side of Alter Ego, I mean, the only house they haven't checked between those 3 shacks is gonna be that one. Yep, they scored a 1. Hans for you is back here going aggressive on the start of BTR. There's 6 eliminations, but how much did Alter Ego score? Pretty much a good start here.
Yeah, fun fact, so Satar is his kind of rebranded name. He used to be known as just Star back in the day of the GDGITS, but I guess he found a newfound love for Satar. That's why he put it as his name. Yeah, but anyway, just to add on, so if you see a Satar less, it's also a tribute to Starless, which is the CEO of BTR. So fun fact for you guys out there.
Nothing about the food then. Probably.
We can confirm that again. Hopefully, Miss Bo can ask it in one of the interview questions.
Hopefully. I don't even think Miss Bo knows what Satar means, but maybe if you guys want to check it out, it's one of the Southeast Asian cuisine that you can actually try it out, like satay and stuff like that. It's pretty much sounds very similar but very different. But speaking of the teams across the board, 6 coming up from TALON. TALON seems like they are on a roller coaster, right? We talked about them in a last chance stage. They were brilliant, they were phenomenal, and then they just shut down entirely during this Super Sunday. Now they're coming back with a different perspective.
Yeah, as long as they can get into the grand finals, I guess that's the main objective for now. If you are able to gather extra bonus points, then I guess that's a nice bonus to have. But if not, then I think TALON should be pretty content with their current performance.
Now it's going to be a bit of a calm before a storm here. Oh, never mind. The moment we said it's calm, that's where the gunfire start to shoot around, giving some warning signs by the teams probably coming out from Team Secret, who scored themselves also 4 eliminations. A lot of 4 up there. Alter Ego, PIGMY, Team Secret all scored 4, while the most actually dominating here is going to be TALON. But if TALON were to find Team Secret now, I do know TALON is not in dire need for the points to get into the grand finals, but Team Secret on the other end is a different story.
Yeah, between TALON and Team Secret, obviously Team Secret is the one that's way more desperate to gain points to be in Super Sunday. decent start for them with the 4 points collected, though they have 1 casualty, but it's okay. It's a decent start for Team Secret. For the other teams, let's see here. The Infinity 0 points still, Team Flash 0 points still, but since they were in Super Sundays before, so I guess it's not too bad for these two teams.
True. But they still need another extra Super Sunday. And like we mentioned, I don't know, by the end of the day when it comes to the Super Sunday, the minimum amount of point, it's gonna be, you have to get all 3 Super Sundays. That's well, at least 2 of them. 2 of them. Right? Right now, that just, never mind, we're gonna hold it for a bit because MORPH is coming to the side of NKT. 0, reposition, would say, coming on the other side to try to box in, but NKT will not walk into the trap. They spot that one out to go for the far flank. That was a fast reaction coming up from Triple F.
And Triple F with the DBS in the compound, still within the zone. Pressures on the MORPH right now, tanking out the blue. But the circle did move all the way to the left side. And guess who's in there? Alter Ego has the circle, the powerhouse with the circle. You grant them the circle with 4 players. They could probably come up with a chicken dinner, but it's still early for us to tell. Let's put focus on what's going to happen here with Mr. Joe, my favorite IGN, on the rooftop.
Mr. Joe, can he actually do the miracle again for the side of NKT? This is his map, by the way. This is where all this magic actually works. But Hulk's being spotted out by the Goth. That's going to be a first knockdown, but they are quite deep in the blue zone. 360 meters apart from the safe zone, but Zero just finished it off. There's going to be 1 point secured, but Hulk, can anybody pick him up?
Yeah, greatest of time. We like the A there with the Goth, but anyway, now Mr. Joe. Tanking out the blue, looking for Zero. Zero's at the corner. Okay, spots Zero, but Zero spots him first. And he pulls the trigger on Mr. Joe. Mr. Joe out in the blue.
Now, of all the teams we mentioned before when it comes to the circle, never mind. Wait, that zone that's going to knock down on Zero. You overextend yourself at this point of the Sunhawk map. It's almost impossible to heal up on time. Spider 10 will try to chase out, trying to find a safe zone, but he's been chased by the blue as well. Now he got himself stuck down there, and there's not enough first aids, by the way. He tries to jump out in stage number 4. It's so painful. He'll be burned off, probably not alive from... he cannot get out from the blue zone now.
Yeah, and because of how tough the circle is for them, then it's going to be a real challenge here for MORPH. I mean, they only have Flippy now, and look at this, while he tries to travel in. 30k is there to take him out, and MORPH is out at number 9 with 4 elimination points collected in this round.
Next, you talked about Alter Ego get the domination of the circle. Of all the players out there and all the teams, it has to be the top teams out there. It just shows that these teams know how to read out the circle. They revise, they reassess the situation, they know exactly where to go next. Just shows how much analytics actually coming up from the coaching staff plus the players on that side. That's going to be the difference between them and the rest of the tier teams at the very bottom. But TALON, red face, a bit over reckless, a bit overexposed, being shot from behind probably by PIGMY. If he's actually giving his back toward the side of the teams he's fighting against just now.
Well, let's see what's going to happen here with Team Secret on the lower ground. But looks like not too much focus onto them. Maybe because the next circle is going to come up soon, so might as well focus on the next circle. And another hardship circle. This time it goes slightly up north, where RRQ and Team Flash is in there entirely. But I really love the spread by Alter Ego. So much circle control in stage 4.
So much confidence as well. It just shows that how confident they are with their firepower and individual skills regarding their survivability. That's just how different these teams are when it comes to their performance. Yeah, but speaking of performance, it's going to be fun. Alter Ego versus RRQ. Hexa's knocked down on Boychin and Alva. He's doing this by himself.
Well, RRQ prepared for it with a high ground advantage against the 2 members of Alter Ego. And Rosemary, together with Hans for You, nothing much they can do about this. They have to let their teammates go. So it's all about them playing on the other side of the circle instead. And hopefully they will still get the next stage.
Speaking of next stage, not many teams managed to squeeze in yet. There are a couple of teams still in the blue zone. And KT, I have to say, bit goodbye for now. It's going to be farewell. Not going to be enough yet. There you go. And KT, that's going to be 8th place for them with 7 teams still intact. Nobody actually having a full squad except for RRQ and PIGMY. PIGMY do have 1 knockdown, but RRQ, look at they go.
Yeah, RRQ now, the only team with full squad. And they seem to be having a good time right now inside of Sandhawk with the circle on their side as well. Let's see how far the next circle will go away from RRQ. But nevertheless, from their position coming down, it's not going to be that difficult since they do have the elevation, so they can scout up before deciding on where to move, depending on where the circle might go.
Speaking of next, Team Flashes are not inside of a circle here. TALON, YOODO. Looking at this, it's going to be tough unless he starts to run. The moment he jumps in, it's going to be only 1 HP left with PIGMY waiting at the other end. Team Secret is going to be a three-way wall. TALON nowhere to get in here. While Team Secret trying to just dominate and just capitalize over this elevations of the ground. Spotting out PIGMY players knocked down. This is the time for them to push in because with the help of RRQ, they can wipe the entire squad out. But how? Alter Ego still scores that one. Rosemary.
Man, it's the double MVP so far. Never disappoints for Alter Ego. He can pull anything out of hat for Alter Ego. And because of that, they score extra points. But let's see here. Wouldn't be too worried about Alter Ego considering how they've been performing. But for Team Secret, among these teams that are still alive, the only team that is the team that has not seen the light of the Super Sunday. Let's see if they can pull off a big one here against the powerhouses RRQ and Alter Ego.
Probably going to be their first chicken dinner as well if they can secure this map for this week, the final week, where, like you mentioned, they need to score it big since the start, from the start till finish. They have to make sure they maintain their consistency the entire day here. RRQ, on the other hand, start to migrate, knowing the fact they're still around 50 meters apart into the circle. It's not going to be a problem. But Infinity, they have been quiet all this while. They only got 1 elimination. Same goes for the side of Team Flash. You don't see a lot of them for the time being.
Well, we see a lot of them in the middle of the circle right now. I don't want to take over this compound. We got at least 3 teams inside of it together with RRQ. Team with a lot of firepower. Nopeko comes in, Gosu on the same house together with him. Logan's on the other house. Got tuning on his knees. Hands for you. We're knocked down break from Team Secret. The Bako went down to Gosu. Gosu, beautiful first shot.
10k. Down to only 2 first aids. Not going to be enough time. The Blues start to clip him alive. He need to run and jump. But Logan not being clipped down. But there's that hand grenade just being tossed around. It's going to be RRQ losing their members from behind. Now that's going to be only 5 teams left with Infinity left with only 2 players. ZK got flanked by Quanti. Another one finished off. Logan is going to be the last remaining members. Just cornered himself into one corner. Prepared with the DBS. All he needs to do and just wait out for anybody to open the door.
Yes, and the perfect weapon for him to have in this sort of situation. And the door might be open soon because there are a couple of players forced to be on the outside of the circle, and the blue will be on top of them. Okay, let's see. Oh, no mercy. He knows that Logan is there. Tries to find the perfect angle. But no mercy is really taking his time, and he definitely can.
There's no windows. Which angle? Oh, we definitely spot them out. Now, there you go. Logan, Snape giving away the position. Now, Ghost is just right across Logan as well. They're sharing the same shack here. That's not going to be great. Here comes open fire. The DBS fight by Logan. Can he just execute into 1 point? He did. At least they got themselves another point if he needed to go down. Is a clear view towards Quanti even. Here comes the name.
Well, not over yet, but hey, that is it. For Logan, I thought that he would kind of move away, but not in time. And he was eliminated. Circle-wise, he moved away from RRQ. Now they need to cross the road. And next challenge is going to be Team Flash. Alter Ego out at number 4, 6 eliminations. But the nade from Batman to knock down Snape. This is an opening for Team Flash.
And this is going to be the opening for Team Secret as well because they do have the numbers. But the moment Team Flash done with this, they definitely secured the eliminations. RRQ bow out at 3rd place. Well, it's going to be Team Secret first ever chicken dinner. But the problem is, and the question is, can they secure it?
Here we go. Team Secret, the team that's so desperate for points. 1 more to go. It should be a wrap up for Team Secret. Now only Conti left. Team Secret knows exactly where he is. Now he's going to come in from the other side with the DBS. Dancing around just to an M4 just to put pressure onto Conti. Conti now forced into this compound with nowhere to go, nowhere to run. He managed to get the knockdown to break. Oh, transit went down. Conti! He did it! Conti! Oh my god! Wait! Conti got it? He got it, Juju. He got it.
They
Oh,
were
no,
crying.
the clutch. How?
My God, what really happened just now? You can see the disappointment, the devastation, the frustration coming up from Team Secret. They botched it. How? We're looking at Team Secret. I think last we seen them quite alive. And what? How did that happen?
I am baffled by it. I was like, I need to look twice to be like, did Conti really get it?
It was 3v1.
3v1?
It was a 3v1.
They cornered him. He had nowhere to go. How? Man, Conti, this guy, insane.
Are you joking? This is not even funny. That was the only chance for Team Secret so far to get themselves the first chicken. And they botch it. That's going to be 4 points difference. That's big. That's huge. But still credits to the side of Conti. I don't know how he did it, but he done it anyway.
Oh, you think it's not even funny? Conti had the last laugh for sure. I had no idea how he did it. He was cornered. 3v1, you name it, you name everything. He was on the lower ground, everything was onto Team Secret. And at some point I was like, yeah, Team Secret will get it. It's like, yeah, you don't even need to see. It's like, we can switch the channel now. But no! You switch the channel, you miss an insane clutch. And between Team Secret and Team Flash, obviously Team Secret, they need a lot of points.
Honestly, I feel like that's quite traumatizing for the side of Team Secret, but nonetheless, Gosu, this is well-deserving MVP, but also we have to give it to Conti, man. He's the one that clutched it up for the entire team. He was a 1v3.
I don't know what I did, what I just watched. It is crazy. It is insane now. Yeah, I mean, Gosu statistic-wise, yeah, cool MVP, but you know, I think everyone knows, Conti deserves the MVP for this. Can't take it away from him.
Even our camera crew just now did not expect that based on the players' reaction. All eyes focus on Team Secret. And the camera just shows the emotionally overwhelming Team Secret. Their frustration was just not describable by words.
Yeah, the fact that they are desperate for points, but gotta give it to Team Secret as well. Just look at their full squad time, only 7 minutes 38 seconds, but they're still able to make it to second place and could have been a chicken dinner, but that just had to happen. And other than that, of course, yeah, RRQ, Alter Ego, the big boys definitely have to be here as well. But in case you guys missed it, we gotta show you what happened here in our recap.
Honestly, even after I watched that replay, I'm still confused. I'm very confused, man.
I'm absolutely baffled. Like, what happened there? I mean, okay, cool. Congratulations, Team Flash, 17 points. Those points should have went to Team Secret. Not gonna lie there. But sorry, Team Secret. I don't know how you guys botched it, but yeah, that just had to happen.
That's one of the biggest botches the entire season. I'm not gonna lie. Even last season, we don't have something like that. That's something remarkably outstanding and perplexing at the same time. Now, we do have 4 teams ended up with a 0, unfortunately, all coming up from the same region. And we talked about 5 at the very bottom. 7-9, GEEK, YOODO, 2PA, Grip, VIP with a 2. Well, we do have Vampires. Well, Vampires do have their ups and downs. And KT still in the middle pack. These are the teams that's not really concerned regarding their grand finals anyhow.
Yeah, I agree. I second that again. That is the botch of the season.
Probably.
That should not have happened. That should never have happened. That is crazy. I am still... Oh, man. But anyway, so overall rankings... obviously, because it's only game number 1, so the overall rankings will still remain the same like what you saw earlier on in the match rankings. Other notable numbers up here is that, unfortunately, the Malaysian teams are all stacked up down there from Crit VIP to 7-9, number 12 to number 16. So it's definitely hard to watch for the Malaysian fans.
Yep, somebody need to high five all the players' faces, probably, just to give them a bit of a wake-up call, because it feels like the entire region, which is going to be Malaysia right now, in a slumber. They don't really wake up knowing the fact that it's going to be the final week here. Now, we do have Team Secret Break versus... should be Conti, but yeah, go see it is. But still, damage-wise, you have to give it to the side of Break. Break did so much work, but it's just to finish things off. It just didn't work out for Team Secret then.
Ah, man, that will be the mystery of the season, Chucho. But anyway, if any credit would be given to Team Secret, at least is the damage output here, 2,106. Way ahead of even Talon, 1,433, followed by Team Flash, 1,344, and BTR, 1,237. Interesting enough that RRQ is actually not in the list.
Yeah, usually they would be, but probably because they were quite far apart from the circle coming up from the north just now, they don't really having too much contenders to actually fight against, so they cannot even give some damage output by the end of the day due to there's nobody else out there for them to shoot, except for trees. But trees don't really count, by the way, Clown. So I guess it is what it is.
Well, it is what it is for Team Secret as well. I mean, that is the mystery of the season. I have absolutely no idea. That is so hard to explain. I wish, okay, this is my wish. So Miss Bo, if you're somehow hearing this in this stream, please get somebody from Team Secret for the halftime interview. I want to know what happened.
I personally worried if this will affect them about their motivation or their drive throughout the entire day here. Hopefully they are mentally prepared for this week's challenges for the side of Team Secret, but I just hope they can reset and rebound themselves from that last loss, because it seems like they still got second place. It was a big one, guys.
Well, I mean, if you want to be the professionals that you are, you need to be able to overcome all these mental challenges to them. So yeah, let's see if Team Secret can at least be consistent, even though if they don't score a chicken dinner, but if they're able to be consistent enough, they could still be seeing the light of Super Sunday.
See the light and reach out the light is two different things, but we're gonna have to wait and see. And speaking of trying to touch the light and just see it, whether it's far, you can still see the light though. We talked about the teams. Okay, we're back towards our Super Sunday top kick, right? Realistically speaking, okay, the minimum points that needed for the entry towards the grand finals here, how much would you think it would be?
Well, if you want to ask as of now, of course, it's just to overcome VOIN Donkeys, which is 26. But of course, it depends if VOIN Donkeys enter or not. If they don't enter, then it's easily 26 is the bare minimum.
Speaking of VOIN, They're not playing here today, if I'm not mistaken. So it's already an advantage for the teams that's not playing here today because they get to see and revise regarding all the Group A. Like Group B is actually the biggest advantage in Week 3, honestly, from my opinion. I mean, like, it depends on the players as well. Because of how they get to see all the other teams play first, and they get to play last in the group stage as well. So they kind of get the time to revise regarding the rotations and the strategy of all the other teams, whether they change their drop spot or whether they change any of their second checkpoints, and then try to imply it when they are playing.
Yeah, whatever it is always good to play the last day. So at least you will still have control over your destiny rather than you become the vampire of week number 1. You have absolutely no control of what D-Xavier is going to do until they became D-Xavier.
So much tragedy this season, honestly speaking, since week 1 until now. There's just too much for us to just try to break it down for you guys, what really happened throughout the entirety of this league. But this season is definitely one of the most interesting because there's so many weird chicken dinners. There's so many devastating chicken dinners as well for the teams. Some of them not even happy they got themselves first place, these Xaviers. And speaking of the others, now I don't think Team Secret even want to take the interview later on, if even being offered them there.
Well, I guess we need to see. I mean, for us at the Casters, that obviously the host is probably not listening to us, that we can only hope and wish for. Of course, if I were to get the chance, then definitely I'll try to get someone from Team Secret. And if you gotta think about it as well, I don't think Team Secret has ever been interviewed, so it'd be nice to hear it from their team as well. Like, you know, how do they sound like? Like, give every team a chance to be on the stage.
We had some interviews from Team Flash. We had definitely from the Xavier. Speaking of the Vietnam region as a whole, I agree, never had anybody from Team Secret to interview, and Roy too. Did we ever had Roy?
To the best of my goldfish memory, no as well. So I guess, maybe whichever team that has not had an interview before, it would be nice to at least give them a shot at an interview. Like Crit VIP, I remember that they did put up a couple of players to interview. Before this was Iron Pro, and today it's Putra. So yeah, they had a couple of chances. So hopefully we get to hear it from every other team too.
Yeah, especially when it comes to the final week here, we do want to see how they're actually trying to face their tribulations when it comes to so much pressure into the final week with no Super Sunday, that kind of pressure in your mind, plus you have to perform in every single map to make sure that you will make it through the Super Sunday. And then a Super Sunday pressure is a different thing entirely because they haven't scored any Super Sunday points yet.
Yeah, I mean, Super Sunday is definitely the key, and that will be our main topic for today, since for the week actually, since it is the last week of the regular season. So that's definitely something that will be on the minds of all these players. Super Sunday, that is. Except for maybe like if you're like the top team. Well, if you're the top team, your objective of being the Super Sunday is just to collect points to gain the best head start points as possible in the grand finals, and that's pretty much about it. So the pressure in terms of that is much lesser as compared to just trying to qualify for the grand finals.
At the top for the top teams, it's definitely going to be who will snatch away the title for this season, because we do know Boom will try as best as they can to defend their title, while I'll try to take it back. They did have the interview last week. I think you went there for the Super Sunday, where they did mention regarding I think it was probably Rosemary, who actually mentioned they don't really mind whoever actually got the championship title anyway, as long as it comes back to the Indonesian region. But I do want to see, won't any other regions kind of being challenged by that statement? We talked about, used to be one of the best out there, it's going to be also the Thais. We talked about Vampires, one of the best in the world, but when it comes to Southeast Asian League, they still have some challenges to face again. And also FaZe Clan, always in the middle pack, the top tier teams, but still around the middle pack. And also these Xaviers, won't they actually say something about this as well?
Yeah, FaZe Clan and also I would say YOODO Alliance in the mix, right? Like both of these teams, they're always up there, but they have not won a major championship before. So it's like almost there, but not there sort of situation. So these two teams, if any team were to win the title this year, and if it was a fresh team, I would say that these two teams, probably it's time for them to win something for themselves.
True to that. I have to rewatch what really happened in last Sunhawk map just to confirm what really happened. But speaking of which, that definitely gonna push the momentum coming up from the side of Team Flash with the last chicken dinner team who got himself the Sunhawk map. But for the side of Team Secret, this is not the time for them to just bury themselves deep into it. This is the time for them to climb up and reclaim their lost chicken dinner just now. The same goes for the team, especially the Malaysian teams. They're being eliminated quite early. Can they make a difference when it comes to the first Erangel map of the day? This is where things start to happen. Let's just fly into Erangel.
Flying into Erangel it is, ladies and gentlemen, and here we go. So it's going to be Erangel number 1 out of our 3 Erangels. Flight path is going to be on the southern side. So starting from the left side of hospital towards the area where Novo is at. So pretty much Yasnaya onwards is going to be quite a distance for the team to travel. And that includes Team Flash and also Talon, who normally have to drop it to Yasnaya. They need to drop somewhere in the middle, grab a vehicle, and head to their regular drop spot.
Okay, I just watched that one once more. It was a remarkable play by PUBG, honestly, just now. He was in they were in 3 different angles. He managed to clutch it casually with his DBS. And super fast reflex as well, and sharp when it comes to getting those targets down. Now, this is definitely going to boost themselves up, but we do know, you mentioned about the circle, about the flight path. We had a lot of unusual circles when it comes to the side of Erangel so far. Vampires dropping as usual. We do not see any teams potentially get themselves first few clashes here, but high chance you might see some gun shooting on top of South Jogopo even, or maybe on top of probably, I don't know, if Pachinki will be interested by some teams down there.
Pachinki, interesting. Team Flash is there, but I do expect them to like grab a vehicle and maybe go on to Yasnaya to continue to loot. But you know what else interests me is actually PEA. So they're a team that normally has to drop at the corner, and they happen to drop in Gaka area, and happen to be the circle is there, so going to be a different strategy for PA. But we're going to move focus 7-9, who had an early elimination earlier on with Talon now.
7-9 do land themselves a couple of pistols, and there's going to be a lot of shotgun play when it comes to the early skirmishes between these two teams. 7-9 need to get themselves back up for the feet there, but they didn't score any eliminations just now, and UI down on the ground with a misery. Shot down on his face. It's going to be around the staircase there. A rat face finish off that. Kenny will try to retaliate and fight back, but there will be enough or not. Kenny with a pistol. Shot down YOODO, get him back. Who won that fight?
Okay.
Oh, no.
2 rounds in a row now for 7-9. I hope that this is not a sign that it would affect the other Malaysian teams as well, because it came like back to back like a domino effect for them. As for Talon, nobody went out entirely and they can reset, so perfect start for Talon.
Yep, on the side of 7-9, they did actually have 3 knocked down for the last one, but didn't actually translate it into 1 point early on. Oh, 7-9. But 7-9 is not that concerning regarding their league overall rank. They're pretty okay. They're pretty much in the top 5 still. They got every single Super Sundays. So it's something that's just trying to, probably 7-9 is trying to work things out, knowing the fact that Grand Final is going to hit them very soon, which is going to be next week. So they're probably trying to work out a strategy that's still under the experimenting process for their side there.
Whatever it is, like what you said, yeah, I wouldn't be too worried about 7-9. But of course, 7-9 being one of the biggest fan base in the Malaysian region, even if like objectively we're not too worried about them, but the fans, I'm sure they wouldn't be too happy about that sort of performance. But for PA, they will be sharing Severny with YOODO 02. Okay, so PA dropping guard car, grab a vehicle, now went up north to Severny, and they normally like to play like by those edges of the map sort of drop spot. But we're also going to highlight Kwang here. I would have preferred to see the stat for Conti, not gonna lie, but yeah, Kwang is one of the OG players around, and his best year was when he played with SLD or Shine Like Diamond.
Yeah, I agree. And I mean, like, I was a bit sad during that time when SLD kind of split up their roster. Some of the players going in here, some of them actually merge with another player, but we do have the background in trouble here. Crit VIP, as usual, Bill's always the one that saved the day for the side of Crit VIP.
Yeah, lucky enough he came by, and now he'll be able to save his other teammates. So they'll be back as a 4, while RRQ, they lost 1 player. So at least this time is an okay start for Crit VIP. But look at Snape. Is he traveling towards them? I don't think so. Yeah, probably going to let that one go for now. Or maybe not. I don't know yet. Because Snape is still around.
Snape. Hexa spots out with a mini 14. Oh, that shot. How?
Oh.
Newbie is shot from afar. Now that's the sniper that we've been looking forward to, that we haven't seen for quite some time. Quite sharp set of eyes. Rosemary actually always the one that execute that kind of distance multiple times here. You don't see that a lot coming up from a different team, but Crave VIP, that might actually be their strength. They will play into it.
Yeah, they know they have an advantage now because they took out one member of RRQ and they're going to go on to Hexas, taking him out. The other members of RRQ scattered around. Looks like Snape is going to try to get a form of revenge, but because he's all alone, and now that he has reviewed his position, so he has to relocate himself now.
Speaking of relocating, there's going to be heavy casualty on the side of RRQ with only 2 players left. Snape and the other partner will have to figure out how to survive with only 2 players over the side. On the side of Great VIP, at least it's not a domino effect for the entirety of the Malaysian teams. Close enough. But Sam now will be the only one that are being eliminated right now, not being fully pursued by the side of Crit VIP, just like how we saw early on.
Yeah, so at least Crit VIP, okay start for them, not too bad. But for the record as well, in the Sign Hall match, Crit VIP got 2 eliminations before they were eliminated. Now, I'm not saying that it might happen again, but, you know, gotta remain calm. But here we go. This is the replay from the previous fight. And it was the Baker who got the 2 knockdowns back to back, but thanks to the support fire from afar, the Baker got knocked down and the rest was history.
I think you mentioned regarding PA in week number 1, they are playing into their strength regarding positions. I think the same goes should be by the side of Crit VIP, 1 step at a time. Even though it's in the final week, they cannot force a CQC because we don't see best outcome of CQC coming from the side of Crit VIP. So far, what we've seen, their strengths is definitely going to play the long distance fight. If they can actually play into that, that will probably give them the opportunity to get into the Super Sunday.
Yeah, maybe. You get a first knock advantage and then you follow up. What I really like based on that replay is also the support fire by Crit VIP. So I think they position themselves well when it comes to taking those kind of fights. And maybe those fights were kind of unintentional as well, but they were always prepared for, like, in case anything happens. And if that's the strength that the Crit VIP has identified, I would really love to see more of that.
Hopefully we get to see, definitely, especially when it comes to Marama map. That's going to be where they should put their strength in. But Team Secret, since they got themselves the last chicken in with a big clutch. Since they flunked the chicken just now with a big clutch coming up from Team Flash. Hopefully they are not a bit too reckless this time. There's going to be NKT, another team they should look out for, because we do know when it comes to firepower, they do have it. It's all about timing and sometimes just a bit of position that they have a bit of issue with. What a nice bait just now. So was actually creeping from behind. He got distracted by the vehicle just now for the side of NKT.
Yeah, I really love the distraction strategy there. And it worked out for them, scoring their first point this time. And NKT looks like they're going to leave Team Secret for now, since the circle did move away anyway. And we're going to see a guard cast circle. And in the middle of it, got Crit VIP, MORPH, Team Flash, a GEEK fam as well, came from Barry Pier. And they're all within the circle now. So it's a matter of where will Team Secret go next. But it's not about the front, it's now also about the back. That PIGMY is behind them.
Yep, Team Secret have to be aware to already cook up the nade, hoping it will land on the team that's trying to force themselves into where they stand here. A couple of rock to take covers, but that's going to be the only structures around them right now. But Strong's on the ground. PIGMY aggressively just pushing in, and Dimsy will have a bit of a trait, but it's down to 10. Even 10 is down. IQOO cannot give support fire from this angle. There's nothing that he can see from here. But the rest of the side of PIGMY, it's not going to be a problem for them to just save DMZ as long as they got himself vehicles. The side of Team Secret, on the other hand, Break cooking up the nade. Namki would give support fire across the other side of the island. But for Break, he's been cooking it for quite some time now.
Oh, here we go. Toss it across. And the Break with the first knockdown. Okay, one more to go. Break gotta be careful. 50% of health left for Break. He does have cover fire from Namcube from the high ground behind him. But he has to move in aggressively to finish up the fight. Because now the reset is happening. He could be outnumbered if he allows that to happen.
And Break with the blues are coming in as well. Namcube will actually be on his vehicle. Already just arrived. But will be enough. PIGMY now eating that nade straight up front. PIGMY on the shotgun trying to play ring around Rosie with the players of Team Secret. It's going to be tough. They need to play with the angles, but have to be extra careful and vigilant regarding the Blazers. Start to close in. They will be burned off alive. Billboard, the last player standing for PIGMY. Turning things around, but Namki already prepared himself. The DPS and Team Secret bounce back.
5 eliminations now for Team Secret, though heavy casualty on their side, but at least the 5 eliminations, this might be crucial for them in their pursuit for the Super Sunday. Now it's a matter of getting into the circle, and we're going to see Stage 3 circle coming soon. The last we saw a lot of teams in the middle of the circle, so with this kind of timing, maybe Team Secret might want to consider coming in a little bit later, but hopefully they have enough healing utilities to tank out the blue. They want to play that sort of strat.
Speaking of tanking out, this is going to be the team that's not that much worried when it comes to the blue zone. MORPH. If he's not being careful for Zero, there's going to be alter ego players on the other side of the map. We do know Rosemary is pretty sharp with his taps from afar. I have to say Rosemary pretty much excel in every single battle that he actually gets. In CCT, in a mid-range, in a long-range sniping. Now, he can actually do everything.
Wow. And speaking about Rosemary and everything, they got the circle again. Just like the Sanhorn match, the circle pulled towards their area. And I really love their spread again. 2 players on the Gacha Mountain, giving a lot of vision to the other team members of Alter Ego. They're pretty much in a good spot right now. And KT passed by, and they're looting whatever that's left from PIGMY and also Team Secret. And also they got to play the entering the circle a little bit later strategy as well.
As long as they got themselves the points there, it's going to be enough for them to just play a bit of a survival game on the side of Team Secret. Also, we saw the last time PIGMY players do have quite a number of loots, so it's going to be a huge upgrade on the side of Team Secret. At the time being, BTR spotted out the rest of Team Flash. Here comes a migration, where it's not the greatest migration yet. We're still in stage number 3, but entering 4 very soon. BTR spotted out the migration of Team Flash, and Alter Ego waiting at the other end. RQ is behind BTR. Well, BTR just spot himself quite a comfy compound, but if there's another team or probably 2 teams rushing at the same time, it's going to be difficult still for the side of BTR.
Playing in the middle of the circle, BTR, Team Flash as well. It's going to get a bit crowded here. Just waiting for the other teams to pass by. GEEK Fam as well, somewhere in the middle of the circle. They had the middle of the circle even before, but a little bit of an exposed position to go soon. Nice long range to knock down Mika, one of the top fraggers. But the good news is that at least it's a long range. But I'm looking at the minimap as well, and Team Flash, they just sent 1 player out to flank from behind.
Team Flash definitely has been varying their tactical when it comes to the week 3. A bit flourishing performance, yeah. Do see quite a different approach this time for the side of GEEK Fam. Mika bleeding out, but nobody trying to reach out. Finally, he's back up on his feet, but Sonics, they are quite spreading out for the side of GEEK Fam. They're being taken by surprise. It's going to be trouble for the side, and they didn't score any eliminations, yes, for the last one either, I think, from what we know. But Infinity definitely distracted with Team Flash's audio queue fires. Talon, I don't know what happened to Talon's side, honestly.
Yeah, not too sure. We didn't get them on screen, but we still do have GEEK Fam on screen. So since we do have them on screen, just a little bit of a team news. Izane will not be playing today because he is unwell. So that's also the reason why Sonics, the substitute player, is playing from the start today. So hopefully Isaiah will be able to recover himself since it's a crucial week for GEEK Fam.
Talon, Crit VIP. back to a sort of PA. Now, I don't think it works anymore for PA to rotate late, but they want to try to find a week pretty much almost the same how they played week number 1. And that's why I think Talon caught himself in a trap just now. It was a triangle fight between BTR, Talon, as well as PA. But the circle of all the times here, I don't know how Alter Ego rotate, just get into almost the center of the circle every single time. Same goes for the side of RIQOO. The Indonesian teams is so good at reading the circles.
But if you ask me personally, I always put that is you position where that you're comfortable in, and then you play around wherever the circle is at, rather than kind of hoping that the circle favors you. So happen the circle does, and yeah, they will definitely make the most out of it. But for Talon, okay, no circle so far, no problem for them, as they so far having the upper hand against Grid VIP.
Here comes MORPH Zero down on the ground stone, holding the positions. And Tony K tried to stop them from entering, but he ate that nade right across the door just now. Fluke will have to reset. Stone's pretty low himself, down to only Fluke to make the play here. 1v2 and get the entirety of MORPH with very low HP. Close enough, but unfortunately on the side of Empires, they only scored 1 out of that.
So Vampires out as well, fairly early elimination for them. But good for MORPH. 4 eliminations. Nice defense there. But speaking of defense, we're back onto Crypt VIP defending their ground against Talon. But actually both teams on the outside of the circle. So it's more of like nobody's really defending, but both need to be on the offensive side.
Speaking of offensive, Crypt VIP not trying to take this very reckless. Just trying to be as meticulous as they can. Spot out Misery in the car. The nade will try to pressure and it connects to its side of TV. Yuri drop a big one, but still not going in for the push, knowing the fact that Creative VIP have multiple layers of support fire in the line. Now that's going to be difficult for Talon to spot them out with the bunkers around the side of Creative VIP, but they will force it out anyhow. Yoru knows exactly where he tossed the previous nade, and Naxo will try to give the pressure on Yoru reposition, and Bill knocks down. This is trouble for Creative VIP.
Yeah, it's time to move as well for both teams. Now that the blue will be upon them very, very soon. With FaZe, swing on the other side. Talon now with a close quarters combat. Yoru jumps in. Yoru gets 1. Yoru gets 2. Looking for the other members of Grid VIP. 1 more to go on the other side. That's going to be Iron Pro. He tries to get away, but look at the minimap. So many teams close by.
There's still a lot of teams in the blue zone. Yeah, I definitely agree. The moment they're done with the blue zone, the moment they're done with the fight, it's going to be a lot of teams that have to cut across just to get into the center. Ultra, on the other hand, didn't score any eliminations, but he will try to survive as long as he need to. At least the team scored 2 eliminations by now. And KT just arrived, crashing straight into RQ. Well, YOODO to spot out by Team Flash. They're having a bit of a fight on the top of Gutcom Mountain.
Here we go, on top of Team Flash. And because of this elevation, they have the advantage against the members of Team Flash, a winning fight against them. 1 player out of Team Flash tries to get away. Let's see if he is on the lower ground though, but Kid is there together with him now. That's going to be Kwang. And this is going to be a very difficult position for him to play. Look at the amount of crosshairs of the Kwang. Nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. Team Flash out.
Totally been locked down just now on the side of Team Flash. Despite they got himself the last chicken dinner, now this time, at least it didn't go empty-handed. I assume, hopefully not. They didn't score any placement points by now, but Alter Ego BTR is still inside of the circle, with GeekFam might be gatekeeper the side of Alter Ego. YOODO to have to jump down from the Gutcom Mountain, knowing the fact the circle shifted away from them. BTR spot out, and KT, that's going to be Mr. Joe on the ground bleeding out, while Alter Ego to give some warning taps to the side of GeekFam.
NKT out. Let's not forget as well, NKT also seems to definitely need to get into Sunday. But same goes for PEA. Other players currently down. Talon is winning the fight so far. Misery will come in with the UMP as well. And look at the buggy just mowing PA.
Shredded into pieces here on the side of Talon right now as BA winning over this fight, leaving on red face left. Here comes the nade and he connects just a tiny bit more and he has to position himself, force himself slightly towards the blue zone, knowing there's another nade follow up through, but it's not coming from PA, it was actually from BTR.
Oh wow, BTR just had to be the third party that comes in to gain points for themselves, and now Kiddo, where is he gonna go? And at the same time, the blue is right behind him. He won't have time to heal up. Okay, he'll still take his chances. hoping for the smoke to give him as much cover as possible. But for him to save plays, it's going to be super duper hard.
It's going to be a big graveyard for Talon as well as PEA here. There's no way to break through Cloud. We're talking about how tight they're keeping it on leash this side of the circle on the side of BTR. And not just that, RIQ now approaching to it this side, probably. YOODO, I think that's going to be the last place standing. Not really, still having a full squad. But for PEA versus Talon, it's not done dusted yet. They're both moving in parallel direction. But BTR is just lurking around the corner. I feel like it's going to be super difficult for both Team Talon and PA to cut it through.
Well, looks like that's a confirmation that Blaze is out, taken out by BTR. So now PA only has one active player left. Talon, final player found out and eliminated. But they still brought home 9 elimination points this round. So not too bad for Talon, I must say. But it's going to be big here because stage 5 is going to close soon. And we got 4 teams on the left side of the circle. And when the circle goes away, it's going to be huge. But hey, look at that name onto the Infinity.
Infinity have nowhere to run nor hide, only to smoke the moment it clears up. It's going to be a clear view for the side of YOODO to clean it up. But GEEK fam going down with 0 points down there, except for the placement points, couple of it, probably. YOODO, despite the charge into Infinity, Tiger Axe and Logan still stand. They managed to reset a couple of players just now. But it's going to be the explosion of the vehicle between those two players. Down to 1v1 here.
And Logan, DBS gameplay through the smoke. Translated shot. But at the end of the day, it is going to be GEEK from YOODO 02 to take out the final member of the Infinity. YOODO 02. 6 elimination points left.
Alter Boycha want to take up the advantage from the sideline just now, being a third party, but the rest of Alter Ego probably say don't overextend yourself too much, don't overcompromise the entire team. They're still holding their grounds. Now probably will try to follow the tails of YOODO 02 from behind. Look at the spread of Alter Ego. They've been doing this 2 times in a row now, split into 1-2-1 formation. Satar spotted out PA. I don't know what happened to the last PA players, but definitely it's going to be tough to cut across BT on the northern side. But we're down to 5 teams.
And the circle happened to be moving to the right side. And there's an airdrop in the middle of it. Now, Alter Ego, the big boys, up against YOODO 02, who seems to be on the road this time. If only they had a full squad, then maybe they would have been a bit more effective against Alter Ego. But because they have only 2 players, they don't seem to be interested to engage. But on the other side, No Mercy burned down. No Mercy could be taken out, but he managed to position himself just by the edge of the molly.
He's been hanging on to that smoke, knowing the fact if he just forced himself out entirely, nowhere near the molly, he has to take it in, just eat the fire for a bit, because that's going to be the AoE, the area of coverage coming up from that smoke. If he actually just go a bit slightly towards the right or left side, he's going to be done, because 2 set of teams watching right close to us where he's at. Back to the side of BTR, they have been aggressively finding those eliminations. Despite they lost Lapa early on, they still got himself. Satai is on fire. He's actually on rampage here with 4 eliminations by himself.
Man, I could hardly remember a moment where Satai is actually not performing. This guy is one of the most consistent performers I have seen for many years now. Even you put it into different lineups, like even in the Indonesian national squad, like this guy is just insane. Even if you put it on the solo match, this guy is as insane as well. Like Satar, he's just another beast.
True. I mean, which player of BTI is not a beast, by the way? MORPH now opening fire to the side of Alter Ego, reposition himself across, but look at the spread like we mentioned before. Alter Ego, they're trying to work out something. It's for now Boychill taking out Flippy, and that's going to be a clean execution at that. But Boychill and Hans for you working as a duo. Rosemary going for the support fire instead of going for the entry fragger, but they entry in as a trio with Alva giving support fire from the back. They will be just cornered down and boxed in, while the side of Hawk nowhere to be found anymore.
Oh, Alter Ego just going around and looking for elimination points, but No Mercy is there to try to spray down the members of Alter Ego. But No Mercy being the last man standing for RRQ like he always does. He exposed himself, and Alter Ego's next target could be him.
Now, we do see quite a consistency here coming up from Alter Ego, scoring themselves at the top 4 multiple times. RRQ next will be eliminated since they are pretty low in terms of manpower themselves. YOODO 02 probably going to be next, but it can be a surprise sometime because Alter Ego and BT are just too close against each other. If they happen to initiate the fight, well, we can say that YOODO 02 do have slight advantage with Jumper as the last player in this lineup. If it's down to 1v1 v1, then now that's going to be down to everybody's game for the chicken dinner.
Yeah, and Jumper is a survival specialist. We have seen that time and time again before throughout his career. So hopefully he'll be able to pull off a big one here for YOODO 02. They definitely need the points in. But the challenge is going to be big. Alter Ego and BTR. So he has to hope for these two teams to cancel out each other. Now, look at the spread of Alter Ego. And because of that, they have at least a representative in the circle.
True. At least they got themselves some placement points. But here comes the initiation coming from Alter Ego. But we do know Alva always checks every corner. Alva knows there's going to be somebody around the other side of the corner. Then it won't be just one side circle that's going to be comprised of all the players. They're super aware of this. Well, Rosemary keeping the pressure on Satar. Almost shredded his helmet entirely. Spotted out Jumper. Luxy even can get a glimpse on Jumper. Two eyes on Jumper. Alva and Luxy here. Satar taking down Rosemary. A clean one at that. I have to say, Satar taking this round by himself.
Yeah, the two big boys cancelling out each other with Satar on top. 7 elimination points now for BTR. While Jumper, he's monitoring the situation. Definitely not going to pull a muscle. But look at the elevation, or look at the minimap. Shots fired onto the side of Jumper, so his position could have been sniffed out by BTR.
Yeah, I think the same goes for Alter Ego. They definitely know there's somebody there, but just quite hesitant regarding the confirmation. They haven't got the confirmation, not affirmed yet there's somebody here. We do see the nades flying over Jumper. Oh, he takes slightly a bit of cover. And they just want to check things out. Oh, now Jumper just gave away his position. They definitely saw that. He's just a tiny bit, slightly lean peeking. I think Satar definitely spotted that one out. These guys, they know every pixel of the game. If there's somebody there, they know it's going to be somebody there, and they're spotting him out. It's going to be down to Boy Chill to finish off Jumper or Luxy first.
And it's a matter of which team will gain that extra point out of Jumper at this moment. But looks like Jumper will not go down without a fight. Knocking out Satar. Starman for BTR. And Jumper took Satar out. And finally took out by Luxy. But still. Great effort by Jumper that gained that extra point before he went out.
Yep, scores one better than none. Alter Ego, Albus, but Zaxi, one knock on down. It's going to be 1v2. We've seen a lot of botch when it comes to chicken dinners of today. Hopefully it won't be the case between the Titans and the Legacy teams down here. Alva down next. Never mind, I take that back. It's down to 1v1.
Yeah, well, here we go. 1v1, anything can happen. Hands for you on the lower ground side. But both of these players, they do not have the circle. Now, the advantage for Hans for you is that he does have this vehicle, so he can still get creative with it. Let's see, how will he prioritize his position? Looks like he's going to get into the circle first. Though putting himself on the lower ground, but he does have this vehicle as a barricade. But it would be big if he can revive Boycho.
If he can revive both of them, Alva as well, because Luxy, there's quite a distance, and Alva did cover himself with that one particular small rock. And if Luxy just tossed that side for Alva, then it's going to be no go for Alter Ego to go for 1v3 since Boichi got the reset back towards their side for the percentage of chicken winner winning. But this is Luxy we're talking about. It's not impossible for him to flush things out by himself.
Oh man, 1v2 with Luxy on the lower ground. Boychill now going all in on the Luxy. They know exactly where he is. Two eyes on the Luxy. Alter Ego will not let this one go.
Well, they were laughing. They definitely had fun for the start of Alter Ego. This is going to be one of the top teams we're talking about. And it's going to be also BTR, also one of the top teams out there as well. So it's down to who's actually being the alpha for the last rank map. Congratulations on the start of Alter Ego. Man, I have to say, Hans, for you, the rising star for this season.
one of the newer transfers for Alter Ego since last season. Definitely improving as a team. Found the chemistry within himself and also the other team members, and he has been proving himself to be the mainstay of Alter Ego this season. Great work so far for Hans For You, and also Alter Ego to score the second chicken dinner for today. And looking over at some of the numbers, so the amount of eliminations that they got 12 eliminations out of this round.
Quite a hefty amount, as always. Despite they already secured themselves almost 100%. I think it's 100% by now towards the grand final, but they never drop any of their performances. That just shows how disciplined the players are coming up from Alter Ego's lineup. But the MVP, we have to give it to Boychill. It's been a while we actually see Boychill up here. It's always going to be Hans For You. It's always going to be Altar or Rosemary. But this is going to be the first Boychill, I think, this season.
Oh yeah, absolutely. With 6 eliminations, 797 damage and 215 damage received. As what we talked about earlier of this season, Alter Ego, one big thing that they have fixed is that they are no longer over-dependent on Rosemary. Boychill can step out the game, Hans For You can step out the game, and with that, that's how they got this chicken dinner.
I honestly think that if Alter Ego can work everyone up there, just the same standard of Rosemary, there will be one scary beast next season. But when it comes to the match recap, we have the Indonesian dominations again, but YOODO 2 climbing up the spot. Definitely very different, but they haven't scored themselves any chicken yet for the entirety of this tournament.
And this round it came close for them, but yeah, let's see if they can pull off another one in the following round. But it's still pretty dominated by the Indonesian side. So far, great work for them as well. They definitely deserve it, looking at the performance that they have with the fights that they have taken. And speaking about fights, could enjoy the fights again from the previous round.
I personally love the relationship of the bromance for Alter Ego. Their brotherhood so strong. It's bro before. Wait, what? Okay. But yeah, Alter Ego scored 12 eliminations, 22 points by far. I can see they're brewing something up on the side of Alter Ego when it comes to the approach towards the fight. We're going to break it down later on. But YOODO 2, this is going to be one of their best rounds. Also, when it comes to week number 2, well, it's just a second game. But I love their performance here today.
Yeah, I was worried that you complete the sentence, we'll be cancelled after that. Yeah, I was about to give the signal to our producer to be like, okay, prepare the mute button. Okay, Or the beep button. Yeah, the beep button. Yeah, that would make more sense. But for the other side of the other end of the table, Team Flash from scoring an insane chicken dinner to getting 0 points this round, and 7-9 unfortunately another 0-point round for them. So 2 rounds in a row for 7-9 with 0 points. But frankly speaking, if they already got the ticket to the grand finals, I wouldn't be too worried. But I'll be worried for GEEK fam, who only scored 1 point in 2 rounds.
True, and if I'm not mistaken, GEEK fan haven't gone to any Super Sundays. So, but for Alter Ego, with 32 points as a start here today, average at around 16 points in every single map, 2 times in a row. That's just consistency at its best. BTR as well. Now, Team Secret, they are okay. I mean, like, it wasn't the best round, but they are definitely up there. But it's just not the chicken yet.
Yeah, it's a if they can score a chicken dinner, it's a bonus. But if they can be consistent enough, that's going to be the big one for Team Secret. As for the other end, so 7-9, no points at all. GEEK fam 1 point, and that is through placement. So no eliminations yet for GEEK fam, considering that they are teamed with a decent amount of firepower, with Omika playing in the lineup. As for Vampire Esports, 3 points in 2 rounds. But here are top damage dealers in match number 2.
I don't know what's the main reason. I think probably because a lot of players been extending, a lot of teams extending a lot of fights inside of the blue zone just now. And also, you saw, I think you mentioned about the northeast side just now. There's too many teams actually gatekeeping each other out. Hence, the reason why we don't really have that high damage that we usually have, around 2.2k damage. And also maybe a lot of early engagement kind of results to where not many teams left here when it comes to stage number 4, 5, 6.
Oh wow, okay, we don't always get to see Jumper up here, so great work here. 1070 damage, the highest among them all, and the only one with 4 digits. Satar 828, Boytil 797, and Luxy 717. So 2 representatives from BPR on the chart as well, and 3 of them from Indonesia. But YOODO 02 Jumper, what a step up game for him.
Yep, he survived the longest and actually secured quite a number of eliminations till the very end of it. But next we're heading into Erangel. But speaking of which, will it be another Alter Ego? Because I saw how they changed their approach towards a fight just now. They're starting off a 1-2-1 formation with the one from the front and the one at the back. They're just trying to spread across, try to dominate half of the circle, or at least a quarter of the circle early on. And then once they get themselves one knocked down, they will be leaving one person behind, and the other 3 will try to go entry frag with Rosemary, the support 5 from the back, and giving the opportunity to Boy Chill as well as Hans for you to work out as a duo in the front as an entry fragger first. Then when things are clear, they kind of say, okay, you can come in, and Rosemary. That's where Rosemary just going to push in with the rest of the entry fraggers. So I love their approach. It's very refreshing. It's very different.
Yeah, it's very, they definitely have their system towards how they approach the game. You got the circle, you open up the space, and that will give you control on the circle. It will give you control, that will give you information, and if you just give warning shots to whoever comes by, your opponent wouldn't know like exactly how many people are there. So if they receive warning shots, for the most part, teams wouldn't want to crash into that area. So where else would they want to go? They will go to another corner, and that is, like, if we take that round as a theory, they will go to the right side corner, and that's how they clump up each other on the right side. They cancel each other, while Alter Ego is just standing on the left side and be like laughing the fact that they are cancelling out one another.
I agree, and they can actually have the privilege to do it, to do that kind of plays for Alter Ego, since Boom is not playing, because we do know they're one of their tightest contestant is going to be Boom as well as the Xaviers, which both teams not playing here when it comes to their firepower, when it comes to engagement of early skirmishes. These 2 teams are not here, so this gives you opportunity for Alter Ego to work things out, to just clean up their strategy, to make it as complete as possible, to just perfect what they can be perfected down there. And that's going to be showing off the display of how confident they are when it comes to individuality performance, and how confident they are for their survivability as well as one person. They don't really need for his teammate to just, you know, you watch my back while I go to the front. Everybody care about their own and being aware about the position, but at the same time being alerted regarding what their plans next, which not many teams actually can do, because a lot of teams mostly like try to just fire it, and then if they got it, okay, great, we go all together, that kind of stuff, you know.
Yeah, and the reason for that is that you need to have a lot of elements to make that happen, right? You need to have like the team understanding, the chemistry, how you want to execute certain things, because every scenario is different depending on how the terrain is, and you need individual skills, you need a lot of game sense, you need a lot of game knowledge. So you need to have the best of all these elements to actually make that thing work. So that's why you can see that some teams, yeah, they tried to do it. TODAK tried to do it as well last week. In fact, every team will have their own scenario, but not many teams will be able to execute it as cleanly as what we saw Alter Ego did in that round.
I agree, because they have this total trust between their teammates. For the side of Alter Ego, you can see how different of playstyle they are at. Even if they lost their round before, even if they win it, you can see that the chemistry between the teams, they really enjoy the game as a four. You can see that they're having fun. It's not like they're under the pressure or start blaming one or the other, but they work things out together. Like, okay, we need to do this, we need to rectify our errors, and this is going to be the next step, one step at a time. It's just the total trust between your teammates and the respect they actually gave one the other, which I think can be learned by all the other teams out there.
Yeah, with that sort of performance, I don't know how they're going to blame each other. I mean, if you're up there, you'll be like, yeah, whatever. Right? Oh, you got eliminated early. It's like, well, we still got chicken dinner. It's like, yeah, whatever, right? Doesn't really matter for them.
Okay, but you remember how these Xaviers really performed so well in the week 1 Super Sunday, right? They weren't like that, Cloud. You can see a different vibe, despite they are quite pretty okay in the first week.
Well, of course, all these are not apple-to-apple comparisons, right? And that's why humans are complicated. Yeah, today. Yeah, there's no one single way to explain everything.
But at least they're not look like they're crying when they're being interviewed. I'm sorry, Lambo. It was really something that's still a mystery for me on the side of the Xavier sometimes. But they're not playing yet today, of course. We're going to focus back to a sort of YOODO O2 Jumper. Always the last man to stand, but he managed to still dish out quite a number of eliminations. There's so many third-party plays when it comes to this season. I think that's why a lot of teams are quite frustrated regarding when they're being eliminated. It's not because they're being eliminated, but because the way they're being eliminated was quite devastating, disappointing, you know?
I mean, they tried to pick. They went up against Alter Ego as well, the team that got the chicken dinner. So if that somehow makes them feel better, yeah, they went up against the team who got the chicken dinner, and also one of the top contender teams as well. And they still managed to have Jumper to survive. So I'm just being positive about the whole situation, right? Because all these teams will need to be positive for themselves and are following a Wrangle match.
Flying straight into our third map of the day, which is going to be the second Erangel, coming up very south flight path down up to the side of Lipovka. But if the circle ended up in shooting range, now we're going to have a lot of fights, maybe on top of hospital, ruins, even the area of Rozhok perhaps, because we've seen that multiple times before, and a lot of teams will want to go through ruins as well if it's going to be Northern Circle. But if it's going to be a general circuit at the center, I don't think it's a bit of a problem for the players, but maybe they try to fight for their second checkpoint. But if it's SMB, and now we leave it to that, wait it for another bit, just in case, you know, who knows, maybe, perhaps.
Yeah, if it's SMB, definitely PIGMY and Team Secret will be the happiest of the bunch, since one will drop in military base itself, the other one will drop into Novo, so naturally they will have that spot for themselves. I happen to also glance through the stats on the left side of the screen. Alter Ego has the best performance in the Erangel so far, and not only Alter Ego as a team, but their top two players with the highest average damage, Rosemary and Octa, is there, and of course Rosemary with the most eliminations there. So Alter Ego really love the Erangel.
Speaking of really loving a Erangel, they have to love this circle too. It's still divided into two sides here. Now, we've seen this kind of circle before. There's still a chance that you're going to have a 50-50 circle. So many times we've seen that before, where a lot of players decided to swim down, or even depending on the bridge, which side bridge, which will be favored for the next circle. So we assume a lot of players start to park themselves around the coastline, just maybe around Ferry Pier or around the area right now. But it's always going to first thing first, loot up. Speaking of looting up, some teams, I don't think the whole Creep VIP is it. They are on the other side of the compound. It's going to be RIQ just next to the one that we're watching here.
Yeah, Creep VIP, if we were to look at their numbers, they had an okay start earlier on, but yeah, it just ended up as a 2 elimination points, and that's about it. It's similar to like how their Sandhawk campaign is. 2 elimination points, 0 placement points. First Erangel also the same. So that's why they only caught 4 points as a start so far. So even though they won their first early fights, like they still need to be able to overcome or be prepared for the mid stages onwards. And I believe that is where Creep VIP seems to struggle the most. They seem to be doing well, okay. I would say okay as a start, but middle to the end, it's like it's kind of wonky for Creep VIP.
I agree, seems a bit messy. It feels like they don't have plan B or follow-up plan. If things happen to be against them, especially when it comes to the circle, it feels like they don't really know the direction where to go next. And now they have to unite and just move in unison to decide what to do next, what to do next, and which compound they should focus on. Probably just to, you know, work out with the compound that they're most familiar and comfortable with, to know which entry they have to guard about. Now, Alter Ego, we don't see a lot of Boy Chill. Usually it's going to be Octa playing, but we don't see Octa at all today. So this might be them trying to make sure that Boy Chill are well prepped for even the grand finals here.
Yeah, this is where even the bench is solid for Alter Ego, and great work for them. I mean, whatever happens to their main lineup, whether it's things that they cannot control like sickness and all that, the bench is super duper solid. You can sub in anyone and it won't feel like Alter Ego is missing any of these players. And of course, Boyster is not a new player. I mean, he has a lot of experience with BTR as well, being one of the top teams, and he has been champions in his own accord as well, PMRC, and also during the off-season tournament. So Boychill, solid addition. Whether he is a main lineup or not, it is still a solid addition for Alter Ego to strengthen their bench.
I agree. I wouldn't call Boychill as a sub. Honestly, all the players, all the 5-6 players that are actually in the lineup of Alter Ego, pretty much all are main roster player. It depends on how they feel for the day, what kind of strategy. I feel like they can, and they have the luxury for the side of Alter Ego to just reposition the player's roster, or just rearrange the player roster based on what kind of strategy they want to play in the map. It doesn't matter which map, it's just how they want to approach the fight, what kind of timing they want to go for, what kind of playstyle. Will they go for aggressive? Will they go for very strategic? Will they go for very late rotation? They can actually play around with the players that's swapping in and out. But we still have to agree. It feels like Rosemary is still a key player, but I have a feeling they can afford to just switch him in and out because of how the rest of the teammate, like Hans for you, now rising up to the occasion.
Yeah, even though if it's not about stopping Rosemary in and out, if you look at like, some rounds Rosemary, he got eliminated early, but they're still able to perform like as if Rosemary is still there. That sort of level of a performance. So I will also come back to like what we discussed earlier in the season, is that Alter Ego, they have fixed the issue that was plaguing them for multiple seasons before this, is the overdependence of Rosemary. So sometimes, honestly, when even when we cast, right, like I don't feel the absence of Rosemary if he got eliminated early.
Oh, now speaking of being eliminated early, that was a cold one by Satar. Not just being bounced in the air, being splat down even straight, to the extent that there's no way for him to actually just respond to anything that happens around Triple F just now. And KT lost quite a tremendous firepower on that side, but it's still not that painful enough. They still have a trio. But PA taking this as usual. Now we talked about a lot what we can actually learn coming up from Alter Ego side. But regarding the teams at the very bottom, personally, we start with number 16. What do you see the biggest flaw on the side of Sam9?
Early fights. Like they have problem again. Early fight. It was also the same case inside of Sandhawk. Like probably they need to avoid unnecessary early fights. Then we might be able to see the best of Sam9. So looking at this round, they managed to do so. So perhaps this is a round that Sam9 can make a comeback.
For me, personally, Sam9 in depth, I feel like the early fights being break down to that one player always being picked up one by one. Sam9, it feels like they are slowly losing men. It's like not the entire crew just being finished off in an instant. It was quite a rare sight to see the entirety of Sam9 being obliterated as early and then just wiped out the entire team. It's always them being picked up one by one by the other teams while they are either trying to scout or whether they're trying to rotate. Or the timing sometimes just really isn't right. It's just at the most unfortunate moments for them to rotate. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like that's my view on that.
Yeah, if we take sample from previous weeks, perhaps, just like this week so far, you drop, you meet with TALON. But TALON not meeting with Sam9 this time. It's a crit VIP, going to be their first target. And so far, they managed to get one knockdown. And Bill, not only knocked, but eliminated by YOODO Snake.
Newbie is trying to go for flank side with a UMP, but Chewy will try to do some damage control. He got himself one. He might actually score two. He clears one. That's going to be Rep Face. A very valuable elimination on that. Chewy next is going to be with the Bison. TALON did see this one coming, but we're looking at RRQ waiting for the time to push out. Here comes RRQ as well.
Okay, here we go. RRQ monitoring the situation. Probably going to come in as a third party. Let's see how TALON will manage this, because right now YOODO is down on his knees. Only Misery, the active player. RRQ, look at the minimap surrounding two teams like vultures.
Misery hoping to land a big one. TALON being smart not to rush in straight into the compound, knowing there's going to be a third party coming in, but Misery! Run and gun and toss and run! He's being witty down there. You can see he tossed one. Oh, I scored both of them. Okay, wait, time to run. He's going to be RRQ chasing my tails now. But from a Pam to the fire. From RRQ to Alter Ego. Next RRQ versus Alter Ego here.
Totally didn't help the fact that his vehicle was punctured. But like what you said, RRQ and Alter Ego. This will be an interesting fight. Two teams with a lot of firepower in them. And look at how Alter Ego is spreading in the circle. I mean, if RRQ somehow has the information that they're being surrounded, it's good news at least they send Hexas out to create an exit route for the other members of RRQ.
Now, RRQ and Alter Ego seems to be quiet for now. I think they kind of signed a truce form. So it's probably both teams happen to be parting ways, not having the same direction of sense. But Team Secret, on the other hand, quite eager for those eliminations here. Aggressive play and approach, despite they have a bit of a challenging first map of the day. PIGMY again versus Team Secret. Let's have another go. Billbot just gonna run. Bill was like, nope, I'm out. No more, enough.
Yeah, and plus it's Team Secret. Although they will be operating this round without Zhangzin, but you know how make or break a week of for it is for Team Secret. So PIGMY definitely don't want to face up against a team that is so desperate for points, because they could turn into a monster easily.
True. If you corner this team, they will bite you back. That's what we've seen by PIGMY before, but we haven't seen that best version of them yet when it comes to the third map of the day. But for Billboard, knowing the fact that they are not doing so well in the last map, last Erangle's early fight, so they don't want to just go for those engagement yet. I feel like they're still trying to look for something. I'm not sure what. Maybe they're trying to just regroup first for PIGMY, but they are definitely not interested to engage in any fight for now.
Yep, because it's pretty early for them, I think, and if they got eliminated right now, it's going to be minimal to 0 points, so not the risk that they want to take. So okay, not too bad of a decision if you ask me. And plus, you don't want to be third party by other teams at this moment, since the map is still big enough. But circle-wise, looks like it's going to be another pretty hard shift circle towards the northern side. But it's good for YOODO 02, right in the middle of the circle. But they need to be prepared for RRQ.
They need to be prepared with everybody. Infinity is nearby as well. And you talked about RRQ, definitely Pego taking advantage with Zombie straight down on the ground, Sam9 on the high grounds as well. Every team that we saw across the map moving where YOODO is at. So if they cannot hold their ground, it's gonna be them going out next.
And it's only Fredo left now. And not only RRQ, hello Sam9. So where is Fredo going to go right now? It's going to be real interesting though, who gets eliminated first. If they put a lot of focus on Fredo, then RRQ could take advantage of it. But they put focus on the RRQ, then maybe Fredo could do something away, but it looks like it's not going to be the case for Fredo. YOODO is out without any points.
Sam9 need to reset fast as RRQ. Mercy will try to cross the side of a street, building up the bridge of smoke. But Canny can actually see him through the smoke. Can see the silhouette just now. He managed to just find himself cover for No Mercy. PA on the other side. Which Kiddo knocked down on Snape? We just mentioned about the northern side, also quite vacant because there's nobody coming up from the north. And the one that actually just slightly to the north was YOODO, and now everybody taking the YOODO compound seems to have been demolished entirely. Sam9 on the other end trying to pick up the pieces of RRQ, their crumbles that they're being left around to track down here. Definitely with their AUG or PA on the other end. I feel like RRQ, they're kind of being sandwiched between teams here.
At least the goodness for RRQ is that they have the road to separate them. The bad news is that, well, some of them are still pretty much in the open on the right side. A couple of knocks for RRQ. So to save them, it might take a bit of time. But Sam9 is not going to be willing to take that risk to try to cut across and eliminate RRQ, because I think they are also aware of other teams around them. Like what we can see on the minimap, down on the left side, there is another team overlooking them.
True. And the smoke, the moment it clears up, it dissipates. There's going to be a lot of bullets flying over that side. PA, if they actually move slightly to the north, I don't think there's any teams up there yet, but they're definitely willing to take the risk just to push themselves forward and come to the points up there. They didn't score any eliminations yet. They got only 6 points so far. They want to get themselves to double digit. Kiddo still giving some pressure. Well, Sam9 can, on the other hand, I'm not sure what he's waiting for the rest of Sam9. I think they wait for the knockdowns and start to push in as well. Now, Infinity RRQ, make it 3 teams locked down on RRQ.
Now, since we'll see the next circle, so I'm interested to see what might happen up north if PA would take the aggressive approach. Okay, circle right on top of Sam9 and RRQ, and also the Infinity. I would say that the part that I'll be most interested to see what could happen is from PUBG, because we got a couple of teams inside of PUBG City that would need to migrate out of it.
True. It's all about timing now, Cloud. We're doing a stage number 5. Will not be that forgiving. With 30 seconds left, PIGMY start to move as well, knowing the fact they will not actually gain any sort of benefit if they overstay themselves and try to force themselves into the fight here. Definitely, they're playing very objectively on the side of PIGMY this time. Not going to go for early engagement. They're probably just going to wait for the top 8 to start to fight against somebody. But RRQ, despite their 3 teams giving such pressure on their side, they still manage to hold their grounds down there.
Oh yeah, I know, right? Still keeping teams at bay. And no team seems to be willing to hard push onto RRQ yet. And I think that's also with the awareness of the other surrounding teams. And even if we look objectively, PA is not really their style. They have to circle, they play by the edge, they will hold on to this position for as long as possible. Not the kind of team that likes to crash into another team's compound.
Now, RRQ, how do they want to deal with this right now? If they go out, it's going to be PA from the back. If they go to the front, it's going to be Sam9. But lucky enough, Infinity seems to be busy with PA. They do have a bit of a breather, a bit of a room for the side of RRQ to just recuperate and reassess the situation. While NKT and GEEK Fam, just now we saw PIGMY running away from GEEK Fam. Next is going to be NKT, spotted out by GEEK Fam, who's been waiting, trying to gatekeep every single team that's passing by.
I also want to point out that GEEK Fam, right now they only have 3 players, so not the level of firepower that they wish without the full squad. As for NKT, not interested in GEEK Fam, more interested in the circle. Going to play by the edge of it. PEA, just on the northern side, but looking at the minimap, NKT, they'll be a little bit more interested to defend the ground against PIGMY from behind.
There's also Vampires eyeing out to the side of PIGMY. Here comes the Vampires. They're approaching to the side of PIGMY. I don't know what is happening, but center seems to be the most suitable place for everybody to hide then if you don't have a full squad, and that's decided by NKT, taking a bit of a cover by the structures and vegetation around them. It's going to be that one rock and one tree to cover them temporarily, but the moment they pop the smoke, it's going to be them giving away the position as well. An entire crew of vampires just on top of them, while Infinity and GEEK, and that's going to be Nate dropping, and it's going to be Sonic's on his knees.
Nates galore to GEEK, fam! And Damroot fires back. He got one knock, but then when he exposed himself, he immediately got knocked, and now it's down to Mika. Potentially the hero of GEEK, let's see, he can pull off a clutch against the two members of the Infinity. Now Mika pretty low, 50% of health, and spray onto Mika. Mika eliminated. GEEK, fam, 0 points in round number 3.
Just talked about that early on regarding how crucial it is for them to just score every single map that is starting day number 1 of week 3 here, but it just multiple times things didn't work out for them. But PIGMY, they do take a bit of a great area here, a bit of a ditch, so they will try to make sure that vampires will have to force themselves forward to find their positions. But the circle shifted away. I have to break it down. Vampires, PIGMY will have a bit of an overextend fight, and Katie, despite they went to the center just now, the circle just don't like them as much. It's gonna be RRQ and 79 taking at the middle zone.
Oh, here we go. Vampire Esports and PIGMY as well by the edge of the blue. This fight is inevitable. They must cancel out each other before, considering how they're going to go in. And the moment they make them move into the circle, there will be other teams waiting for them as well. So it's going to be a back-to-back fight for either these two teams.
Here comes Nates galore. Look at the nades flying.
Oh!
It's gonna hit 2 in a discount of 1. What a discounted day is a promotion day for the side of vampires. Hitting on 1 for 2. 2 knockdown. Can they reset? There's no space and time. Here comes the spray shots coming in. They're sweeping the floor out. And the last nade just now pretty much secures by Tony K as well.
Yeah, thanks to the nade, they won the fight against PIGMY. Vampire Esports now making their move. So the next contender for the entry into the circle, it could be NKT. Let's see where will Vampire Esports move. But looking at the circle, I don't think fight with NKT is avoidable.
Speaking of avoiding fights, PIGMY, despite they try to avoid so many fights early on, still by the end of the day have to force it out anyhow. Unfortunately, it ended up with a 0. At least they scored 1, not a 0 at that time. But for MORPH finally joining into the crossfire, while Infinity split themselves into MORPH inside and the southern side too. But it seems to be working out for them.
And here we go, by the edge of the circle, the Infinity. Look at the spread. I really like it. Very, very confident of them at stage number 5. Sending 2 players up north, 2 on the southern side to try to block out MORPH. So let's see. So far, Zay is on his knees, but Zero is together with him. Now they need to deal with Flippy, who is the closest to them. If not, Flippy could surprise them from the smoke.
But for the side of Infinity, they might actually a bit more than they can chew here. Fighting two-way angle of war. Vampires on the other end, but Tony K, that's going to be Nate by Nate and being forced to be taken down here with the rest of a MORPH start to pushing in, and there's no help coming up from the rest of the roster for Infinity. They're a bit busy against NKT just now.
Yep, and Vampire Esports now dominating with 5 elimination points. So far, so good for Vampire. They managed to get inside to the circle. Now, speaking about the circle, a couple of members of MORPH still not in it yet. And they're not only managing the northern side, but on the southern side, BTR is on the other end. Let's be extra careful in case BTR could land those long-range shots onto MORPH.
But timing is super crucial for the side of MORPH. I don't think the circle will be on top of them, the next one here. And it's going to be a bit of a hike, since the moment they jump up towards the elevations of the ground, it's going to be a clear view and pretty much easy to be shot down by the teams waiting on the other end. But BTR versus Alter Ego. Seems like these two teams happen to be fighting against each other for quite some time since the last map. But BTR losing quite a number of men, 3v2, while we have Team Flash seems to be interested against BTR, but it's going to be RRQ. That's going to be around almost 300 meters shot from No Mercy.
Yeah, where did that come from, that shot? My goodness. If only we had that on the bigger screen, that would have been epic. But can it be an epic one for Batman here? He is going up against Alter Ego. And they seem to not know Batman's presence Gosu's going to follow up as well. Okay, this is going to be big if Team Flash can take out Alter Ego.
Alter Ego having make it 3 players once more, but they gave too much time for Alter Ego to reset themselves. And they start to move as well. A bit too late, but Boy Chill be left behind, knocked down by Batman. Now, I feel like they will actually just leave Batman behind. Leave Boy Chill behind, knowing the fact it's a bit too late, it's too close to the blue zone. It's not worth for them to help him up. Batman, this is going to be an easy execution for him, but he will have to run away from the blue as well. So I anticipate maybe Alter Ego waiting for Team Flash to cross over the other side, but we do have Sam 9 in the center. RQ plus PEA is still in there.
Oh yeah, with 4 different colors on their side. So PEA managed to get into the warehouse just behind RRQ. So I expect them to hold this warehouse. It is just PEA style. Like, they got a good position, they will hold it as long as possible, playing by their strength of placement points. And speaking of placement points, they'll start to collect them as of now. But on the left side, MORPH and the Infinity not done yet with each other.
But I'm surprised the fact that MORPH managed to cross the other side here. Infinity, on the other hand, holding the ground, trying to gatekeep them and deny their entrance and advancements towards the safe zone. Now, they don't have enough utils anymore. We're talking about throwables. Seems to be not possible for the side of Infinity. They dried up all their resources. PA, knowing the fact they actually do benefit from staying quiet, why have to just open fire while the other team seems to be busy with all whatever business they have? MORPH taking on Batman. Team Flash around the other side. That's leaving only last member of Team Flash. Logan taking a small shack. But Hawk will be the pivotal player on the side of MORPH. He can actually just outflank Infinity. That might be the crucial point for the side of MORPH. But Kwang? Well, Kwang.
Now, it'll be interesting to see if Kwang will be the guy who backstabs any of these teams. But Gartuni going to get the first knockdown to save. And knocked out by Hawk. Okay, a little bit of a trade between 2 teams. Now Flippy, that top fragger is still in the game while Zero is holding down the front line. Flippy knocked by Logan. Oh, they lost that top fragger. Now Zero as the defender's going against Logan.
Oh!
Oh!
He almost whiffed it, that one when the jump shot's coming in, but it's gonna be Kwang actually finished off the rest of the team that just now, which was, if I'm not mistaken, was Infinity. Correct me if I'm wrong. But Kwang coming in with a say, need to reset, and the blue is here to take their health away. 10 more seconds to go, but how can Kwang cross over the other side though?
Oh man, it's going to be pretty difficult for Kwang, but I guess he's also praying for a circle. Oh, shots onto Kwang. They know that he's there. Good news is that the circle's not too far away, but 3 eyes on the Kwang. I mean, nowhere to go. That's it. That's it for Kwang.
Well, he actually, well, they definitely have to thank Kwang for their eliminations just now as well. Kwang did a lot of work for them, but you know what? They're not that grateful regarding when it's their enemy anyways. But Kwang, he lasted long enough. He was placed himself in the 7th place. We're down to only 5 teams. Alter Ego seems to be eliminated. Next, BA. When will they start taking actions here?
As long as they have the circle with that warehouse, it's more of them waiting for other teams to come towards them. Now, speaking about other teams, there is a potential that Vampire Esports may put focus onto that warehouse where PEA is. So they are in a defensive stance right now. With 4 players with the compound, they should have a slight advantage. But it also depends on whether anyone got knocked from a long range before the next team comes crashing in.
Speaking of the next team, this is going to be Vampires crashing in. Definitely 1-3 position they have, with one eyeing up towards the rest of PA and the one in the center, which is going to be Shrubs, but he repositioned himself to join in with the rest of Vampires. Now, while PA have to deal with 2 different angles of RQ, approaching from very, very different angle indeed. Notice he just have his vision on the side of Vampire. MORPH as well. So there's going to be Vampires fighting 2 teams at the same time. Make it 3 even.
And Vampire happen to give more attention to MORPH instead of PEA. And with that, MORPH, looks like they're punishing a Vampire for overlooking them. In the circle, not too bad, but with MORPH, such a good defense being deployed by them, and this thing by Hulk would land onto Fluke. We're pretty low at this moment, but because of the elevation, Hawk does not have a good clear shot. But Tony K's nade from the side will knock him down.
Next Zero cooking up the nade. It's going to be him trying to shut down on Fluke. But close enough. Finally, he got one down, but it's going to be a bit of a trading down between Straps and Zero as well. Tony K giving support fire from the back. Super crucial for his position for the rest of Empires, but he's been knocked down as well. Leaving only Straps behind down there. MORPH also leaving with only Zay. But Zay will try to help to revive his teammate, but the problem is Straps will give him a bit of a pressure while Tony K will be revived, but unfortunately, Sam9 still is away in the very last minute.
Well, looks like another point taken, and Sam9. So far, so good for them. 5 eliminations dominating. Although they play a little bit more passive, but that's fine because they had Compa and they had Circle. No reason for them to move. But if they want a reason to move, it is now because they don't have Circle. Same goes for RRQ and PEA.
PEA has been quiet all this while. This is the time for them to take advantage of their position. They do have quite a fortune away. What? No sleep, not like that. Lucky enough, we managed to actually just avoid those explosions. But PEA, they need to leave. They've been overstayed themselves here too long. They should have actually go out a bit earlier and take just a bit of a risk to shut down on RRQ, who remains with only 2 players now.
Oh, nade onto Blaze. With the blue onto him. And Blaze could be eliminated now. The rest of PEA with Mizi down. Kido gun down as well. PEA falling apart. RRQ picking out the points. And they already got 9 of them so far.
RRQ, they still have a shot at winning this due to the overthinking and hesitance of PEA. It just cost them the entire game with no elimination, but at least scored themselves the position points. While RRQ, despite they only have a duo cloud, they still dominate over their chart of eliminations down there.
Yeah, 10 eliminations so far. But for Sam9, still a full team technically. Only 1 player that needs to be revived, but they should be back up as a full team very, very soon. Now they need to deal with Vampire Esports and RRQ, but it's looking good so far for Sam9 to score this chicken dinner.
Kenny, they do have the numbers, but when it comes to experience, can they just fight against RRQ duo? Straps and Vampires pretty low with Tony K. Even though they have 3, but no mercy. They're so good at nades coming up from RRQ. Despite having a duo for the longest time, they're slowly chipping down one by one, but RRQ couldn't fight it through. All they needed for a side of Sam9 was that 1 grenade. It's going to be 3v1 with Yuhai against the other crew of Vampires. Tony K and Fluke cannot actually just pick up traps. It's too much of risk. Oh. And Tony K being spotted out.
Oh, it was a close one, Tony K. 10% for health left on the right side. Fluke sprayed down by Yuhai. 1v1 now. It's going to be Yuhai versus Tony K. The 2 players that came up as child prodigies. Now, this is the duel that everybody wants to see.
Now, this is going to be the CQC we've been waiting for, the death match that we want to watch. UMP versus DBS. Top 2 players, high fraggers, and very popular players. Yuhai to be the winner this time.
With 9 eliminations, winner chicken dinner for Sam9. Beautifully done by Sam9 and the rest of the members of Sam9. I think we did that twice, but yeah, I mean that was a dream 1v1 towards the end, and Yuhai came up on top.
We always wanted to watch the TDM between the 2 players. We get to see it. But hopefully we get to see Tony K versus Rosemary next. But speaking of which, what an end here by Sam9. Yuhai, he was a 2v1, but he found Tony K out first. He found out one of the players first. It was Tony K, chip him down. That bought him some time and just deal with the other player of Vampires and finish off the job. And we remember Tony K almost did similar situation back in the days. It was last week. It was different teams, but Yuhai still have it in him.
Yeah, with 1,000 over damage in this round. 8 eliminations by Yuhai himself and 1 by Kenny. So that's going to be 9 eliminations for Sam9 this time. And the difference between this round and also the previous rounds is that they avoided early cross-talk clash or early fights. And they brought themselves into the final circle. And it came out to Yuhai versus Tony K. And Sam9 did it in style.
Sam9, I mean, Yuhai, he doesn't have any particular pose except for Dap, of course, the only one with the pose up here. But when it comes to Sem9, it feels like, do you think that they have, we're going to talk into this after the replay and highlight. We're going to get into the topic later on, but let's rewatch sorry, not yet. It's going to be Yuhai getting the MVP, 1000 over damage, still a high-end number with 83 damage, 8 eliminations by himself, 83 damage received.
Yeah, this is a huge number by an individual, of course. We're talking about 8 eliminations. When it comes to team contribution, 43%. Obviously, he survived the longest among his other teammates with a 28 minute and 27 second survival time. Percentage of 50% body shot and 39% on lick shot. But here is the match recap. Other than Sem9, RRQ, they did very well. More than 10 eliminations, or at least 10 eliminations in this round. Vampire Esports got themselves a lot of eliminations as well, so they're up here. And MORPH, they played well on the left side to play it defensively, so they also got a lot of points out of those fights that they took.
Now, this is RQ quite consistent here when it comes to getting in top 5. Let's rewatch what really happens since the start till the end at Sem9 scores the chicken.
Well, Sem9 it is, ladies and gentlemen, and they're back this round with 19 points in total. Other than that, like what you pointed out, RRQ still very consistent with 17 points, and Vampire Esports 16 points. The double-digit club is here on screen. And for PEA, again, that's right, placement points, 4 points collected.
I personally don't really favor how PEA plays here right now because they had every opportunity to shut down on RRQ early on. It took them too long to get out from that warehouse. But speaking of GEEK fam, my god, this is really a reality check and fact check, knowing the fact that they're not getting any point at all across here today.
Well, objectively, I think they seem to be missing Izane in the lineup, and it hasn't been working out for them. Only 1 point in 3 rounds. But overall rankings, okay, so Indonesia domination 1 to 5. Indonesians are stacking up the charts here. Outside IQOO, RRQ, BTR, TALON, as well as MORPH. Then we're followed by Team Flash, who scored the first chicken dinner for today, and Sem9, after a spectacular chicken dinner, they rose up to page 1.
Also, Vampire squeezing in at 8th place. They played try to balance eliminations and placement points. But across of all the second page here, the one that still haven't cracked the double digit is going to be NKT, Crit VIP, and GEEK Fam. GEEK Fam, it feels like they not just hit the wall, they definitely hit a big one. They hit a castle on top of that. It's just too much for them, or is it just not working out? Everything just didn't work out how they planned it to be. Across 3 maps, 1 point that they managed to get. That's going to be an average of 0.333333 for one single map.
Yeah, 0.infinity3 there for GEEK Fam. So definitely not the number that they would want. And again, I come back to my thought of like they are missing Aizen now in the lineup. But unfortunately, they will not have Aizen for the rest of the day at least. But hopefully he'll be back for their second day in the group stage campaign, because Aizen is unwell apparently. So they'll be sticking with the same lineup towards the end of the day with the remaining 3 maps.
Now, there are a couple of news that I saw across regarding even PAA players, and I think I'm not sure about the rest of the other teams out there that's not really performing. Maybe sickness is going to be one of the issue, because we saw some players having some issues to adjust themselves with the surrounding and environment regarding playing a different place entirely. That well, hopefully they all get well soon, because everything is supposed to be at stake here when it comes to the final week. And if GEEK Fam not having Aizen the entire day, we definitely would worry for them by now.
Yeah, and that's the thing about traveling abroad, right? Like all these elements have to be taken into factor. And fun fact as well, like even last season's PMSL in Malaysia, like a lot of the Indonesian teams also went down to various ailments. But still, somehow they were able to come out on top. And I think what really helped them is because their bench is pretty strong. So if anyone is not well, whoever who subs in is still pretty solid. Just like the whole alter ego story that we discussed.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like even the sub player should be not called a sub player at this point. You are playing in a different continent sometime, flying across the other region, across the other side of the world even. Then they have to have those I don't like to call them sub player, because for me they are pretty much in the same main roster, because they have to be put in and being exposed early on, and everybody kind of get the general idea of the tempo of the entirety of the tournament here, which a lot of teams prepared that so well, especially when it comes to Indonesian teams. I think all the subs for the Indonesian teams are pretty much star players as well.
Yeah, that's why I learned from the OG coach recently. They don't like to use the term sub or reserve player. They like to use the term fifth player. Yeah. So whether it's fifth or whether it's sixth, depending on how you see things or depending on the format. So the fifth player, at least that sounds more like, okay, this person is it sounds more involved in the team as rather than being a reserve player.
Now, can we go to break, producer? I'm waiting for the cue, by the way. I'm just gonna say it out loud. No, not yet. Can we go? Okay, we can cue to break now. We're gonna see you guys after this break for the last Erangel map of the day and remaining of 2 maps. Remember, don't go anywhere because you might miss a lot. See you guys after this.
Hi everyone, today we'll be going over the specific changes of the new motor glider. Let's check it out. First, the new motor glider comes with pitch assistance. What this means is that during takeoff, once you reach a certain speed, it will automatically climb and achieve liftoff. Once airborne, tap to accelerate and slide the wheel back at the same time to travel along the ground. Next, let go of the throttle during flight and the glider will maintain its altitude while gradually reducing its speed to 60 km per hour and engage autopilot. Sliding the wheel forward during flight will cause the glider to pitch up and ascend, and sliding the wheel back during flight gradually pitches the glider downward to approach the ground. Furthermore, when turning left and right during flight, the glider will level itself off. The body of the glider and camera angle will tilt for greater immersion. The view of the ground has also been upgraded to better help players observe their surroundings while turning. Let go to stop turning, and the glider will stabilize on its own. As for landing, after descending to a certain altitude, the glider will disengage autopilot to help you slow down and land. Lastly, if we keep pitching the nose up, the glider will end up upside down. Flying upside down will cause the glider to enter an automatic descent, making it much harder to control. It's a real test of skill. So, the new motor glider is now easier to control for better playability, with greatly improved user experience. We're sure you'll have a great time with the new motor glider. That's all for now. See you next time.
Wow, what a lively sky treasure ship! So many lights and people.
Yeah, every shop is full of color. Let's look around.
Welcome to the Golden Moon Cloud Market! Haha!
You can light the ship's magic lamp each day to get Paradise tokens. During certain periods, there will also be a lucky box drop. The Sky Treasure Ship contains loads of great gifts. Come peruse the various stores and go home with your bags full.
When completing various adventures in Sky High Spectacle, don't forget to head to the Treasure Emporium for the Golden Moon Paradise Crate, as well as tons of Paradise tokens that await you.
Join a new round of popularity battle. Work together with your friends to unlock the 1001 Nights lobby theme, moonlight background, and other great Golden Moon gifts.
Happy 6th anniversary! Here! Not only can you revisit your past year's game data, you can also play a 6th anniversary exclusive target shooting minigame. Head to World of Wonder to check it out. While playing, you can redeem the 6th anniversary theme song as well. The Palace Musician set for free. Awesome!
Choose your exploration path onto the sky-high spectacle Nimbus Islands. Collect your discoveries as you go. Spend more Paradise tokens to aid you in your treasure hunt.
What's this?
Wow! A secret shop!
During the event, purchase items recommended by the genie at discounted prices. You'll also receive additional surprise gifts.
Huge discounts up to 80% off. Come have a look.
What are you waiting for?
Hi everyone! After the last video, I'm sure you already have a basic understanding of the game. Survival, competition, social interaction, and easy to pick up controls, these are what sets PUBG Mobile apart. First, as a battle royale game, survival is of utmost importance. There are multiple maps to play on, and each map is unique. Players can come up with different survival strategies for each map. Besides the blue zone mechanics, this is a completely open battleground. It's free of restrictions. Use your imagination to eliminate enemies and become the last one standing. Combat is also one of the core traits of PUBG Mobile. We have all kinds of weapons available. These weapons let players battle in any environment. You can be a sniper or storm the front lines with an assault rifle or shotgun. Furthermore, there are also protective gear, consumables, items, vehicles, and more. The comprehensive supplies available ensure a fulfilling combat experience. Our game has multiplayer modes with teams where you can invite friends to play together. Enjoy the thrill of PvP battles. Come up with strategies with teammates, find items for each other, and take up complementary positions. Try to make it to the end together. You can also go at it alone and carry yourself to victory. Lastly, we also have some simple tutorials for beginners in the game. There are no prerequisites, and they're super short. Learn how to play in a flash. We're still planning to release more guides detailing all kinds of neat tips and tricks to help players quickly familiarize with the game. Becoming a skilled PUBG Mobile player is super simple. Boot up the game and play now.
Welcome back, everyone. And now I'm here with Mystery from TALON. Say hi to your fans.
Hello.
Hello. Your team got bashed a lot last week, but this week you have early fights with SEM9 and CRVP, with both are for Malaysia team. In 3 matches and won all of them. Any word to them?
Okay, minggu lalu kalian itu bisa dibilang dihujatlah dengan performa kalian, tapi di minggu ini di beberapa match awal kalian sering ketemu tim Malaysia dan selama 3 game itu kamu ratain semua tim Malaysia. Ada apa yang mau disampaikan nggak ke tim Malaysia?
Spesifik nggak ada sih kata-kata yang disampaikan, paling ya emang kerasin dikit aja lah, jangan banyak-banyak.
To be honest, I don't have a specific word to Malaysian team, but then please, to Malaysian team, please be tough a bit, but don't too tough.
Okay, I got that one. And what is your target today? Do you think you can overtake top 1 by the end of the day?
Jadi kira-kira dari Misery sendiri bisa nggak agak-agak kira-kira nih mendapatkan top 1 di ujung hari nanti?
Kalau buat target kita buat hari ini benerin mainnya dulu sih. Mungkin dari week 1, week 2 kita coba cari salahnya, terus kita benerin di week 3 ini. Kalau buat top 1 kita nggak terlalu mikir sih, kita main aja. Yang penting lolos Super Sunday dulu.
If we wanna secure the top 1 spot by today, I don't think we focus on that part, because mainly our target is basically on whatever we learn or whatever mistake that we do in week 1 and week 2. We're just gonna take it and fix it, and yeah, we're just gonna slowly fix it.
Okay, is that your strategy? Do you have another secret?
Adakah itu doang strategi kamu atau kamu punya rahasia lain?
Nggak ada, adanya tim secret doang.
No, we don't have any secret. There's only team secret.
Oh, okay, I got that one. So thank you, TALON Mystery, for joining us the interview. And now it's time for highlight. Let's see it.
Well, here's the highlights from the first half, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, TALON, they're doing really, really well. And inside of Sandhawk, not only did they took down SEM9, but in the first Erangel as well, they had an early fight with SEM9 and they won both fights.
Yep, it feels like they are the vein for SEM9 and the vein for the Malaysian teams by far. We're looking at, well, you cannot blame them, because basically they are 7 slots or 8 slots coming up from the Indonesian teams in total, and you have like what 6-7 slots coming up from Malaysian teams, so they will definitely comprise the most majority when it comes to teams competing down there. Even today we do have like what 2, 3, let me count, 5, yeah, 5, 6 Indonesian teams competing here today.
Yeah, and they stacked up the overall charts from 1 to 5 the last we saw it. But still SEM9, this is a great moment here between Yuhai as well as Tony K. And just look at the reaction by Yuhai. Man, I'm sure he would have been super ecstatic from that sort of a performance against Tony K. But we will compare these two teams, TALON as well as SEM9, with TALON having a little bit more eliminations. But when it comes to play some points, they are equal.
It's kind of true. When it comes to the top 4 rate, pretty much almost similar with each other. I do love this comparison, despite their placement is very different. But we have to give it, when it comes to the firepower, TALON do have Brad Fader, TALON have YOODO. And I think their lineup pretty much, what he said when it comes to the interview, I agree. I feel like what Misery just mentioned regarding the Malaysian teams, they need to bump their game. They need to be all cylinders out, because so far, now you guys see this gunslingers. This is going to be the question from me, Cloud, that I want to track from. I want to carry over from the previous map. Do you think that SEM9 putting UI in the same position as Rosemary last season, where everything heavily dependent on UI?
I don't think they're heavily dependent on Yuhai. I think Kenny is also doing very well as well. It's just that, of course, Yuhai being Yuhai himself, he is a standout player, just like how Rosemary is. And at least, even if Yuhai is not in the game or eliminated early, I'm pretty sure players like Kenny can also step up their game as well.
Now, imagine if they can actually just not being eliminated early, like we mentioned previously. What's the issue with the bottom teams there? We did highlight regarding 79. If they can actually play and survive a bit longer, it just shows, it just translates into better results. So I guess it's a no-no for them when it comes to early fights. Like how you mentioned, that's going to be their biggest weakness by far. Now, despite of that, we're gonna just coming back to us because we know you guys missed us, don't you? You want to see us just a tiny bit, maybe. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm supposed to continue from there. Okay.
Yes, please.
Okay. Nice transition though, but but anyway, of course, for the case of Sem9, if we looked at what made them did well is that they avoided early clash. Because like first game, early clash, second game, early clash. So you avoid two of those. Then Sem9, if they had the chance to loot and they have a good setup from the start, then they can definitely pull off something like from the mid stages onwards, looking at how they have improved themselves as compared to the week 1 performance.
I agree, because that just literally showed by the sort of PIGMY. They have that kind of issue, like the previous, I think it was the first wrangle map, they're being eliminated early on, and they realized they need to rectify that mistake before heading to the next wrangle. They avoided every early conflicts as much as possible. Now that's going to be a wise decision made by the IGL to call off any sort of engagement early on, because it's very tempting, yes, to engage whenever you can see a clear shot. But trigger discipline it's always going to be the biggest impact for the teams that have issues with early fights.
Yeah, and also just getting to know the potential drop spots a little bit more. But sometimes maybe you know, but of course you wouldn't know what happens because it really depends on flight path as a start, and because they want to go to their regular drop spot, they have to drop somewhere in between, and scenarios just happen. So yeah, I guess it's also, if they kind of want to avoid that, not knowing what might happen, because there's only so much you can anticipate, is to be aware of when you drop. Like you can take a slow drop, and then like while you glide, you can also look around you and see that, okay, there's other potential teams dropping into the spot, just like that one house in the Erangel match. So they can potentially do that as well, just to avoid that early on, if they don't want to depend on the potential flight path and all the other factors that is out of their control.
Yeah, especially when it comes to the flight path, after we finish with dropping himself, that's where the circle starts to pop. And sometimes, like you mentioned, they thought they're going to be there alone, but due to the circle that happened to be popping later of the end of the flight path, some teams decided, you know what, we want to go a different route when it comes to this sort of circle, then like it or not, they have to clash. There's also the case of scenario where you cannot control every movement of any team, but what you can control is the action. Oh, that's going to be a big yawn, by the way. I hope he's not sleepy now.
Yeah, hopefully the break time meals don't wear them down. So yeah, but yeah, I mean Sem9 at least for the very least that they have two Super Sundays in their pocket, so they're pretty okay. It's more of like them collecting as many points as possible to get a better placement start during the grand finals later on. That's something that they're definitely looking forward to. Same goes for TALON as well, with the high fives going around. So we know that it's going to start. Obviously, they have the exact timer within their own game, and we have our own timer that will start now.
You time it very clean and very well indeed. But we do have very right side, extremely right side flight path is going up towards the shooting range area. And so far, when it comes to Erangel circle, the first circle we can see it pops, then we do know this sort of pattern, it will kind of display or just moving over the next couple of stages. But to know the first circle pop so far, when it comes to Erangel, it's very unpredictable. We had SMB many times, we had even north of Pachinki multiple times, we have multiple Yasnaya, Poliana and Rosehawk. We had pretty much everywhere except for Zaki and even Primos, so we never get those kind of circle unless, you know, the game wants to surprise us today.
Well, what's no surprise are the stats on the left side. Not many changes. Rosemary is still up there. Octa hasn't been playing today, So yeah, I guess he's going to rest. But so far, no substitution in for Octa just yet. But we have to have Rosemary in every chart, especially on top there. And definitely Erangel is a favorite map for Rosemary and also Alter Ego as a whole. And they're going to start off their drop spot inside of the Povka. So it's going to be a quick drop for them. And they will be unchallenged on the left side of the map.
You pointed out right, 9.2 elimination average points, but we do have a very similar circle throughout the entire day. Usually this sort of circle might have a shot at Northern Pachinki, but sometimes it moves slightly towards ruins, so we have to see if there's anybody want to take Gakka Mountains. We've seen a couple of teams try to take it a bit early on, but we expect, like you mentioned, Alter Ego, they are hunting people down, but the same goes for Team Secret, by the way. Team Secret has been aggressive today, approaching from one fight to the other since they are quite far down there. I do want to know, will they try to bulldoze teams out there quite early on, or will they take it slow for the rotation this time?
Looking at how they've been playing, they seem to be a bit more active this time, and I guess they also know that it's a make or break week for them. So far it has gave them 19 points, which is not too bad in the middle of the chart. As of now. So I guess if that formula kind of works for them, and if they think that based on their halftime talk, that brought them the amount of points that they kind of expected, then maybe we might see the same active Team Secret again.
True. I'm hoping for them to actually actively roaming around, because we do love the fact, I feel like they are not the team that's suitable to wait it out, because when it comes to firepower, especially the Divide and Conquer, they had the diversion and the bait scenario we saw early on with SOAs coming in from the back. They were super smart, and it's not easy to bait one teams like that. And it seems like it's working out well for them. Team Secret, they have been playing the wrong card probably all this while. Feels like they should definitely play with their strength, which going to be the firepower side, because it's not easy to have that kind of strength, to have that very tremendous amount of force as rush into one compound that they can actually do. Not many teams can actually execute their early team fight, but they can.
Yes, and I guess that's also the level of confidence and also the desperation that they have. Probably a mix of two, right? So that actually brought them decent amount of success. And if you think about it, right, 19 points collected, no chicken dinner, right? But they are at the same amount of points with 7-9 with the chicken dinner. And also the same amount of points with Vampire Esports, who is one of the strongest teams around as well. So they should be proud with whatever formula that they have found so far today. Now, the other worry is that, yes, first half worked out for them in that sense, but we are talking about 15 other teams. If other teams were to like put Team Secret as a point of reference or as a target, in other words, then Team Secret needs to be prepared to be versatile enough to adapt to situations in case other teams will want to try to block out Team Secret, especially teams who are at the borderline of the Super Sunday points.
But honestly, it's so hard to counter-attack or so hard to stop the rotation and navigation coming out from Team Secret because of how actively they just move around the map. It's easier to just block certain teams straight off the bat, or just early clash or early drops. Fighting against teams like they love to rotate later. We're talking about PEA, probably even GEEK Fam in this case. If you compare it with Team Secret, they really want to go for fight. So I don't think teams want to challenge Team Secret early on because of how aggressive they will fight back, but instead the teams that want to block down probably just going to focus on PEA. That's going to be the best example here. Sorry to say, but it is what it is. PEA has been very passive. Even if they got themselves in the top 6, every single time they have the advantage of taking a fight head on, and they can outnumber the openers, maybe because they don't have information, but it's due to their position that won't allow them to take those information. They will not willing to risk to put out one scouter just to gain all the information from the outside. They're a bit overthinking down there.
I have a different thought about PEA, but then again, we got to highlight our MVP from the previous round, Yuhai, that came out with 8 eliminations by his own. So as a single individual coming out with 8 eliminations, that is great. And also a qualitative highlight to score the chicken dinner for 7-9, and also it was against Tony K from Vampire. So it was all stars aligned for him to be the undisputed MVP in the previous round. So a great word there for Yuhai, and the fact that 7-9 they also avoided early fights this round. So we might see another good round from 7-9 again.
Now, speaking of the finale we had before Tony K versus Yuhai, I do want to see an ending where it's going to be mano to mano massacre fight between teams like Rosemary versus Tony K versus Yuhai versus Nepeko in there. I do want to see, since we don't have Boom, if Boom there happens to be there, I might just put in Yummy in the lineup. But I do want to see these 4 players just fighting 1v1 v1 when it comes to the last circle. Now that's gonna be fun.
Yeah, if somehow the stars align to that, then yeah, that definitely be the dream ending. So yeah, the possibility of that happen, of course, is pretty low. But of course, if the stars somehow align, then yeah, I guess it will be a very entertaining ending. And I guess that's what like that's like a fan service, right? Just like what the previous round was.
Yeah, I mean, like that would be fun if we have solo match or even like a solo show match between the top players. Like every team have to send over their one particular high star fragger MVP of the team to fight in Livik before the start of grand finals. That would be fun to watch as well, just to see who's actually the biggest alpha of them all when it comes to fragging out there. But speaking of Yuhai, they do got himself in the abandoned church up here against MORPH, and Zero do land himself DBS. But speaking of RIQ, this is also the team that we should watch out for. And it's not just Team Secret actively trying to find their targets. RIQ has always been like this since the start.
Yeah, and that's always been their trend, right? Like, they have a lot of firepower in them. Napeko, Hexas, No Mercy, and of course, Name. All these are very top fraggers. And the fact that they brought in Name just to add on their firepower with being a young player that has a lot of, that is high mechanic, they definitely know their direction is that, okay, we want to win the game by winning fights, by taking a lot of elimination. So far, it's been doing well so far. Doing well for RRQ. And we did talk about Team Secret as well, and them taking their chances because they have pretty much nothing to lose. And let's see, because the last we saw them, they're just next to another team, 7-9. But 7-9 moved away because of the circle. So I guess Team Secret will need to look for the next target.
I think a lot of players will want to focus on ruins. We have that couple of pattern of circles there when it comes to stage 3 and 4 later on. Now, we talked about Kaka Mountain as well as previous one, but Pachinki is quite clear. I don't think anybody wants to stop at Pachinki too long because there's chances another team will pass by anytime soon. But speaking of Kaka Mountain, surprisingly, it's not as famous as it used to be, Cloud. There's a lot of teams want to take Kaka Mountains, but nobody wants to pass by over it.
Yeah, and Gatka Mountain. Interesting. Maybe they don't see the value of it with this circle, and I noticed also a lot of teams like to play in the middle, so maybe that's one of the reasons as well. But by playing in the middle, we will see all these clashes happening. Alter Ego, RRQ, let's go!
Also Team Flash fighting the other end as well, but RRQ, they are in shambles. 2 knocked down, the other 2 giving support fires, a bit too far, it's giving them Paco. And also Hexas. Hexas always being the front line for the side of RRQ, but I think this is going to be their back line by their surprise by the side of Alter Ego. Indeed, Boy Chill on the other hand, here comes Hexas. Boy Chill spotted out the players of RRQ inside of compound. The nade will not connect through while Team Flash happen to be busy against Team Flash at the same time.
Oh, Hexas needs to defend his ground. Oh, infiltrated by the members of Alter Ego. Now Napeko is coming to back him up, but Napeko 50% of health. Shot from afar. Let's be super careful. Hexas knocked out by Boysil. Probably not going to be able to be saved by his other teammates. There you go. Out.
No trade at all coming out from the side of Alter Ego. Just how accurate they know the positions of RRQ members at this point. How much information they managed to just gain within seconds here. Hans, for you, will try to toss it back the favor to the side of Nampego as the last member. Now they know for a fact, they heard the audio cues. Definitely he's cooking up the nade. He can see that one coming for Hans for you. Just avoid the entirety of the explosion at Ham for you and RQ. It's gonna be the last of members. Alva boxed down the last member of RQ from the back, but we do have another Team Secret versus Alter Ego. Now there's these things getting spicy. Team Secret Will they back down or will they just go away?
I guess they would have evaluated the elimination feed and they don't see any name of RRQ showing or Alter Ego showing up after the RRQ fight. So maybe they're telling themselves that, hey, Alter Ego, they are still a full squad, nobody got knocked, so there's no advantage. So maybe because of that team secret, they arrive, but that's about it.
True. If they see somebody knocked down, they're probably like, hey, actually, we can actually go for this. But and they know for a fact there's going to be Alter Ego as well. Nope, that's not the team they want to fight way early on. But speaking of, the circle shrinks down to ruins. PIGMY coming in very late. Team GEEK Fam on the other end, very separated. Indeed, Vampires taking Kaka Mountains. BA might just crash into Infinity next with Creep VIP in the center. Very concentrated circle indeed. And we have a lot of sharing of compounds to be done.
Alter Ego one knock, but Team Secret, I don't think they have any more focus onto that area. But anyway, Rosemary is there to pick up Alva. Looks like he will be able to do so thanks to this terrain with NKT across them. But NKT, they don't have a good vision of what's happening or whatever that's happening in the area of Rosemary. So NKT, they'll be pretty happy in their own area at the age of Pachinki.
Well, I feel like Alter Ego seems to be interested, knowing some information regarding NKT's player here. But if they start to open fire, I have a feeling Semna will try to be a third party from the back. BA split into 2-2, taking a bit of bunker side. Creep VIP on the other hand, just sharing the other side of the bunker as well. MORPH and BTR do have a bit of a stalemate, but BTR, I think they want to stay where they at. They have a different compound entirely. MORPH, they might want to migrate, depending on the next stage of a circle though. Everyone is still safe inside, nobody actually taking any blue zone other than RRQ. I think we have to wait for the next transition of the circle to see another fight happening soon.
Very likely, since the last time we saw a lot of teams already within the circle, so they already pretty much have their own comfort spot. It's more of just stamping their domination in their own area, sending out long-range shots and warning shots to the other teams, just like what MORPH is doing to GEEK Fam. And with that, GEEK Fam, they will stay by the edge, and I don't think GEEK Fam will want to come anywhere close, especially with so much open space between them and MORPH. If they do so, while they travel to MORPH, they could be shot down, so they will leave this one to MORPH for now.
I wish we can actually have a bit of a highlight what happened between TALON as well as Team Flush just now. Because TALON also left with only one player down there. I feel like I don't know who is the remaining solo player coming from TALON, but Team Flush just, I think they were possibly just happened to be in the same rotation direction. That's why they clashed quite early on around the hillside. They just bumped into each other when they're actually moving up to the top. But if it's Red-Face, TALON, if it's Red-Face remaining on TALON's side, there's a high chance they still can secure a couple of eliminations down there, because we do know Red-Face is the type of person, whenever he can actually get a couple of eliminations, whenever he can, not when he's top 5, whenever he can. You might see some engagement here and there as well.
Yeah, I'm curious to know as well, because if you kind of think about it, like TALON has been super duper consistent at the first half, but all of a sudden it's like only one player left, so nothing much they can expect out of Red-Face now except for placement points. And without the circle, he's still at Waterhouse on the northern side. Team Flash still in front of him. I don't know how Red-Face is going to survive this.
And they're not willing to go out yet. They definitely know he's there, but here comes PIGMY without any information, without any sort of rotation that they're trying to find some position of side of 7-9. They still managed to secure on one. Now PIGMY going straight into the warehouse, just crashing into 7-9's compound just now. Pushing all the way back, 7-9 has to be forced into retreat for the second compound at the back, giving away the warehouse to the side of PIGMY. They definitely did not see that one coming, but NKT seems to be interested into engaging on the other side of PIGMY as well. Now this is going to be PIGMY walk into a trap if NKT seems to be giving all full force in, pushing on the other side.
Oh, and GEEK Fam might lose Mika as well, with Tony K knocking him down. And not only that, Tony K was actually the long range, but MORPH, they took advantage of it. Damn rude. And Sonic down as well. Only one player left, and that's going to be Audrey somewhere else. GEEK Fam again falling apart.
No point once more. We'll have to wait and see with one player remaining. MORPH spotted out Vampires on the run and on the navigation towards the center of the circle. The blue zone's approaching, so I think this is where everybody starts to move. It's stage number 4, by the way. Every second will choke down 1 HP of their players at the same time, so nobody wants to take too much of a blue zone, knowing the fact there will be a lot of gatekeepers, since we do know within the circuit there will be so many teams by now. MORPH have to pop the smoke here, since he got only 1 rock to take covers himself. Hulk, while Alter Ego spot straight into Team Secret, head on fight it is.
Okay, we go with Zoas now knocked down as well. And Batman had to fight him from afar. But Team Secret, what's the final score now? Okay, Break and Namcute still alive, but the fight's not over yet. It's now Namcute heading towards the position of Alter Ego, but they already got 5 eliminations so far with Break knocked down. Only Namcute left.
Stolen away by Creep VIP from afar as well. It's quite in the open for the side of Team Secret. There's nothing to hide themselves from. But Namcute now spotting out his previous graveyard of friends down there. A lot of boxes laying around. He spotted out Team Flash. He has to pick the points or just go out, because I don't think this is going anywhere for Team Secret, because there's going to be Alter Ego and Team Flash to deal with at the same time with no cover so much in his open space. It's not too safe either, so he definitely hurt our hearts out for the side of Namcute, reposition himself. But for MORPH, finally they broke the silence and Vampire obliterated them just now, but it's going to be Infinity next.
Oh, by the edge of the circle, here we go. Infinity, look at the position that they have, especially with Tiger X, a ton of Schwartz. And Tony K fighting on the right side. Tiger is going to come in as close as possible, prepping his next date. Trying to make down the Tony K as well as Shrubs. And at this current position, the Infinity looking pretty strong, but they got fired back by Tony K.
That's going to be the opening for Infinity here. Vampires want to go in for the killing blow. Here comes Tony K tossing the nade. He's rarely missed for the side of Tony K, by the way. Definitely secures that one, possibly. We cannot see the kill feed right now. 6 eliminations and 3, half of it by Tony K alone. Next, we do have the circle on the outskirts of Ruins with Team Flash PA. YOODO O2 might have a clash later on, but for Vampires, despite they are having a bit of a forced fight against Infinity when they're just done with a different team prior, they still can fight back. They don't need that much time to use that on the side of Vampires. They can just fight and bounce back anytime they want.
Well, with 2 players left, they definitely need to bounce back. Let's see if they can do that without the circle at all. 200 meters away for them to enter. Okay, Traps on his buggy. Probably going to find an exit point down south, or Tony K holds the line. But before that, he will make sure that that 1 extra elimination goes into the pocket of Vampire Esports.
It's like, oh wait, well, 1 more point, and here goes, and it seems like only 1 player left on the side of Infinity. It's going to be Logan once more. Tony K, the imposter, will be finished off by the wrath of Tony K. They definitely will spot him out within the silhouette of the smoke, but they will try to find the last player, still trying to cook up the nade. It's going to be Logan on a different compound entirely and trying to just push them away, but they will not take the warning signs. Tony K wrapping around the other side. It's going to be all corners surrounded by the side of Logan. No exit out. Still got exit out anyhow. Find himself outside. Spotted out by Tony K with an AKM versus DBS. It's going to be UMP winning probably. Never mind.
Well, 1v2, anything can still happen, but they have to make this fast because the zone is starting to close. Trump's knocked down, 1v1 right now. Tony K with Logan. Logan on the outside, Tony K on the inside. Tony K with the full health. M4 now, it's going to be his main weapon. Comes out, shoots. Hero switches to an AK. And with 10 bullets, it's enough for the man, the myth, the legend, Tony K.
The way he clutched that one out with a jump shot to the end, but we saw another team coming over the other side. But it's going to be PIGMY just eliminated, taking them out of the equation of this lobby. Sam 9, despite they had a good run of U-High clutching the last chicken dinner, unfortunately they have to bow out quite early this time. PIGMY on the other end, quite a cluster on the down south. PTR versus PIGMY versus Greek VIP. There's another team if I'm not mistaken, and that's going to be NKT.
Olapang. Nade onto him, 50% of health now. Billboard to the front door approach. Lapa is pretty low. Now Lapa with the high ground advantage, but Billboard is prepared for the jump shot for Lapa. And Lapa will be eliminated. Now Billboard has to make this quick because look at the blue just behind him.
Look at the one that's in front of as well, Vampires. Well, Vampires just eat out the rest of BTR by running down cold against the Blizzard. Actually, in the open street, PIGMY Billboard still trying to just get some points, but will be stopped by NKT. He's being eliminated next, but despite of that, they got 3 eliminations. We're down to 8 teams. Within just one stage, everything just changes down to half of population that remains in this, less than that perhaps. But Tony K still in rampage mode. 6 out of 10 eliminations by himself. Tony K is not showing any sign of slowing down.
I also want to point out that GEEK Fem's Audrey is still in the game, and he has the circle. Man, but he's just right beside Creep VIP, so hopefully he's not known by his opponents. But we're gonna look at the southern side of the circle. Triple F representing NKT is still in the game, and he's trying to keep out the members of Vampire Esports. But he has about 28 more seconds before the zone starts to pressure on him. Triple F knocking out Tony K.
Mr. Joe now have to take down the remainers of Vampires. It's gonna be straps, and here comes NKT. Just pushing and crushing the entirety of the fight. But Schweppes still alive! Schweppes still can do it! Schweppes goes to... What? Wait, how? Schweppes still finished off Triple F. Regardless of that, it still scores another 11 eliminations, but 7 for the side of NKT here, crushing straight into Schweppes. But he hold on long enough, man.
Oh, commendable effort by Schweppes. Really long hold by him. But they got 11 eliminations. Now PEA in action against YOODO 02. Now PEA, they managed to score 1 elimination point, looking for more right now. Means he's pretty low. He has to land this blow, but unfortunately he lost it against Kid. Anyhow, Blaze is just right behind him to provide cover fire. And they will take out the final member of YOODO 02. And PEA scores 4 points.
Now finally PA got some actions kick into their style, which definitely pays a lot of benefit on their end. But Kwang will spot out the rest of PA's position here. But can he unite with the entire team once more? Look at the threat from the side of Team Flash, dominating over the right side of circle and spray. What a crispy one! But unfortunately did not translate into point yet, as GEEK Fem steals away at the other end. Audrey, just under the nose of Batman, he just sneakily sneaks a couple of bullets in and take away those elimination numbers.
Man, and now Batman wants to find who stole away his point. But Audrey, he has a blown up vehicle as a barricade to block his view. So Batman can't seek revenge, but maybe later. But let's see how many points more can Audrey collect now, because he's also collecting this point.
Batman, the rest of Team Flash, 8 eliminations as well. A lot of almost hitting the double digits down there. PA having a full squad, same goes for the side of Team Flash with NKT last player. Is that Mr. Joe? That's the question. Batman's put out newbies. Return fire. Clip all entirety of his helmet. No more helmet on the side of Batman. He couldn't overpick himself due to how he doesn't have any more helmet at this point. But Mr. Joe, can he do some wonderful clutch? Never mind. Finish off by Gosu.
And we're down to the top 3 teams. And the first few rounds, the Malaysian squads have been having a hard time. But this time we have 2 of them in the top 3, including Team Flash, who scored a chicken dinner here today. Looking at the current position, Team Flash with 3 of them on the right side of the circle. But the circle will definitely ship in about 15 more seconds. Let's see who will get it.
So down to the next circle. Will it favors the bunkers? Will it favors the open field and some elevations? Or will it take over the compound of VIP? 3 different angles will be in the center. If it's the center, all teams should slowly pushing into the center. Yes, it is. But the airdrop just taunting all the players in the center as well. It's going to be whoever wants to take the airdrop will be shut down by the teams that's watching the red smokes across the other side. Team Flash, I think they are running low with their ammunition here as well. But for Batman, he definitely needs those helmets. If they can find any death boxes laying around, it will be great for a huge upgrade on their side there.
Oh, Team Flash, such a tough position to be in. Like, they have to move forward, but they'll be in an open space. Even if they want to concentrate on the PA, for example, they have to travel all the way to PA, and they'll be shot down by the time they arrive at the PA. So Team Flash, they could be out here. If we could have an all-Malaysia finale.
Free VIP, 3 players, Team Flash 3, but for the side of PA, they're having a full squad. But will their lack of experience show here, or will they finally coming back into week number 3? It's down to how they respond to its rotation of Team Flash. at the same time have to focus on Create VIP because just next to them, but Team Flash is just giving them so much pressure that they have to respond back. But if they turn their vision to a side of Team Flash, that might be the green light for Create VIP division.
Because Create VIP, they only have 3 players, so maybe they're not at their peak of their confidence, or they're waiting for like Team Flash and PA to maybe cancel each other, or to try to at least trade, and then Create VIP will come in later. I guess that possibility might happen since they are the closest, but we still have stage 8 circle, so it also depends on where the circle goes next.
I personally feel like Create VIP, they're still going to pick the fight over PA because they cannot visualize due to the uneven terrain and slightly a bit of a hill in between. They couldn't see any players of Team Flash, but they get quite a few, some players of PA on the other end as well. Now Putra trying to go and reposition himself just to see on the other side of a hill since they can't have their vision blocked entirely. But Putra, the moment they decided to do that, he and Iron Pro will be punished. And straight away taking a couple of shots from afar, but it did not connect. Lucky enough for Creep VIP because Mizi seems to be whiffing just a tiny bit, but PA next stage in less than 30 seconds, they have to pick which team they want to fight first.
Oh man, at this point I feel for Team Flash. Again, they do not have the circle, but same goes for Crit VIP. So now the tables might shift. Crit VIP might try to cancel out Team Flash to get into the circle. Let's see what will the decision be. And if you look at the vehicles, behind that thought for a second, Guang to get out by Iron Pro. So now the fight is forced against Team Flash.
Team Flash wanted down into 2 different angles here, squared down by Crit VIP and PA at the same time. Now at the same time, it's going to be only Batman and also another player remaining on the side of Team Flash, running low on their chances, getting those chicken pop the moment PA and Crit VIP happen to be shift over their vision and their focus on each other. That's going to be Team Flash getting the opportunity what they need to, because Putra and Iron Pro might want to pull back, but Ghostu seems to be interested in making a move as well.
Ghostu, he does have a vehicle though, so that's at least an option for him. Whether he will use it or not, it's going to be the other question. Now Crit VIP putting that focus onto PEA. All these teams pretty much in the circle, so stage 9 when the zone closes entirely, that will be a big mess for all these teams.
It's all down to utilities to win this fight for Chicken Dinner, honestly. For Crit VIP, they barely have enough. They only got a couple of throwables and that's it. With the rest of the teams that we're looking at, just fighting against the side of PEA, they don't have anything anymore and goes to just fight back against Putra. PEA, this might be their first ever Chicken Dinner if they can score this one.
Ooh, here we go, zone time! 3, 2, 1, and the blue will close. Who's closest to the blue will feel its wrath first. And we can see the 2 members of Team Flash quite close to it. One for PEA, they do have vehicles now. They are on the move, but it's not going to be as easy for them because it's such an open space. Plays! Knocked out by Ghost.
Chewie and Iron Pro try to do some wonderful work here as well, and both teams just keep it down to the side of Team Flash. It's going to be 3v2. They do have elevations on PA. Now PA needs to spot out another one, dominating on the side of PA. Iron Pro left, and that's going to be PEA. Finally get a taste of that chicken dinner.
Patience is virtue for BARUZ Esports Academy to score this chicken dinner. And the formula, again, is to chill out, wait for other teams to make their move, and this score the chicken dinner to position and quick work by them. And they are desperate in need of points to get into Super Sunday. This is definitely a great start for them.
True, and I was happy the fact that they did not chill out too long like how they did before when they had that warehouse in the previous map of Erangel. They waited too long until RRQ forced the fight into their compound, and this time they take the fight first. They initiate it when it's needed. It's okay to play it late, but they have to fight back and finally show some spirit of fighting back, and it's all being to fruition since they realize that they can fire too. They have the firepower. All they need to do is just have a bit of confidence. And with that, they've got themselves quite a number of eliminations down there, which could be 7 plus the chicken dinner, 17 in total.
And the most damage dealt is by Mizi. So he's definitely going to be the MVP this time. And everyone in the team contributed to the eliminations for PEA this time around. So Mizi, 2 eliminations, 531 damage, 140 damage received with a 24% team contribution and a maximum amount of power, 27 minutes, 34 seconds with 13% headshot, 61% body shot, 26% leg shot, and of course PEA, I see them as a team that works well together as a team. No star standout, but you don't need it if you can score the chicken dinner.
True, that's all that's needed in this game, because if you happen to be that one player that carry all the work by yourself, it's still going to be tough for them to actually score the chicken dinner. But Mizi, the youngest player, definitely plays the MVP this part. PEA, Team Flash, no Indonesian team for the finale, yeah, surprisingly. But we do have quite a travel distance by the side of PEA, but they score themselves when they get themselves those bunkers. We had 2 maps in a row almost getting those bunkers in the last few stages. We haven't got the bunker pretty much in the top 4. With Vampires and NKT joining in the top 4. Team Flash also quite a remarkable performance. But let's just rewatch the highlight of what really happened for the wrangle, the last wrangle of the day.
Still with pretty much the same formula that brought them the chicken dinner. The key fight was against YOODO O2 to bring them into the final circle, and this is where they scored not only the chicken dinner but also 17 points together with them. But look at the eliminations by Team Flash. 12 eliminations brought them to 17 points as well.
The same side for the side of Vampires. Quite scary indeed. Despite it being eliminated early, they placed themselves third, 12 points, just a couple of points behind 5 in the gap between Team Flash and Vampires for this round. But it means there's a lot of zeros down there. Not many teams get elimination on the second page as well, Cloud.
I'm looking also at GEEK Fam. Actually, it's at least this round, thanks to Audrey, they collected a good amount of placement points. If not because of Audrey, then well, it would have been another tough round for them, because a lot of them, at least 3 of them, got eliminated early. And yeah, at least this time around, GEEK Fam collected more points than before. But let's look at the overalls right now. So the stack of Indonesian teams from 1 to 5 have been broken by other teams, including Team Flash, Vampire in between.
Just within one map, they can turn the table around. We have different flags flying over the first page, except for still RRQ squeezing up. in the top 3. But PA slowly pushing up at 27 points with 1 chicken. But the rest of them, RRQ should be the team that everyone look out for. Same goes for the side of Empires because their eliminations are quite high up there.
And here is the page number 2. So GEEK Fam, despite them still at number 16, but at least they gained 4 placement points, so that's an improvement for them. But they are the only team right now with single digits, so they definitely need a lot more improvement. But it's not only about being in the single digit or in the double digit, they have to make it to the Super Sunday for any chance of getting into the grand finals. So other than that, we're going to compare these two players, Batman from Team Flash and Tony K, both coming up with 6 eliminations.
Yep, but when it comes to damage, it's all about playing it wise, playing it smart. Coming up from Vampires, they had more experience in terms of getting those angles, which angle to watch out the entry points of all the other players to a certain compound. And Tony K definitely displayed of that with the same amount of elimination, very different of damage output.
And speaking about damage output, Team Flash 2,403. Quite a big gap between them and Vampire Esports. 1,706, followed by NKT 1,560, and Alter Ego 1,415. It's almost like no Alter Ego, no party in all these kind of stats.
Seems like the rise of Flash is sudden when it comes to the second half of the day. I feel like they're conserving energy for the second half of the day because we don't see them that aggressive, despite they got themselves a chicken dinner before. But it wasn't like a bombastic or flashy sort of chicken dinner. They kind of balanced out the positions as well as their eliminations. But so far, it seems like a bit of a rise for the teams that finally kicked in and getting the message that, hey, we need to get into this Super Sunday and get to see some teams rising up the occasion. But GEEK Fam, that was the most points they finally get for the entire day, 4 points.
Yeah, hopefully that's a start to them rolling in the points because they are in desperate need for it. But I also want to point out that with a tough start to the Malaysian squads, in the Sun Hall match, 5 of them got eliminated early, back to back. Now they scored 2 chicken dinners back to back, representing the Malaysians. So yeah, I guess overall we can say that that's an improvement for the Malaysian squad. But of course, after this, we're going to switch to a different map, and it's going to be Miramar next. And this is obviously a new grouping, so who knows what might happen in Miramar.
True, and speaking of which, the 5 that Circloud mentioned wasn't 5 players, it was 5 teams back to back, guys. So 20 players in an instant going down within a minute or two at the same time. It's like a domino effect, like you mentioned early on. But speaking of the next Miramar map, we do know the Thai region's teams do love this map the most. And we saw the rise of Empires. They're going super aggressive with Tony K. I don't know what possessed him on the second half. I don't know if he's kind of pissed that he got finished off by Yuhai before. But it's definitely a different version of Tony K we had early on.
Yeah, they're definitely looking like they're having a lot of fun. Taking fight after fight after fight after fight. And then it doesn't matter the fact that they only got 1 placement point. They got like more than 10 elimination points, and they're still up there in the overall points collected. And that is where it all matters, right? Because as long as you can get yourself in the top 8, straight out to Super Sunday, the points reset again, you know, nothing else matters. Because it's not like you will carry the same amount of points to Super Sunday. If maybe in the future they change the format to say, whatever points collected here will be carried to Super Sunday, then it will be a lot at stake.
That would be how then? Then it's kind of unfair because the last chance stage players do have more points than a Super Sunday. But at the same time, that would be fun because then we get to test. It's not really an advantage to go straight to the Super Sunday then.
Yeah, true. That's a good point. That's a good point. I mean, then it becomes very imbalanced, right? But yeah, but I do think the current format is pretty balanced. It is very hard. It is very tough, but from a competitive standpoint, I think it is pretty balanced and it's fair to all the teams. And if you don't perform, then well, sorry, right? You gotta perform. That's the whole point of the competition.
It's like, you cannot not perform. There's only one way. You have to perform. That's it. That's the only way to go. The only way. But I agree. I totally 100% agree because last time we had so many seasons together right now. We saw back in the days where the point carry forward throughout the entirety of the week. Some teams seem to lost entirely their motivation and drive to play by the end of the week, knowing how big the gap was and just pretty much gone and don't have that fight within them anymore and just feel like, oh, meh, whatever. You know, these days, every single thing matters. Every single day matters. Now, even though you cannot make it through to the Super Sunday, at least you still have second chance at the last chance stage. And I love the fact the group stage point carry forward to the last chance stage. It means that all the players cannot still make any mistake and cannot just lay back for a bit just because they're being left behind early on.
Yeah, you want to minimize the rounds that don't matter anymore, right? for the team. So you want to minimize that. I think this is one of the best formats that have managed to do that. So that's why we can see that it's almost like every round, even like the last round of like, let's say, the group stage, or even like the last round of the chance to go to Super Sunday and all that. And you can see all these teams that are still playing their hearts out, and it's great. It's great competition to be able to see that, rather than in previous format, maybe the last few rounds, 10 teams, however they play, it doesn't matter anymore, and you can see them just not playing the game.
Yeah, they don't feel it anymore. There's no fun in it, and we definitely feel the heat start to cool down. When the players, you know, you can see that they're not themselves at that stage. But thank you so much, PUBG Mobile, for finally find a final solution for the best competitive scene format that actually works whatever way it is. Like, even down to the last day that you need to get yourself points to the Super Sunday, you still have that last chance stage. We'll still give a bit of a hope for the players that, okay, we're kind of bunk our entire group stage. At least we can carry forward a bit of point, but our last chance stage, we have to be bombastic. We have to pull everything cylinders out. Now we can see a bit of fight. We can see tremendous improvement with this format as well, because the players start to challenge themselves a bit more than before.
Yes, and I really, really love this, right? But I'm sure the players, they don't love this because
they
hate it because there's so little room for error. And to avoid the room for error, maybe teams are starting to make their change. So Logan is subbed out, and 3Touch is coming into the lineup for the Infinity. So this is the change, at least for now, that we can see. Other than that, Fluxy is out and Gen Force is in, probably for the final 2 rounds as well.
Now this is going to be interesting, because if Gen Force is in, then will one of the twins sub in as well? Because we do know, I think Gen Force kind of paired up with possibly Luxy, or is it Zaxi? Or probably Zaxi. But Jabranki do have swap in with Tan, so we can assume this is going to be possibly the specialist for Mirama for each of the swaps just now.
Yeah, also to give them a good run out, right? Because you don't want to keep them on the sidelines for too long. You want to always keep them fresh. So you want to give them a good run out and have a good feel of the game, and also a different set of lobby for them to prepare in case in the upcoming days they need to play because of situations that they cannot control.
True. They need to keep their seat warm and so for the players. But we do have Brian back in here with a swap of Loyu. Maybe some teams, they're hitting a brick wall and just need to find a different perspective of the game as well to just push themselves for the final week of the group stage plus into the last Super Sunday here. If there's any shot or any chance for them to get into the last Super Sunday, especially we talked about the teams that didn't get any Super Sunday ever before. There's going to be a lot of teams still down there. PA got ones. Yeah, there's going to be YOODO 2, TODAK. TODAK's not playing it today. Creep VIP, GEEK Fam, Team Secret. We also have Roy and TODAK just now I mentioned they're not playing. So this is definitely going to be a very insightful day, especially for TODAK and Roy Esports, just to plan out what they want to do tomorrow.
Yeah, because tomorrow will be potentially the final day of the season, and if they don't want that to happen, for some of these teams, that is, for some of these teams, and if they don't want that to happen, then yeah, they have to work it out. TODAK, well, they had an extra day to watch whatever that's happening today, and yeah, I guess TODAK really has to go back to the drawing board a lot. Like, we saw a lot of questionable moves from TODAK in last week, and I hope that they do have the time. I'm sure they have the time, but I do hope that they are able to spot out and come up with solutions for whatever the problem is. Since they do have a new coach, by the way, so maybe this new coach will be able to give better insights.
is it the coach just coming into in the middle of a tournament, or was it like prior to this, or was it like the new coach that start from the start of this, like the one that we mentioned, Dandy, I think?
Yeah, Nandy. I mean, he's not considerably new because he just joined for this season. So yeah, I would categorize that as new as well.
True. And but we do see a better version of TODAK now. Regardless of that, I definitely feel like they are quite revamped a bit compared to last season. But we're gonna leave the top 4 TODAK for tomorrow because since they're not playing here now, we're back to it. The side of teams that still trying to get themselves. Example, the chicken here. We still have some teams that never get themselves any chicken for the entirety of the league here. I think there's going to be around, how many teams are there left? The one that's playing, YOODO, O2, GEEK Fam, and Team Secret. Just these 3 teams never have their banners or their, the screen banner of their chicken dinner across the monitor or across our screens here.
Yes, and with the amount of games left, definitely still a chance for them to do that. And there were a number of occasions that the YOODO O2 almost got the chicken dinner. Like, they always come close in many occasions. But I think it's not only about like the wrap up. Right? I think what they really need to work on is that they're early to mid. Like there are a lot of areas for YOODO O2 to improve. Like even in the previous round, they lost the fight with PA. They gotta give it to PA for stepping up the game as well. But YOODO O2 have to be able to put up a bigger challenge to whoever that they're taking the fight against.
Now, speaking of another team that very close getting those chicken, Team Secret had their shot early today. But you have to give it to Conti. That was a remarkable DBS plays. The way he actually fired it. If you guys missed that Sunhawk game, you have to rewatch it. It was a 1v3 moment. Team Secret had a 3 and 1 person of Team Flash. That was Conti. That was one of the biggest botch we had for a chicken dinner. But one of the biggest clutch as well when it comes to chicken dinner. So Team Secret, they definitely have to. I feel like they definitely need to finish 1 chicken dinner, at least for today.
Yeah, definitely not gonna take it away from Conti, right? I know it felt like a Team Secret botch, but yeah, I gotta give it to Conti. I mean, he worked his socks off to score that chicken dinner for the team too. So yeah, great work for Conti, But I think that will be a conversation for quite a while, especially from the fans of from Vietnam. Since both of them happen to be from Vietnam, and I think their set of fans will be having that conversation or banter between the 2 teams for quite a while.
The fan base, the quarrel in the comment section will be fun to watch as well. If we can actually understand. We should probably learn a different language now, Cloud, because it would be fun to read it out sometimes. But on the side of YOODO O2, we can see the exhaustion start to kick into its jumper. And Fredo, it's kind of a rare sight for him to see all serious because he's always smiling whenever cameras pan into him. But this time, it's gonna be a different map entirely. We're walking straight into it. We're flying into the sandy dunes of none other than the biggest map of them all, Miramar.
And it is Miramar, the first Miramar for week number 3. We're going to see the flight path here from the south side, Patona, all the way up north to La Copera. So teams like GEEK Fam, who likes to drop inside of Impala, will need to travel a little bit. And normally what they do is that they drop on the south side of Los Leones, grab a vehicle, and move towards Impala. Now, this is where they need to be careful in case any other team will be tussling for vehicles in their area.
Now, also speaking of which, we have very similar circle when it comes to Wrangle. Was it all 3 Wrangles or just the last 2 of them? That we have very similar circles on top of the Gatka Mountains area, and probably the same case for Miramar. If we have the same sort of circle pattern, that it might repeat itself here back to back in Miramar. Now, that means that it's super important for the teams that kind of remember and memorize the rotation of this map. If the next map have to be similar circle pattern.
Yeah, rotations is one, and if only they had the same groupings, just like formats from past seasons, and then they'll be like, okay, yeah, it's the same grouping, they're probably going to do this again, but because of the groupings change every week, And that is the fun thing about PUBG Mobile Esports is that they don't allow you to be complacent. Just when you think that, oh yeah, I read out my opponents, you know, with the same group as the other day, similar circle, but no, it's a different group now. And that is where I love this sort of format. And it really gives a big challenge to all these teams on adaptation, especially.
I agree, because we won't be having the same group. Maybe some teams do have the same placement of group, because it depends on the overall rankings of every week for them to reshuffle the group, because we do know Alter Ego these days, maybe Alter Ego and Boom was always up there, so they're just going to swap around group A or B usually. And it's a good thing that they're not actually in the same group, so we don't have like one-sided group that heavily have those heavy hitters down there. Heavy hitters. What's wrong with me? But Team Flash today has been great as well on top of Infinity Esports, and they definitely are pushing themselves for the numbers up there regarding their firepower. Aggressive indeed, especially when it comes to the second half of the day.
Yeah, 1 chicken dinner so far for Team Flash in week number 3, and 37 points collected overall. Definitely the amount of points that you cannot complain about. So great work there for Team Flash representing Vietnam up there. But I'm sure Xavier must be looking at this and telling themselves that, you know, the only reason that you're up there and you're the best performing Vietnamese team is that because we haven't played.
You know what? That actually is a good point that we want to point out in the debate of the comment section. I'm watching you guys, by the way. They also mentioned, some of them actually have the opinion that Team Flash is way better, or, you know, the design of more than GX. I personally feels like they both have their strength and weakness. Like Team Flash, firepower-wise, I feel like they're more aggressive than these Xaviers. But these Xaviers do have the edge over balancing of both, from my opinion.
And I guess the ultimate debate breaker to that is that who finishes better at the grand finals, or who becomes the champion, if either one of these two teams becomes the champions, right? So then there will be no debate. It's like, okay, what else do you have to say from there, right? So hang on, it's one more week, ladies and gentlemen.
And also, you guys, I feel like, is it just me? I feel like it's not fair to compare the teams based on their previous achievement, because it feels like every single season, and like every single year, not every single season, every single year we do have a change of format. So you cannot compare with the previous format and the years, PMCO days, or even the PMPL stage back in the days, and down to the PMSL now. That's no comparison for the teams that, oh, they used to be like the kings of this, they used to be super good at this, because due to the format itself, it's down to the present who's actually the best. You cannot like, oh, they actually got the team, nah, they're not that strong, oh, they got number 1, or no, they're not that strong. It's because they are strong at the present, right now, the current being that I feel like they're adapting to the format way better than the rest. That's why they're number 1.
Well, I mean, if we keep comparing the past, right, you know, it's no different than saying Manchester United is the best team in the world. Sorry, Man United fans.
I didn't say that.
Oh, well, I am an openly non-Manchester United fan. So, so yeah, I mean, it is what it is, right? You have to look at the current present. So I'm not saying that I'm supporting of the team that actually won the Premier League recently, but you get the gist of what I'm talking about, right?
Can I know which fan which football fan you're with right now?
We lost to the Premier League winning team by 2 points.
Who was I'm not into Premier League. I have not watched football for quite some time now. That was like 5 years ago that I actually get into football. But then I just don't follow. After Manchester United start losing, I don't watch it. I used to be the MU fan, man. Well, you do know why. I mean, like the coach start to swap. And why are we talking football here, by the way?
I was just giving an analogy.
Let me Google
right?
it. Let me Google it. The recent Premier League standings. Okay, there you go.
Yeah, and look specifically at where Manchester United is at. So, yeah.
Oh, shut up. It's really bad, by the way. So I don't watch it anymore. It's between Arsenal and Liverpool then. So if you guys, I don't know which one, he's not confirming with us yet for Sir Cloud. But if you guys saw that his team is actually losing for the football match, spam in his Instagram and social media and tag him away like boo, 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 hoo, you lost, your team lost it, you know, just for the sake of fun, please.
Yeah, then you can also spam to Choo saying that Manchester United is non-existent. So
that's kind of true.
So yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind engagement on my social media. You know that the numbers kind of help as well. So you guys want to come and spam, I'll be happy
Please
to join
do.
the conversation.
Oh man, speaking of football, I mean, how can we make PUBG Mobile community just as big as football one day? Probably should have a Premier League for PUBG. We did have professional league, not Premier League though.
I think that will be a whole 2-3 hour podcast to discuss on that.
Well, nothing is happening. Nothing is happening, but we do have a couple of early warning shots, and BTR seems to be okay. There's nothing to except for the Blue Zone. Yes, hello Blue Zone.
Yeah, it has to be taken to podcast up a listen whereby we can say anything we want. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, kind of true. We don't want to get cancelled, by the way, guys.
Yeah. You almost did it by saying the thing in Sanhok.
That thing?
Yeah.
No, I
the
didn't say
bros
anything. What do you mean?
Okay, never mind.
Over coffee. You know, you
bros
can
over
say
coffee.
that. Yeah, there you go.
Coffee over tea, tea over coffee.
Yeah, like Sonics over Hands for You. There you go. With rest of Alter Ego eyeing out, but I feel like Damru is playing a very dangerous game, by the way.
I wonder, this will be a very dangerous fight for Geek Fam. I mean, if you think about it, right? Number 16 team versus number 1 team. So, I mean, the odds definitely don't favor Geek Fam, and if they choose to pick this fight, well, maybe they did not choose it, but Alter Ego is the one that chooses to pick the fight against Geek Fam.
Yep, the fight choose them, not them choosing the fight over this time. I talked about Damrit before because he's quite splitted. He wants to get the positions of Alter Ego some way from off angle, but we're talking about the top teams, why they're up there. They are very aware regarding their environment. They're not the type of team that easily just you can breach. But speaking of another team, Secret versus BTR, they're going aggressive indeed.
Wow, here we go. Break. Managed to get one. Can he get the second one? There you go. Thanks to his teammate. And now Lapa will be down and out. Team Secret. The two other players knocked, but what a good trade between them and BTR.
But can they revive it? It's going to be Genforce out. They just had the swap on the side of BTR. Devastating. Genforce just stopped playing. Team Flash. Talon. What an explosion. Creep VIP. Oh man, that was the last player as well. This is gonna hurt them overall rankings later, BTR.
Yeah, with PEA, MORPH, TALON, Team Secret close by. So they'll be happy with the fact that BTR got eliminated, so at least they can climb on top of BTR. And of course, we'll be looking at the top 8 for the first 3 days here, ladies and gentlemen. As for TALON, just lost one player. And looks like the action is not stopping yet. Now Billboard surrounded by the members of YOODO 2.
YOODO 2 definitely rising up to the occasion. Full cylinders out here today, being a bit more aggressive than they used to in the early of the week 1 and week 2. Definitely portray a different side of them, but at the same time, if they're a bit too reckless, because they tend to tunnel their vision down for the side of YOODO 2. That's what I noticed regarding the engagement in fights. When they approach a fight, they don't see left, right, center. They see what's in front only. That's where they're caught by surprise and letting their guard down, being backstabbed from behind.
At least Miramar is a bigger map, so their chances of being backstabbed for stage 2 is a little bit lower. So I guess that's the risk that they took, and they seem to be okay. And these objectively, that is for now. But Billboard somehow not spotted by YOODO 2, or no further engagement. But this engagement looks like they're not stopping yet between the two of them, Alter Ego and Geek Fam. It'll be interesting to see if Rosemary gets a knock. If they got that knock, then Geek Fam is in big trouble.
With the red dot, I mean, if he got 4 times, then high chance he will actually connect those shots. But the red dot is quite ambitious coming out from still Rosemary. But the next circle will be just on top of Cruz de Valley or on the southern side of Torre Ahumada. PEA, this is going to be their circle. If they just hold the north, nobody coming up from the north. But if they don't keep it closely, then let other teams bridge in, there's going to be a bit of problem. I think Alter Ego that engaged to a sort of gig fam that lost damn route in an explosion of vehicle. But PIGMY versus 7-9 with Vampires watching the other side.
Yuhai went down and out. Brian can't move further forward because of the molly. Dap is inside the building, though he got one for himself. And he got needed down instead. Now it's down to Kenny. Trying to take out the other members of PIGMY. But Kenny eliminated from the outside. 7-9, they are out. But at least they bring with them 2 points.
True, not going empty-handed. YOODO 2 next. Now YOODO 2 Kid going into his side of PIGMY Jabranki. PIGMY actually have a bit of recuperation done at the back. But for Kid, he's giving the pressure off towards the member of PIGMY. There's going to be only 2 players left on the side. They can finish off the job quickly, it'll be better, because it seems like Vampires very interested to be part of this business as well.
And Vampire is just next door, monitoring the situation and also the elimination feed. But speaking about the elimination feed, Audrey taken out by Pointu from Alter Ego. So the Geek Fam and Alter Ego drama is not over yet.
But it's going to be more drama with Infinity in the process of migrating and just engaging as well. YOODO 2 now finding 1 player. I'll be down to very low HP, but it's going to be a next team coming in with a nade. That's going to be TODAK dropping a big one. Just debilitating the entirety of YOODO 2 up to the point there's only 1 player left. He's picking up, coming in. TODAK just finding the last player around the corners. Where is that 1 player?
Oh man, the Infinity came at the right timing. And Gates on the second floor. Okay, this Molly should flush him out, and looks like Trunks got Guang at somewhere else, but it's going to be 3 touch that finishes off the final member, YOODO 2. They take home 2 points with them in this round.
Feels like a deja vu on our first map here. 2 Malaysian teams back-to-back going down, while PIGMY also being eliminated alongside with BTR. 2 Indonesian, 2 Malaysian teams going down back-to-back. While we do have another Malaysian versus Indonesian team, TALON versus Creep VIP, with RQ a bit busy against Team Flash. Despite their aggressiveness early on, seems to be shutting down quite early this time.
Well, speaking about shutting down early, Geek Fam, though not that early, but still number 11 without any elimination points. And no points collected by Geek Fam, so they still remain as the only team with a single digit. Circle-wise, Creep VIP in the middle, playing with the middle strategy. But on screen, we got PEA in action on the north side against MORPH.
And I have a feeling Rosemary pretty much know there's going to be PA on the northern side, so might actually want to take advantage as a third party, watching from afar as MORPH approaching and closing the distance between them and PEA. The silence will be broken in a couple of seconds here. The tension will be loosened up with Zero charging in. Kiddo from the flank side. Rosemary actually will backstep more if they tunnel their vision towards PEA only. Zero a bit busy dealing this all by himself in the front.
Well, heals up. Let's see what he can do all alone here. He does have a lot of support though. But Rosemary's coming in, knocking off the pay with Nate. So Alter Ego, with Rosemary, they're gathering information. Probably Alter Ego might come in anytime soon.
That's kind of true. And Alter Ego, I do know that Rosemary will not just gain and just gather information. He definitely will try to shoot from afar whenever he can as well. That's leaving only Blaze standing with me on the side of PA, but Kiddo bleeding out. Rosemary giving a bit of pressure on Zay. He's driving over the other side. He's not doing so great on the side of MORPH. There's only going to be the last player standing here. If MORPH last player cannot save Flippy, that's going to be the end for Zay. But look at the pressure coming up from Rosemary. He does have 1 hand grenade, but it's saving it for the most crucial moment, that is.
Yeah, I wonder is backup going to come and eliminate Zay. Well, let's see. It's either backup or the blue will force Zay to move. But at the same time, on the left side, Rosemary sees the members of PEA. So he's managing 2 teams at the same time all alone. This guy is just insane.
3 by Boychill. Now, you can see the difference of level between the teams here. When it comes to Altigo, everybody is doing their own job, and Rosemary is solo-handedly dealing with this. While Zay is still running for his life, Rosemary gonna keep that nade for quite some time. Now tossing it away, that last nade he got with Hans Foyu coming in as well. Now, he definitely couldn't actually knock on Zay. That's why Hans Foyu is dead, giving support fire in case things going really south. But PA from the Pam to the fire it is. Running away from different team, two teams knocking them down back to back by Infinity and Create VIP at the same time. That's going to be only two more players on PA, but Zay cornered down to not enough land for him to play.
Now, BA probably ran into the middle of the circle where Crit VIP is at, and PA probably not their strength to play in the middle of the circle, hence they lost 2 players in the process. But speaking about losing players, Rosemary now has this angle. That is it. Let's be real, it's a matter of time.
That's going to be the end of MORPH. 24 points for this round. 9 teams remaining at stage number 4. Still pretty fast indeed when it comes to this massive map, by the way. IQOO on the other hand, just waiting for the right time to open fire. They did eliminate the entire squad, which gained themselves 4 eliminations down there. But next is going to be Infinity, and PA Blaze just going to play the survival game. Look at how the spread of Alter Ego. Look at how confident they are. But I love the fact that whenever they don't have enough firepower, they cannot shut down on one, they call for backup. But they just dominate over the right side of the circle. If the circle shift over to the other side, now that's going to be a different issue entirely. But it's going to be pulled downwards instead with Create VIP in the center.
Oh, and on the top left of the circle, including RRQ, do not have it. So it's going to be an interesting fight on that side. Now, on the south side, the Talon making a scout on the side where Team Secret is at. But I don't think they will make a direct engagement. I mean, they're all within the circle. So I guess the next focus, if you want to anticipate the fight, will be where RRQ is at on the north side of the circle, just on the outside of it.
And KT. So was split it apart from the side of Team Secret too. And KT seems to have the same sort of idea how Alter Ego plays this game, plays this map. But they might got themselves stuck in between Create VIP and Talon at the same time. While KT hiding his buggy, RRQ is on the run from the blue. That's going to be the only enemy they have to face right now. But if they just go straight cutting across the circle, it would be vampires. But Strap still causing so much damage instead of RRQ. I personally feel like Straps is playing out of his mind here today.
Yeah, he was the last man standing as well earlier on. And let's see if he can get more out of his first knock. Now trying to get Nepeko. Nepeko's pretty low, 10% of health. But lucky enough for him, he doesn't have the way to provide him cover. But he does have the circle, and the blue might say hello.
And it will be goodbye for some of the players down there. Vampires, on the other hand, they are trying to hunt for any teams that seems to be a bit too busy by themselves. They're trying to play as much third party as possible, but Blue Zone, we talked about the Blue Zone. RRQ, they're being surprised by the fires and the sprays from Vampire early on, leaving with only 1 player and being tortured by the Blue at the same time. While Shup's trying to find any sort of contention here, any way that he can actually gain any sort of elimination. He heard those gunfires before, spot out the smoke, might actually see Nepeko if he tried to pick out. While the side of Infinity, there's a bit of exchange of fire with RQ, but they don't have any trade on this. So 6 eliminations in Infinity's hands.
Someone, Nepeko managed to slide into the circle, man. So it's going to hold on as long as possible. I mean, we had 9 teams. Need to hold on a little bit more, and he'll start to collect placement points. As for the other 9 teams within the circle, okay, keep your eye onto Alter Ego. They are overlooking PEA and the Infinity, monitoring the situation. Who knows, they might come down if the situation allows them to.
But knowing PEA, they will hug the walls as much as they can, just tuck into one corner of the compound. And that's going to be an issue for them because they have no information regarding what's happening outside and how many teams watching them at the current being. Well, Talon is going to be a different story. While Axel cooking up the nade, knowing that he isolated Namkut from the rest of the team, but Namkut still managed to just run away with his buggy, but quite smoked up a buggy from what we've seen. If he tried to run from Talon, he might actually have to face the wrath of NKT next, but he managed to reunite once more with Zoals. It's not going to be too much of issue if he can pair up with the duo. But Vampire's got himself the center, not the chicken yet, but maybe they will score the chicken if they keep this going. Crit VIP still stands quietly, whilst Alter Ego trying to find any victims out there.
Ooh, smoked out vehicle with 2 players of Talon. Taking a bit of a risk there. But Rosemary again knocking out Tiger from the Infinity. Now that's a knock. No straight up elimination yet. But we're waiting for if Altigo will execute their plan onto where PA and the Infinity was at. As for Talon, move to the left, saw Team Secret, change their plans, move back to the right, and so far so good for them. They have this compound with the circle, they'll be fine. But for Nabeko, oh, this could be the end of the line for him.
Oh, they're definitely keeping it tight for Nabeko. Couldn't even pick out for 1 second. Look, it's not. Look at that. Look at that. No mercy being shown by Fluke at all. Fluketh or Fluke. Spotted out Nabeko within the smoke. He just keep it tapping and just gonna buy and run for Nabeko for now. But it's not going to budge too much because it's another site. NKT is giving the pressure as well. He's stuck.
Yeah, pretty much there on the line. But guess what? It's Iron Pro for Crit VIP who stole that point. Oh man, Vampire Esports, they were looking at Nabeko for the longest time just for it to be stolen by another team.
Fluke is definitely devastated right now. That's going to wipe off the smile of his face. Infinity next is going to be against the wrath of Vampires, possibly. Never mind, he's actually PEA. Now I love this, the fact they're not sitting it quiet on their hands anymore. PA, Mizi and Blaze needs to get out from this compound since they are not in the circle, but there's going to be a lot of walls and a lot of hiking to do with Alter Ego right on top of them as well, and drop the nade coming from Tiger, Axe, the last player of Infinity. Not really, there's another tourniquet on top of them, but the thing is, Tiger pressured by the blue with a wall in between. Mizi have to find an opening. He's going in for the rush.
Oh, here we go! Mizi, oh! Tourniquet from behind. Nice cover fire by Tourniquet, but they still lose one of their players. Anyway, great effort there by PA. Number 8 with 5 elimination points. So, it's not too bad for PA, I must say. And 32 points collected so far.
I have to say, Tourniquet, that was pretty fast dealing with two players of PA at the same time. He spotted out Blaze and finished off in an instant the moment he saw the advancement of the support fire of the entry fragate, and just after knocked down the cover fire from behind. But NKT, they will try to get themselves in the circle and fetching some of their members, but Mr. Joe is bleeding out. They will go in for the save. But the problem is, Crave VIP do have those elevations. Talon is watching on the other end, but Spider Tan cannot even pick out. It's all about those elevations here, Cloud, when it comes to this last few circles.
Yes, look at how rough the terrain in this area is at. And also where the circle will go will be a big factor, as we will see the circle goes onto the middle where Crit VIP is at. Now, teams on the southern side, including NKT and Talon, this will be an interesting fight with Navigator in between two of them.
Now, all they need to do is to stop popping those hand grenades, but on the side of Axel, it doesn't have any anymore. Team Secret being eliminated, but at least they place themselves 7 players, and KT is going to be next target for Talon. Vampire still got himself a circle alongside with Crit VIP. Mr. Joe finished off by Axel with that AUG. While Goat a bit separated from the rest of NKT, it's going to be a tough entry for the teams that's not in the circle still.
Oh, there you go, followed by the Crit VIP, but they're firing back, but they get out Chewy. Now the other members of Crit VIP on the inside. I am Pro from the back, be shot at by Alter Ego, Rosemary, and they still retain 3 other players with 11 eliminations now.
And they're going to keep it going. Even got himself the circle, chat with the side of Infinity, that one player. But Vampire, surprisingly, they are going out of the circle. For what reason?
Well, to clear off their sights and gain elimination points. This is the time for Vampire Esports to bring in the points. And looks like the next target is going to be Talon.
Now Talon spotted out the vampires start to move, and KT, there's going to be a three-way war. Make it 4 with Alter Ego on those elevations of the ground. Vampires, they should not, I personally feel like they should not lost those elevations early on. They're taking this a bit too much, a bit too reckless, but it will be big risk, big reward coming up from this side. They're going for those numbers, and they definitely just scored 1 for now. That's why they're going aggressively towards NKT. Tony K is here. Here comes the spray, finish off it clean with the help of Fluke and Traps from behind. But NKT, they've eliminated at 5th place, but for the side of Empires, still having a full squad. Regardless of that, I don't know if that's still the right decision for them to push all the way down here.
Well, Vampire Esports, the way that they're playing right now is their championship winning way of how they play the PMWI. And it's from playing on the outside of the circle, clearing everyone that is in front of them and also by their sides, and that's how they gain all those elimination points that time. And they seem to be practicing it again this time. So the next target is probably going to be Talon. Now that the circle have shifted, Vampire Esports still with the circle advantage against Talon.
Red Face. It has been a while we actually see Red Face in the top 4 and the rest of Talon here. They lost Yoru, one of the biggest frag and star player and key player on the side of Talon, but Misery spotted out Rosemary. He can actually visualize on Alba as well. It's super important for all the teams to spread out, but the one that's going to be the one that's going to change the entire flow is going to be Tony K. The imposter will do a lot of work from the back line.
Yeah, that imposter might be the one to swing the result towards the end. We'll see what happens. So far he's in the circle, so he can still hold on to this, because we got stage 9 coming soon in about a minute more, ladies and gentlemen. Now Vampire Esports, look at the elevation they have against Talon, but it's hard to deny that Alter Ego has the best position of them all.
They do have those elevations, but it's down to the last stage here. Who will be clipped by the blue zone first? Now they have to fight for their positions once more. Vampire, since they're pushing all the way to its south just now, when they actually get themselves kind of a good position prior to their pushing before. Tony K give the pressure to a sort of a Talon might clip on Axel. 30 HP down, Misery, knocked down on Rosemary. This is go time for Vampires. These two teams happen to be just too busy among themselves. And Tony K fire back and get a 2-in-1 discount of our detonate. A Hobie. Tony K just remarkably well performed here.
And at the same time, Rosemary's point goes to Tony K. And now they're looking for more. They know that they have Alter Ego on the other side. Vampire Esports still a full team. Alter Ego 2. And Tony K, last remaining member of the Infinity, all the way on the lower ground. He's going to stay away from all this fight.
Come on, Tony K. Go fight. Go fight the OG, or maybe Tony K is the imposter of Tony K. Who knows? But Alter Ego, Alva and Boychill spreading out, trying to get those elevations and trying to get themselves the highest elevations they possibly can. But the Vampires, despite they give away the positions early on, still having a full squad, it will be a flawless run if they secure this one out. Boychill and Alva, they need to spread into left and right. If they cannot do so, it's going to be an easy task for Vampire to just spray in a straight line.
But if only Vampire Esports, they have this straight line of sight on the Alter Ego. But they might allow the blue to do that for them, because the blue will force Alter Ego to move, and they will show themselves towards Vampire Esports. Now one nade on the Fluke, but will not take it down. Now Boychill with the high ground, but Boychill shot down by Tony K, who's prepared for it. And Stone will make sure that Boychill will be down.
What a swift follow-up coming up from the side of Empires here. Now all they need to do is just find that Alva. Tony K, well, Tony K is just going to sit quietly. But Alva, on the other hand, Stone challenge Alva. Here comes Traps, knowing exact positions. Clear spray, that's one. Now, where is that imposter? Where is that imposter? And Mr. Tonky finished the imposter, and Tonky wins it again.
Tonky wins it again with his 30 Kong. But Vampire Esports, this is how they play beating the PMWI championship winning PMWI gameplay. Playing for the outside circle, clearing off whoever is in front of them, clearing off their sides, taking out team after team after team, and scoring chicken dinner after chicken dinner. This is, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Vampire Esports.
We don't see them celebrating, but we can see a bit of relief on the lineup of Vampires here just now, trying to discuss what really happened. And by the end of the day, they responded, finally got time to rethink about the decision making. But Schraps, I have to give it, I mean, like, incredible throws by Tony K. Definitely, he always got himself like that Kobe nade, tossing one, get two. But Schraps, you cannot deny the fact he did so much opening for the rest of Empires as well.
And that is answered by the fact that he came out with 737 damage, the most of them all, with 12 throwables used, just one behind Tony K. And of course, you have to award him the MVP. 3 eliminations, 737 damage, 101 damage received, 26% team contribution, and a survival time of 28 minutes 50 seconds. Who needs the headshots if you get dished out this amount of damage to create that opening for your main fragger Tony K to seal the deal?
They took the risk and it cost them a big reward indeed when it comes to the chicken dinner. But when it comes to top 4 teams, the dice has risen and finally coming back into this tournament. We're talking about the entire lineup of the Thai region dominating over the top 4, except for Alter Ego, very consistent indeed. Vampires, Infinity, and KT and Alter Ego, when it comes to travels, it has to be given to Alter Ego. 55,000 meters they've been driving around the map.
Yeah, that stood out to me as well. The fact that they have been driving around, they still can score this amount of points. But let's check out the best moments here, brought to you by Vampire Esports.
There was an eye-opening position making coming up from the IGL side, which can be stolen from Vampires, to decide to push down instead of just stay there. Quite a tremendous position they let go of just now, but still cost them a lot of eliminations, which can be 11-21 total points, 11 eliminations, but Alter Ego scored 11 as well. The difference is going to be the position points there is.
And on page number 2, GEEK fam back to 0 points. Unfortunately for them, BTR though it's a 0 point round for them, but at least throughout the day they've collected a good amount of points, so they can kind of afford to let go one round. That's okay for them. For Team Flash as well, coming in with a chicken dinner today, but this time around it's only 1 point. Now overall rankings, and of course the top 8 is where we want to put our attention to. And BTR, despite them not getting any points at all this round, but they are still in the top 8.
but they are at the tie with TALON, which is going to be the only tiebreaker here in the placement points since none of them scored the chicken. Infinity push up, same goes for the side of PEA. Quite consistency here coming up from the side of PEA with the positions plus the firepower slowly keeping up the momentum. But GEEK, wow, there's a lot of catching up to do indeed.
Though the gap has not widened because YOODO 2 did not gain any points as they don't gain much as well, but yep, it's still a single digit for them. But for Rosemary and Schweppes, we're comparing the two of them, 3 eliminations in this round, with Rosemary putting up a little bit more damage, 884 versus 737 for Schweppes. Coming up with the same as the both of them too, but Schweppes a little bit more of a team player.
When it comes to the top 4 teams' damage output, it's going to be 2.3k. That's going to be average, performance coming up from Alter Ego. They're always consistently getting themselves around 2k to 2.5k damage output. Vampires also quite a hefty amount of damage output out there. It shows that Vampires rising up to the occasion. They are more aggressive than previous one. Previous map, we have those Erangel maps. 30k start to push the numbers up for the team, but this time we have Schweppes waking up when it comes to the Miramar map just now.
Yeah, I believe this is the version of Vampire Esports that a lot of the fans miss. The type that can clear sides, can fight team after team, and well, scoring the chicken dinner as a big bonus towards the end. And it's exciting to see this sort of Vampire very, very active, and I believe that this is definitely their strength. And with the leadership of Ravenclaw, this is how they played before this, and with the new IGL Stone, hopefully they'll be able to keep up to this sort of momentum and this sort of gameplay, because I believe this would excite a lot of fans coming forward.
I feel like we do know that Ravenclaw is also still the coaching staff coming up from the side of Vampire Esports. I feel like Stone, he needs to adapt himself regarding the IGL position as well. Maybe Ravenclaw is there to assist him from the sidelines, and slowly we can see they're building up momentum. And not just that, Vampires, they're pushing it really hard for this week here, knowing the fact they kind of not really flunked it since they still get themselves in a week 1 Super Sunday, but they didn't score as much. They scored pretty much the only team with a single digit down there in the first week Super Sunday. Hence, they want to redeem themselves and compensate the loss of week 1 Super Sunday by getting it straight to Super Sunday this week, because we had so much interviews, right, Cloud? The players are exhausted by now. They want to skip the Saturday map as much as possible.
Yeah, and I can speak from experience as well. Playing a league like this, at some point you'll be like so exhausted. Like you'll be so exhausted, you'll be so sick of looking at the same thing every day. You'll be talking about the same topics every day of how you're going to overcome this team, that team, yada yada, and so on. By the time you reaches like week 3, oh man, it's just too much. It sounds like only 3 weeks, but it actually feels like forever. It feels like a void that you cannot escape as long as you're still in this tournament. So yeah, so they definitely want to skip as many games as possible if they can. That's number 1. And number 2, I'm pretty sure they cannot wait for the extended break for those teams who qualified to the grand final.
I mean, like, that 1 day break is not really a break for them, because they still have to study all the other teams. The only break they actually do have when they're done with the tournament, honestly speaking. Why they are so exhausted? Okay, fine. We casters, I mean, like, we do study as well when we are having our off days. So it's not really an off day for us. But for our viewers, it's like, oh, we're watching this game. We're done for like 6-8 hours, we're done. But for the players, it's like 24/7. Even in their sleep, trust me, they still have those nightmares about their shots that kind of miss and the decision making that they kind of not make it right. They will have that nightmare. Even in their sleep, they still have PUBG Mobile running in their minds. When is the break for them? None.
Yeah, I mean, that's the reality of playing a competitive league, right? It's not like one of those fast tours. You just play over the weekend, maybe like Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and that's about it. This just repeats for like 3 to 4 weeks straight down. And then by the time you know it, obviously they want to qualify, and if they qualify to the following round, yeah, they got a bit of a break, but it's the same case, right? Like in between, like you don't really get break. You still play scrims, and you still discuss on how you want to improve, and you still look at your upcoming opponents as well. So it's just a whole year-round calendar for competitive teams like this.
Yeah, I'm not surprised where they start. I mean, this is just my my view on this, okay? My opinion. Maybe like my theory regarding the colors of the hair for the players. Sometimes because they stress so much, they start to have some gray hair because of how things are just so difficult for them. They start to... Maybe that's why they have a lot of colors sometimes. Okay, just from my perspective and my theory. But speaking of theory or not, will be the same circle or will be a different one for last map of the day, Mirama?
Well, our last game for today, Mirama, ladies and gentlemen. Whatever it is, these two teams, or these two set of teams, will still be playing another day, whether it's tomorrow or the day after. So, I'm just looking over the stats for Mirama. Slightly different than the Erangel match. RRQ has a slightly better stat as compared to Alter Ego, only by 0.2 is our Mirama, so it does favor them. But then there's a gap between Alter Ego and Team Flash by about 1.1. So we can still say that this is a map that favors both RRQ and Alter Ego.
Yeah, surprisingly, because it used to be once upon a time when we compare all the previous history and achievement, it's always the time they're actually taking over Mirama map in their control. But this time, this season, it just shows that the Indonesian has been rise up the occasion for the past few years. And definitely it's going to be always Rosemary up there. It's so hard to not see Rosemary across all the board in any stats. He's everywhere. He's like Tony K, but the Indonesian version of it, you know?
Yeah, he definitely doesn't miss a stat there. Although it's not like number 1, but still he has to be like, okay, you don't even need to open up number 5 for him. You still be like, okay, standard 4, and he still be up there. So yeah, Tony K, Rosemary is just one of a kind. But what's not one of a kind for Alter Ego is that they start their drop spot the same as before on the south side, around the area of Patona and also some of the unmarked areas as well. So that's where they're going to start their journey. Circle-wise, it's going to be up north again this time, and they will need to travel a fair bit there. And I think that will be something that they wouldn't mind because they are a team that if they see any other team in front of them, they won't shy away from a fight.
True. Speaking of not being shy at all, we've seen a lot of team fights quite early for today. And it has been a crazy second stage onwards because we don't see a lot when it comes to stage number 1 unless they happen to be dropping in the same compound, in the same vicinity. But other than that, it's going to be always a second, third stage. It's going to be crazy. We're down to only half of team or half of a population live. Then when it comes to stage number 4, that's where we get to see all the mass happen at the same time. It's going to be down to 4 or 5 teams. Then it's down to a bit of, you know, a bit of peacefulness due to the distance between them and the circle. But then it has been, you know, when it comes to Mirama, it's always about the elevations and grounds. Whoever gets that first, it's going to be them winning over it. But just like it was proven otherwise by the side of Vampires.
Yeah, it's all about map knowledge and knowing what sort of angles that even though your opponent is on the high ground, they cannot really see you or they don't have a good line of sight onto you. So Vampire, they definitely play that very well. And as a team, that is. So each individual needs to have the same level of map knowledge and also knowing their surroundings. So I must say that was their peak performance in terms of knowing their grounds and how they navigate around the rough area that had like what Alter Ego on top of them, the number 1 team, and they still overcome it.
True. I mean, there's not many teams that are willing to fight head on with Alter Ego. Now, if I were to pick the teams that are willing to have a fight against Alter Ego, even Boom in this point, the teams that will actually just go for the fight without thinking twice or even without thinking whoever they're fighting and they don't really care, it's going to be RRQ, Talon, Team Flash. At this point, I'll probably just put in Team Secret as well. And probably Vampires. There's going to be the 5 teams that really love the fight, no matter, regardless of who they're fighting against. But we do have a bit of trouble for NKT. I don't see anybody shooting, but did he just fall by himself?
Based on the elimination feed, the god fell off his vehicle and we don't see him on screen at all. So not sure where he is, but hopefully they'll be able to pick him up in time, especially before other teams pass by. Because last we saw, Alter Ego was beside NKT. If it's a quick rotation, then Alter Ego will say, oh, that's like, you know, if you walk along the sideways, and then you see a $50 note. Yeah, it's a similar feeling.
Just for the sake of $50 note, it is. Why not? That $50 can buy you a lot of things, including a big chicken to eat for your dinner today, which you have. In Malaysia, is quite. You can actually buy 2 whole chickens with that. Yeah, 2 whole chickens. But for Shrubs, the MVP for the day, I have to give it to Shrubs. Really, his growth for today has been tremendously, and also phenomenal for the entire, especially the second half of the day here. He's stepping up the occasion. He's just pushing his limits up there. We can see. But for Fluke, we can see they're playing very different role. Like Fluke is more towards the vanguard of the team, making sure nobody breach in. Stone is just trying to calculate regarding the timing and just a bit busy when it comes to putting up the strategy for the team, and also keep on watching out his eye, keeping an eye out towards watching the clock on the minimap as well. So it just shows that very different roles has been putting into play when it comes to Vampire's lineup. But Great VIP,
passing by a Vampire, the team that is on fire. Yeah, I just made that lineup 2 seconds ago. But instead of Vampire, it's going to be Sam9 now. Oh no, not the time for Chewy to be knocked.
Now, Sam9, they definitely heard those vehicles coming and they prepared. The nades already cooked up and Chewy's down on the ground in an instant. They part ways with Vampires, but it's going to be Sam9 that they have to fight against now. When it comes to Sam9, we have to give it. Sam9 do have a bit more over the edge when it comes to CQC, but the problem is it's going to be third party coming out from the back. BTR and Infinity is watching on the other end as well. So Sam9 have to be assured that they will not overexpose themselves, but Great VIP fight back. It's going to be 1-2-1 trade, make it almost 2.
Kenny now coming in from the other side. Spots one up, but oh, Kenny! Lost that, the long range weapon. Oh, wait a second, it was actually Lapa who shot it from afar. So Great VIP indirectly, they got a little bit of help from BTR.
True, but at the same time, they're helping both teams at the same time, or just demolish the entire both team at the same time. But Sam9, despite they got a bit of slight advantage, but due to how open their backs were against BTR, that's giving a straight line of sight for BTR to take advantage from the sideline. But Turnike, oh, the imposter, here comes. It feels like Turnike always know how to sniff around Vampire's positions here.
Yeah, sniffing from the high ground, but not sniffing from the high ground. It's going to be BTR. Now they're going to come in onto Great VIP as a third party. Let's see how many they can get out of it. So far, BTR has managed to get 3 elimination points and looking for more right now. Knocking out Chewy. 2 left for the other side. There's going to be Lutis and Putra.
Now they might actually help the Great VIP, but now they just slamming them down in the death boxes laying around. Putra next is going to be the last play for Great VIP, fighting the entire crew of BTR. Well, they don't have any exchange, they don't have any loss here. But for BTR, next target might be Vampires, but will Vampires engage or will they just stand by on watch?
Looks like a Vampire. They might think to themselves that they are a little bit too far away without a clear advantage, because BTR no knocks onto their side. So without a clear advantage, Vampire will, okay, maybe not for now. We'll see you guys later in maybe stage 3 or so.
Yep, we're waiting for stage 3 in probably another minute or 2. But for now, it's going to be some teams transitioning about the second checkpoint. So we assume there won't be any more casualty, or never mind, we might actually have more. Monte Nuevo seems to be vacant, but everybody moving towards the same direction of Alpozo. The southern side will be super packed and stacked, and nobody coming out from power grid area, not too much. Now that's going to be the best way to come in for the latecomers. But on the left side of the circle, there's going to be probably just remain with 4 teams survived there.
It will be interesting to see that sort of situation happen. That means, yeah, the round will be as fast as like the smaller maps kind of round. But we can see that the movement are starting to happen though. But the last I saw the circle, I think a lot of teams have pretty much their own spot, and they're still quite spread out based on last I scanned like the circle. So I guess we might need to wait until stage 3 before we see the next big fight.
True. Whether it's going to be a hot shift or not is also another issue. Or will we have some urban war fight later on is another question. But YOODO to happen to just freely get into the compound. Lucky enough, but not so lucky for Abi. If he caught himself right where Jabranki might just pull over. Achul and the rest of PIGMY definitely got some information that they heard the vehicles running over the other side. Vampire split it into 2, 1, 2. Infinity, TODAK taking those elevations right on top of the Vampires. Now, if he just overexposed himself, he might be knocked down by these guys. They got quite a scope to work with already. 4 times, 8 times possibly around the lineup of Vampires. But I don't think Vampires want to sit this one quietly as well. MORPH happen to be approaching. Seems like the Vampire side, all 3 teams, MORPH, Vampires and Infinity, have the same interest of taking the mountains just now.
But I guess they noticed that another team's up there, so they're like, okay, it's fine. We can play on the low ground, and that's the versatility that they're showing. They don't really need to force themselves onto the high ground. And so they will stay put for now. And look at this, right? Okay, Infinity's there, still there. Flip B is on the other side of this mountain. And this mountain is very, very tricky to play. So if you want to be up there, you have to be like that early. But if you want to come in later and you want to navigate up, good luck then. So I guess Vampire Esports, although they are an aggressive team and they have the firepower, but they also take intelligent fights and not unnecessary fights. But speaking about fights, Sonics, the first one to go out for GEEK again.
And it's gonna be Hans for you, but Infinity
Mr.
Mr. Joe. Mr. Joe, not like this, Mr. Joe. No, Mr. Joe. Turn back, Mr. Joe. Mr. Joe. Mr. Joe, you're playing a very dangerous game. TODAK, hold it. Trigger discipline. Trigger discipline. Trigger discipline. Mr. Joe.
Okay.
Mr. Joe, he's like, should I go up? He's like,
okay. All right.
Mr. Joe, surprise!
Bang, bang, bang. Yep. Unfortunately, no way for Mr. Joe to have a preemptive knowledge that TODAK is there. But great trigger discipline by TODAK.
Oh, he's just gonna back to default settings. Yeah, just wait it out. There you go. TODAK is very witty. He is indeed. But we had this sort of circle before, Cloud. We had this particular same same mountains where being shared by left and right 2 different teams. The one that actually will have to face all the teams that are actually on the mountain is the one that passing by, not actually the one on top of it. So also when it comes to those mountains, usually it will not be in the circle, so they have to figure out plan B in case the circle has shipped away from them.
Okay, Misery taps away to Team Secret that's making the rotation, but Rosemary got break. Okay, it's gonna be interesting. Now break, 50% of health left, and I think Rosemary will be able to secure it. There you go. Who needs weapons if you have a vehicle?
True. Don't waste it. Don't waste your time. Just get the monster truck or run down on anybody you can. But inside of Team Secret, it's always Rosemary that get those long shots coming from Alter Ego. It feels like his positions being put in to go for flank just to find those pick up or pick off whenever he can. And whenever that the team doesn't have that sort of information to rotate or to engage with another team, Rosemary feels bored possibly. He'll try to do something extraordinary, just, not stretching himself too far from the team, but trying to benefit something while waiting at the same time. He's not the person that like to waste any time at all. But Team Flash, now this is going to be a lot of team, seems to be very interested on top of this mountain, but we do have the latecomers here.
I would love to scan the circle again just to see why these teams are so interested in that mountain. But for now, can also see that there are some teams not really interested in it. GEEK fam, who lost Sonics early, playing with 3 players, so they're going to play this safely by the side. Definitely not going to engage with any other team. I think their confidence is pretty low right now. I have a sense that GEEK fam, they can't wait to end the day and probably start a fresh new day on their second campaign. Hopefully with Aizen back in life.
Speaking of getting the campaign done, BA still trying to go for the elimination sun, but for GEEK fam, I mean, like, they need to at least finish off today with another 5 points to start off better for their day number 2. But MORPH try to flush out the rest of NKT with the blue start to close in. They are at the edge of the circle. Within 20 seconds we get to know where the circle shift, but Zay being bombarded by a Spider 10. Here comes the push. It's gonna be effortless from the side of MORPH.
Let's see here. MORPH, they will probably need to move next. So knowing that the god is there, they're going to put focus onto him. Okay, nope. Circle is going to be more important for MORPH. And they're going to make that move. Okay, with this kind of circle, right? The north side of the circle is going to be interesting because MORPH is joining YOODO 02 and PEA as well as BIGMY up north. It's going to be pretty congested up there.
More interesting, it's going to be the left side, Cloud, where we saw a lot of teams trying to find those high elevation grounds at first, including Todak of Infinity. Now they have to climb down. And we did mention about BTR in the center. They got already 6 eliminations here, so they can actually gain more with the compound that's quite in the center of the circle. PA tapping out 0. Bold and Brazen still trying to tap for more. They lost Blaze early on. But the thing is, the moment they gave away the position for PA, they will be the one who have to leave first. And while they're giving away the position early on, it means that a lot of teams will try to watch out their entry later. So I don't know if those taps just actually beneficial for them at this point.
Well, at least it's warning shots because you want to try to sort of like set the parameter. Just like what Zero is doing right now. If you can get a knock, that'll be great. If not, at least it's warning shots to YOODO 02. But YOODO 02, it will be an option for them as well if they want to take the fight. But they are not only busy with MORPH, they are also busy with PIGMY behind. And speak about PIGMY. Oh, okay. Though they have PIGMY, but Fredo fires well to Zay, knocking the one down.
It's been a while actually, Fredo seeing at Fredo having those kill for his names up there. YOODO to RB working as a duo, trying to approach the side Jabranki, but PIGMY fought back. Track CPAIGL taken away by RB. YOODO to steal it away in the very last minute. Fredo on the other end with the AUG trying to find the rest of MORPH, but the problem is they're not giving the positions freely. Or they can actually score a couple of them, but PIGMY also shot a jumper from behind. This is what I mentioned before. YOODO sometimes they focus and tunnel the vision just on what's in front.
Oh, well, YOODO 02, they have to spread out now because 2 different teams that they need to manage at the same time. RB, pretty low, he does have first aids. So this terrain should be able to protect him and allow him the time and space to heal up. While we look over onto Fredo now, it's closest to MORPH, but MORPH, this kind of rough terrain, it's going to be hard for them to go all the way to Fredo. Hit, long range, coming out Gipsy.
Oh, almost got it. The entire team, there's going to be only 20% of 10% of HP left for Jabranki. But Explosion did not knock him. Billbot behind. They spotted out. Kid, a bit too late for the swap of those shotguns. Fredo still trying to finish off. Billbot couldn't spot him out due to the structures in between. But Fredo cannot overpick because there's going to be another team behind them. YOODO 02, they are quite in the center of a crossfire here. With PA remaining with Measy left. Billbot, the last remaining player for PIGMY as well. But Billbot might... This is going to be the battle of the solo players.
Ooh, Billbot. At least he's far away from all the other opponents, but by the edge of the circle. So we still got stage 5 coming in about 10 more seconds. That's how we know how far he needs to travel and whether he needs to cut across YOODO 02. And circle time! Who will get it? Alter Ego in the middle, they'll definitely get the circle without a doubt. Same goes for BTR and potentially even TALON. Yep. All of them are there, and it's an all-Indonesian center.
Yep, they definitely know how to read the circle with the elevations in their hands. They definitely got themselves the advantage of trying to keep everyone at bay, but MORPH challenging the side of YOODO 02. PIGMY and Billbot still surviving at the back. Mika spotted out Sowas. Team Secret, this is an open fight they're taking, but Audrey will be finished off at no trade except for Break being finished off early by another team before. Team Secret now giving away the position. Look at the fires coming out of their side. It's going to be 2-3 teams. Alter Ego spotted out the smokes. Rosemary again with the GEEK fam also start to pressure to the side of Team Secret. Have to get out from that small shack.
But yeah, Team Secret, at least they have the circle though. So they can still kind of hold on to it, but like what you say, getting out is going to be hard if the circle is not onto them. But for MORPH and YOODO 02, okay, we're going to continue on the fight right now with Radio down on his knees, RB together with Jumper. Now, Jumper is going to provide further support, but look at the map. It is Vampire Esports. Hello!
Donkey is here. Here comes the nade. He never misses, and they spray. Fluke getting on jumper, giving an opportunity for the rest of Vampires to shut them down, but they don't stop here yet. Now, Vampires don't have the circle, but they will try to bulldoze everybody in between. BTR taking it from behind. Flippy next going down. It's going to be Tony K getting those eliminations again, but MORPH be eliminated. At least they scored one. 12 teams remaining, and Tony K still trying to find players up there, taking a bit of a blue zone.
Oh, Vampire Esports now closing on to YOODO 02. And Jumper now needs to fight back. Stone pretty low. Stone knocked down. Zero between, and that's going to be RB against the active members of Vampire Esports. You must take one out. It's going to be an IPL Stone eliminated. RB now from the lower ground. RB fights back, but Vampire Esports just too much for him to handle.
Yep. Really cold Tony K today. Stone cold hard it is for Tony K and the rest of Vampires. They're aiming for eliminations here with 6 in their hands. BTR is actually having the same target. Now the high fraggers will fight against each other. The heavy hitters have to go against each other. BTR versus Vampires. It will stop the rampage run between these two teams, but we might actually looking at Alter Ego. Watch out for Rosemary being the third party across the other side.
Oh, look at this. Look at this. Tony K looking at Lapa. Okay, Lapa passing by. But the other members of BTR are there. So Tony K might not want to overexpose himself. But the rest of Vampires, they are coming in. If only they have Stone, then maybe they would be able to execute better against BTR. But they don't. So they're going to play this a little bit more cautiously now.
Ridiculously trying to calculate how many teams around them. Gaining as much. They definitely knows every single team's position here by now. Based on how they open fire. Measy, oh, he's back. Open up. Oh, the tap's coming up from Straps. Straps might actually spawn out RQ. They know BTR. They know PIGMY. They know EA where they're at. They know TALON. And they definitely know the side of Alter Ego. But nobody knows about Team Flash yet. Mika still going away from the rest of the world. While we're talking about the circus shifted away, it's going to be Alter Ego. RQ still BTR touching at the rim of it, with TALON taking a compound on the lower grounds. So I don't assume that TALON will want to be part of the crossfire, except for RQ, of course. They split themselves into 2-2. While PIGMY, Billbot, good luck getting out of here.
Another interesting thing I want to point out is that GEEK Fam still has Mika in the game, being the last member standing. And that kind of remind me of back in the days where Mika was playing with Axis, and he scored the chicken dinner by playing as a solo player from the start to the end. That was insane stuff there. If he's able to pull off again that sort of gameplay again this time, then yeah, it will be legendary. Plus going up against all these amazing teams. But speaking of going up against amazing teams, Team Flash goes to knockdown, and they need to reset quick.
I don't know which side that those shots coming out from. Was it from BTR? Was it from Alter Ego? But PIGMY definitely eliminated by... We were really quite kill feed here. Didn't actually spot that one out. But Alter Ego, Rosemary getting himself a tree. Just taking those long shots at work. Look at... He's running low with his bullets at 97 by now. But for Team Flash, lucky enough they got this one rock to save them. This is going to be the savior rock for their side. They don't have vehicles anymore. How to get out? Well, we're going to have to see no smokes on the side of Batman. I'm not sure the rest of the teammate, but they cannot save Kwang if there's no smoke. And coming up from the side, it's going to be GEEK Fam Mika. There's going to be opportunity for him on the off-angle blind side. But RQ seems to be a bit busy with Red FaZe going aggressive.
Well, here we go. TALON and RQ. Taking on Snape though. And on the big one at the forefront. Prepares his DBS. He has a vision where Axel is at, but because of how the angle is for him, it's not really favoring him since he is all alone at the front.
The nade that they've been waiting for. Nade Galores is here again to take the game away, but RQ exchanging the nades. Nobody seems to be knocked down yet, but they slowly chip down the health of the players. Team Secret creeping from behind. While TALON spotted out Hexas. Oh, he still managed to reset himself. Team Secret taking on GEEK Fam, the last play finally out. Mika, it's going to be impossible for him to punch it out now. But on the side of RQ, they are in shambles. TALON's Vampires going against RQ, two different angles of view. And RQ couldn't hold it as Red FaZe finish off strong, knowing that Tony K is yet to steal it away.
What a nice blind spray there into the smoke to secure the elimination point. But now, Vampire Esports joins in onto the party. Tony K. Oh, lots of damage onto Tony K. I mean, he does not have any helmet now. Gotta be extra careful.
first 8 left. 1 hand grenade, not much to work with, but he still got a lot of sprays in the magazines. But for the side of Schwabs, he tried to just make a way for Tony K to have a position that we can actually just go back for retreat. Sorry, and then it's down to 10 more seconds to go to see whoever favors by the next circle. The high shot at winning the chicken dinner still, but Misery just randomly spray, trying to just give a bit of a warning shot against Vampires, who still want to challenge them anyhow. But BTR now focus on Vampires. Vampires, their back and their front seems to be charged by 2 teams differently, which is going to be BTR and Talon. Now, if Alter Ego seems to be interested in this, Vampire will be roasted possibly by 3-way angle war.
This could be interesting, a 3-way war. But pressure's big on the BTR since they don't have the circle. And they have about 25 more seconds before the zone starts to close it onto them. With Zaxi now knocked down, they save their teammate. However it is, 8 eliminations in the hands of BTR as of now. Even if they go out at this point, it's still 8 eliminations collected already.
Almost going to get themselves a double digit by now for BTR. Now Tony K finally being knocked down multiple times, and next going to be Talon. Axel coming up from the back. They're a bit too busy dealing with BTR and Talon at the same time, with Alter Ego also giving the pressure. It's going to be 4-way war on the side of Empire, slowly in shambles. They're limb by limb, taken out by the teams around them, leaving only Fluke left in the center in the smoke. While Talon still trying to spot off the last player, Misery on the other hand, shift his focus probably towards Team Secret.
Oh yeah, and the fact that Team Secret is on the lower ground, I mean, geographically wise, it's kind of hard for Team Secret. The brighter side is that Team Secret has the circle, so they might put focus onto the other teams that is making their move in. Oh, but because Team Secret fired back on the Talon, now don't poke the Hornet's nest.
I don't think they know exactly where Talon's looking them from, because the way they just focus on position of the crosshair is right across the other side. So if actually Rapface push all the way towards the flank, that's going to be dead end for a side of Team Flash. Rosemary, well, he's having a great day, but Team Secret Namki is also giving pressure towards the side of Team Flash. Play zone is that compared to towards Alter Ego's positions or Alter Ego's elimination. Rapface randomly sprays. He needs to just go slightly towards the front, but for Team Secret, they definitely have no way out here.
Yeah, I mean, they gotta hike up to the high ground, assuming that stage 8 does not favor them at all, that is. But Redface is not gonna let them go easy. No vehicle for the side of Team Secret. The one and only vehicle together with them has been blown up. Now we know for sure where will the circle go. Where's to favor Team Secret? And looks like no, it went up north. So Team Secret, all the best.
Look at how they push in Yoru, Redface, and Axel spreading out, trying to just box into the rest of Team Secret, while another boxing coming in. BTR, knowing the fact they already knocked down on Hans, but what a nice counter nade by Alva, pushing them back, but that's not going to stop BTR from flushing them out. They're already in, they're already way too deep. They will not retreat here for BTR, despite their members being knocked down before. But Rosemary cooking up the nade, hoping it will land on somebody. It will just tiny bit save them, but Rosemary have to deal with this by himself. The trio's already entered in for the BTR.
Okay, here we go. Rosemary now. It's time for you to get in action against BTR. Rosemary knocked down. Okay, the rest of them have to follow up right now. Hunt for you is going to come in. Gen Force by snipe, but Gen Force knocked down as well. Satar is going to be the last one standing for BTR. But no class for Satar, because it is Alter Ego to take out BTR.
It was 1v1. And when it comes to the deathmatch between Rosemary and Zoxy, Rosemary wins it. And now back to us, the side of Talon. Spotted out the rest of the how? Whoa! Why is the car like that? Haunted car it is. But Nam cute with the car just now. The buggy actually saved him from Fluke pushing towards his side, blocking the entrance entirely. Alva being shot from Talon's side. They got a view, but this is going to be a high chance. Talon winning this chicken dinner with the advantage of the manpower, but so what? Still fights back. Alter Ego, despite got double-digit elimination, they're still trying to go for more in the last minute. But on the side of Vampires, Talon, what a sneaky window it is.
Well, full squad against the one single player of Team Secret. This is definitely Talon's round. It's going to be Soas at the other end, and you know exactly where he is. It's a matter of time right now. Misery comes in, dances together with Soas, and it's going to be Yoru who lands the final blow. Talon takes on the final chicken dinner in day number 1, week number 3.
It was a flawless run. not the cleanest, but was a flawless run without any casualty on the side of Talon. They definitely keep it at bay. They know for a fact Team Secret will be the biggest threat, imposing the threat towards their side if they don't deal with it since the start. So they keep it an eye close towards Team Secret, and that actually plays the chicken dinner in their map here as well. But speaking of which, that vehicle by Team Secret, I don't know what is the secret of the buggy.
Well, the secret is that it's used by Team Secret. Well, we still got them in second place. But anyway, here checking out Talon. So let's see, how many is that? 10 elimination points here by Talon. So a lot of damage by the new signing YOODO, 640 damage. Definitely going to be awarded the MVP. And what I do like about Talon as well is their variety of weapons, including Misery, using the Mini 14 for long-range situations.
Now we do miss Micro Uzi. We had that before in Miramar. Why not we just bring it back sometimes? But YOODO from MORPH now jumping into Talon, definitely a great asset for the team with MVP this time. I feel like this is definitely the missing piece for Talon as always, because now RedFace have his companion going all crazy alongside with them, because look at the damage output and the damage received. This guy just exactly like RedFace. He doesn't know what fear is.
Yeah, also to add on, he's the missing piece for MORPH, and yeah, unfortunately that gave I did mention it like even during the preseason, like for MORPH losing YOODO to Talon. I mean, it's a big nerf for MORPH, frankly speaking. But other than that, Alter Ego, well, what else can we say about Alter Ego, right? They have to be up here somehow. BTR is here as well, and PMSL Esports has shown a lot of consistency inside of Miramar. They've been enjoying themselves inside Miramar. If only they had a stone, then maybe they could have gotten more out of this. But what they got the most is Talon. Let's enjoy the best moment.
The side of Team Secret, they almost got themselves another chicken here, but they lost the opportunity once again. So still no chicken for them by the end of the day. But Talon, what a rise of final week here, especially the second half. 20 points in total with 10 eliminations, but so many 10s up here. We're talking about the domination of the Indonesian teams, Cloud.
Yeah, but on the other end, it's a tough day for GEEK fam. So they end the day with only 5 points collected, no points at all this round for GEEK fam. And KT, let's not forget about them, because they are a team that needs to get into the Super Sunday as well. So with a 0 point round, they need to come back in their second day of the group stage here to ensure that they have a better chance of getting into the Super Sunday directly.
Speaking of the second day, they have to fight against BARUZ, Esports, VOIN, Donkey, YOODO Lions, FaZe Clan, TODAK, XERXIA, Esports, DZFS, and Roy. Now that's going to be a lot of heavy hitters even in Group B. Oh man, that's going to be tough for them. But for overall rankings, like you said just now, 74, very consistent here when it comes to Alter Ego Vampires as well. But I don't see BTR pushing up to the top 4, maybe because a bit later when they start to push up the numbers there.
Yeah, and they went out one round early without any points at all, so that kind of hampered their placements. And if you look at the placement points as well, BTR, they're not doing the best in page number 1, so I guess they're a little bit more focused on getting the elimination points in the bag. But whatever that brings them to the Super Sunday, and they're comfortable with that, as long as they can maintain up in the top 8, that'll be cool.
And speaking of not so cool down there, it's definitely hot for the side of GEEK fam. The only team not budging at all when it comes to the points across here entire day. Not even average 1 point per map. They only scored like that placement points in only 1 map. Now, speaking of which, how will they play for the second day? But hey, we do have our star players. It's gonna be a Tonky all today, but also, I mean, like definitely Rosemary maybe on the 4th, but Red FaZe is up there as well.
Yeah, Red FaZe sliding in, and of course Tony K today have been amazing. If he won that 1v1 fight against a Yuhai, that would have been the cherry on top. But yeah, it's still a great step by Tony K today. This is the Tony K that all the fans know and love, and the capability of Vampire Esports to be able to come up with a lot of eliminations and the playstyle that they have shown inside of the second last Miramar. That is the playstyle that a lot of fans want to see, and of course that is in line with Tony K's playstyle as well.
But I have to give credit to Schraps at the same time. But speaking of which, we're gonna jump into the interview with Vampire Esports. Take it away, Miss Bo.
Hi everyone, welcome back with 12 from Vampire. Okay, 2 vampires together. Say hello.
สวัสดีครับ
พูดสวัสดีกับแฟนๆหน่อยค่ะ
ทักทายแฟนคลับนะครับ สวัสดีครับ
โอเค เรามี2แวมไพร์อยู่ตรงนี้นะ
ครับผม
ข้างคาว2 ตัว โอเคค่ะ before the question I have a little bit about the game at the last game about Fluke and 1-1 in the one house with 3 teams in that time. Do you have any mention of that?
ก็เขาบอกว่าสบายดีไหมกินข้าวหรือยังไม่ใช่ไม่ใช่ไม่ได้ถามนี้ก็ถามว่าในเกมสุดท้ายเมื่อกี้จังหวะที่ฟุก1-1ในบ้านอ่ะมีอะไรอยากจะพูดไหมก็เก่งแล้วครับมันเยอะเกินครับมันหลายทางลุมล้อม So he say like a Fluke tried his best because so many people around like a TALON on the behind and Secret on the front, so that's why so many people said, yeah, just try our best.
Yes, you guys do our best already. Okay, so your team performance today is getting better. Is it starting to heat up for PMWC?
ก็รู้สึกว่าทีมเราเนี่ยเหมือนกับมีฟอร์มร้อนแรงขึ้นมาเพราะว่ามี PMWC เป็นเป้าหมายต่อไปหรือเปล่าแน่นอนครับเป็นรายการทำเงินของพวกผมครับ Exactly, yes, because that tournament is the money making for us, so that's why we focus on that.
Seriously?
Yeah, just like 2 years.
Okay, so because the money, you can die for it.
Yes.
Okay. What is your game plan for this week so that you can get better score and go to the finals?
ก็สำหรับวีคนี้จะไปไหนต่อไม่ใช่หยอกเล่นวีคนี้เนี่ยเรามีการวางแผนยังไงบ้างในที่จะทำแบบว่าผลงานขึ้นมา
อันนี้ถามโค้ชนะคะ
เอาถามผมเหรอ
ไม่ใช่ค่ะเราเล่นถามใช่ไหมคะ
ก็ยังไงดีก็ไม่มีอะไรมากครับเล่นไปตามเกมตามความรู้สึก
Nothing much good feeling.
Okay, follow your feeling.
Yeah.
Follow your soul. Okay, so the last thing, words to your fans.
อยากจะบอกอะไรเกี่ยวกับแฟนคลับบ้าง
ก็อย่าว่าพี่ผมเลยครับพี่ผมเก่งสุดๆแล้วครับห่างสนามนานเฉยๆรอแป๊บนึงครับ
So please give Fluke a time and don't blame him because he didn't play for a long time, so give him a chance. Thank you.
I'm going to ask who is your boss. So it's Fluke, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I got that one. So the last thing, please say susu for all Thai team here. Together, you guys together. Presenters and as Thailand.
ทีมไทยสู้ๆนะครับ
Okay, that's nice. สู้ๆนะครับ Okay, thank you for your interview and thank you for today. See you tomorrow for more actions. And now it's time to hear more things to the casters.
You know, Bo Susu, one person, is louder than the 2 people Susu. Like they gotta work on that cheer, you know. You gotta work on that cheer. So, Tanny, that's a message to you.
I mean, like, Danny definitely have louder voice behind the scene when he's actually, vamped up for vampires. But speaking of which, maybe they're a bit shy in front of camera sometimes, or maybe they're just exhausted by the end of the day. They want to get themselves some dinner and just sleep for the rest of the remaining evening. But I think that's going to be wrapping up our day number 1, week number 3. But it just shows that a lot of teams start to focus on eliminations of that.
And through that interview, it also shows that I believe now there's someone distributing the elephant pants.
Agree.
For sure.
But we do have different colors though during Super Sunday. We have the blue one.
Yeah.
So it feels like they have some variety of it these days.
Yeah. I wonder if it's done back in Malaysia, right? Like what sort of pants will you distribute?
The kind flick up pants.
Oh yeah, true.
That one we should. That's actually very comfy too.
Yeah, actually that's not a bad idea, You
Maybe
you
we
give
should.
that.
Yeah.
And there's like now the version that is like you just like
It's like Aladdin pants, right?
the Aladdin pants. Yes, that one. That one. Okay, if it's back here, somebody has to distribute those pants to them.
Maybe it's actually psyched out by the way, guys.
Yeah. I would sell it to them because they have more money than me.
Yes, because they, like you mentioned, it's bigger money. Yeah, they're aiming for the bigger money. The bigger ka-ching and bling bling, man. It's all about the money down there.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, before we end, I'm gonna leave it to Sir Club to wrap it up. Even if you guys done for PMSL for the day, like Sir Club mentioned before, we also have PMCL running at the same time for the World Cup region. And also, if you guys also interested looking at the Central South Asia going on, there's also the watch party with Jason Kaplan and Maxman going on for the English side of the PMSL Central South Asia League going at the same time. They're not like we finished earlier than them, so you guys can just jump over to that channel for a lot more PUBG Mobile tournaments.
Yeah. Or if you miss Lufa, he's now with Nigma Galaxy, so you can check him out as well in the MENA region. And that is it for us at our region. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the PMSL Southeast Asia. My name is Sir Cloud together with Choo Choo. We'll be seeing you again tomorrow for more action, especially including Group B. So till then, see you guys. Bye-bye.